So let's recap a bit. Today's the most important day in the 7 days program. So I dropped a hint on a dimension. My hint was that I said 1834, right? So that's my estimation hint. We use a parallel energy to estimate that. So the dimension energy, I'm not sure if I still have the charts of that. Let's see if I have the charts here. I hope I saved it or didn't adjust it. Oh crap, I mentioned. Okay. I mentioned that the parallel energy was here, right? So there was an early signal, but they didn't give a proper signal here. You can see that? So I keep mentioning that if 1834 around this line, quite important. So they gave a fake out signal here, unfortunately. But I mentioned that there will be two buy zones. One here and one here, right? 1792, right? So 1792 didn't come the dimension, but it did a cross dimension again. So obviously, this is a very strong signal, technically, right? But it missed my estimate by probably about, okay, must close above, right? It missed my estimate by about $2. Can you see that? If I zoom in here, you can see the difference, right? It's about $2 estimate difference. So I did warn that the trading view method is not as accurate. I did warn that, right? You can see now that, right, we are still using the tetrate systems. So tetrate system on Optuma will show you as a straight line as well. But you know that in reality, its energy is curvature. So there's a high probability that we have a curvature energy like this last night. High probability, right? Something like that. And that the signal on the planetary harmonical lines shows that it probably closed above it. That's why there was a breakout. Understand so far? All good. So this was a critical point. My estimated case shows 1834. And did the market go to 1834 last night? It did go to 1834. Right? 2 nights ago, not last night. You see that? So everything that I'm telling you guys so far is been coming true. And therefore, you got this surge of energy. Right? You see that surge of energy? So, well, I already said I'm bullish. Go and point proven. All right, so that's just a quick recap of what I said last week, and now this week is happening. So, any questions on this? Anything you want to ask? Please ask if you have questions. If you unmute yourself, unmute yourself obviously to ask questions. Anything you guys want to ask? Nothing? How far will it run? Okay, good question. If it goes to maximization energy, 1945, about there. Around 1945. You can use Fibonacci as to estimate, but I suspect we are in for a massive run. Okay, that because it was in a dimension quadrant, it was a signal, yes, but you have a T-bar strategy. You can see there's a T-bar strategy here, right? A T-bar strategy is always known as uncertainty. If you have a red bar and followed by the next day red bar, then you have a double dual confirmation. But for this case, there was a T-bar. When T-bar comes in like a dragonfly or doji, it means uncertain. The big boy say, hey, hold on first, hold on. Because if you look at the dimension quadrants, right? If you look at the standard dimension quadrants of the markets, okay, I'm trying not to use those kind of words, right? If you look at the quadrants here, right? If you look at this is a zone. Can you see that? Did the zone break the low here? It didn't. So what we call this area a breakout, right? This became a line of control. This is what we call the bar control, right? In the lower quadrant. It's just like your traffic light, red light, green light, yellow light, right? I gave you guys a start, right? This so-called traffic theory. So this itself to me is a yellow light. It's not even red yet. But if I want to know that it's a confirmation there all the way, the market must break through this, right? And we try, right? And then break through this area all the way down to here. Then it means that it's following a dimension very strictly. So I did pre-warn that these lines is not the most accurate. I mentioned it. Therefore, when you have an incident like this, like 2 days ago, where you have a closing price very near to the line, and because the line is not confirmed, right, you cannot get the full grasp of what the big boys are looking at. The countermeasure of this is only in the Optima system. I stress many times, I'm not here to push Optima, but I'm only here to tell the answers. And the real answers is in the line of curvature energy, not the straight line. The straight line is the so-called dimension gauge, but the real line is curved. Right? So everything I've been telling you so far has been coming true. Everything. And therefore, I said, watch out for 3-4. Right? I said, watch out for 3-4. But even my own estimate shows that it was missed. Right? It was missed by a little bit, but the biasness is correct. I say I'm extremely bull, and even though it looks like it might be bearish, but the signal actually came from a few days ago because we have a hard angle. We have what we call a hard angle reversal. You can see that there's hard angle reversal retest here. So you can see that dimension cross down, we have a hard angle reversal. That's a very strong signal. When we have a hard angle reversal, the pullback is entry. So it's one signal big boys, pullback fly. Right? So based on this diagram, I could safely say that the probability of it going to 1945 is quite high, right, around here. And how do we confirm this? We can confirm it using what we learned at the start called Fibonacci, right? We have gauges that is very pre-planned. And surprisingly, the golden ratio is at 1900, which happens to be a whole number. So if the whole number will appear there, there's a high probability that there might be some strong resistance there. I don't know, but I'm just making intelligent guesses, right? But when I based on this diagram and the guiding tool of dimensions, I can therefore conclude that the maximum energy for this round cycle is about 1968, about there, 1968. In other words, it is extremely unlikely, note the word extremely unlikely, we will see gold hitting $2,000 anytime soon, probably give it about a month or two. Then there could be a chance that we could once again see gold at $2,000. Extremely unlikely. You probably has like less than a 5% chance of gold going to $5,000 next month. Right? I will see the reaction at 1968. So if you're buying and chasing markets, you know that by the time it hit 1960, you should not be chasing the markets, even though it can go to 1968 because your downside is too big. Get it? So I'm giving you a hint to watch for gold entry since when? Since 18 something, right? I think 1820 or 40. I'm telling you guys consider buying, and now it's going upwards. And if you look at this in a CET point of view, right? What's this? You look at this from a CET point of view. This could be an E. It can also be a transition to T. You see that? Why did I say it could be an E or T transition? What was the giveaway? Now let's go back to your recap again. This can be a C and E right now is because the C is here. Can you see that? This is the E. And this is what? This could be the breakout on a what? A T transitions. Can you see that everything has been coming into my prediction alignment? If the market goes down to 1792, that day I told you guys to buy around that price, right? Then it means that there's what we call a double E extension. This is how you plan a trade. Okay, I'm trying to read your question, Sean. Looking at the red doji after the hook up dimension, right? This one, right? Is this the one you're talking about? This red doji here? Is this the one? Show the orange box. Is that the one you're talking about? Great. That is what I call a dimension break on a C to E transition. I remember I always tell you guys that wait for the E. It's not proper without an E. For this case, an E was an early signal. It went down to scoop all the people who are rushing in to buy. Right? Then I say wait. Wait, come here, let it talk. That's why I say wait. Wait. I don't go in gun blazing. I just say wait. Then here, I said we plan 2 areas. If this is C and E, then you can look for T. This is called trade planning, dimension trade planning. Right? But of course, do I make mistakes or do I give a little bit off sometimes? Yes, I can't help it. I have accuracy entry issues sometimes. I know that roughly this area here is going to do something. I know that that's a rough estimate already. Right? So in the end, it came true. Our prediction came true. Yeah. And how we know is because they didn't break the low here. So from this, not breaking this low, it tells me that the momentum is stronger. Remember your Fibonacci retracement, 23 and 38 retracement, the rule? So if 33 and 38 is not broken down, I mean, this went down more than that, obviously, but it didn't break below to the 1.1 or 1.3, right? Or someone's asking for entry. Oh. Okay, please let me know that. Yeah, it didn't break. Okay, is it a 0.88? Let's check. Is it 0.88? Did my 0.88 strategy come true? Now let's take the high to the low and gauge. Yes, it's 0.88. Once again, did it work? Remember I said focus on 0.88. And you know what's the funniest thing? Before me, have you ever met another trader talk about 0.88 and 1.1? Whether any guru or anyone out there, have you ever met anyone talk about this? Apart from me. Why? Because 0.88 is an astrological Mercury number. And so, and we count the emotion that way. That's why you'll never see another guru talk about this or another trader talk about this. I don't know why. Maybe these kind of people are just blind. Or they just don't experiment with things. For us, we play with all the things. And when something is repeated enough, it becomes a proper strategy. Get it? Correct. And it's annoying. But I like to zero in on things, right? So I tried zeroing on the price point. It went there, obviously, but it closed there and the dimension was fluttering in and out. So I can't confirm when I get dimension fluttering. I can't do much about it sometimes, right? And of course, if you were to take this, okay, let's say the worst case scenario, you decide to short, right? Let's say that you saw, oh, Max says this price here, you short, close below short. Let's say worst case, right? Worst case, you short, right? Where is your risk if you take this as a BMM, for example? Dimension breakout, Max says 348 below short, right? This will be your risk reward, which means that, right, if it goes on long, you buy up. It goes a short here, you sell down. If you just a short, your stop loss will also be here. Then you just go on long, right? So if you use this as an apology trade statement now, then this will be an apology range, right? I'm going to cover apology trading later. But I'm just saying that if you take apology range from here and I clone it up, you can see immediately you get 1.1 return already. Right, and if you buffer it up with the dimension a little bit over here, it's still 1.1, which means that if you take it straight right now, and if you are day trading or scalping or swinging, stop loss to entry already. If you're on apology, you actually hit a 1 return. You see that? The strategies are there already. Cool. So even if you stupidly try to short, which is not stupid, because in my theory, if you close below the dimension, you can short, right? And your stop loss is here. You plan the high, you reverse. Not wrong. And apology happened. For this case, not early. I already gave you guys the early warning already. I say I'm bullish, right? What's the early warning? I am bullish. Zone break. dimension holding up. First strike. Second strike. Coming here, I say 2 points. 1972, 1792, and 1834, right? So I gave you guys a number to watch out. So 2 days ago, it broke, right? It closed below. You could short, but your stop loss could be the bar high, right? And a bar high reversal, it means what? Apology trade. Can you see one by one I link? So when this happens now, too late. If you take a long now, for example, if you take a long now, where is your stop loss going to be? You know where the stop loss is going to be at now if you long now? If you're talking about actual dimension long, your stop loss must be here. Now, is that stupid? Is this a stupid trade to take? The stop loss this big. Is this stupid now? Unless you're telling me that you're aiming for a dimension cross, a full dimension cross, all the way up here, and you're aiming, so you must go here, right, minimum, or you're looking for even a dimension cross trade, which I told you, less than 5% chance here. Then you can take this trade. So if you were to take at a 1834, 1835 area, right, and you do a stop loss, let's say here, the Thursday was a perfect opportunity for you. Then if you take a stop loss here to here like this, right, does this make sense now as a stop loss? Technically, it can. Not the best entry, but it's still valid. We can also use this as a stop loss on dimension low. It's still valid. But now, if you look at this price now, you chase, you're being a dumbass. So you had an opportunity here. And I give you the price. I say, here, right? And here. So this is where you cannot take the trade. You cannot. So if anyone takes this trade now, you get scolding by me. Because you're being an idiot. That's what I call stupidity trading. Even if it makes sense and somehow on Monday or Tuesday, it goes here. Right? There's a hey Max, I just should take a trade. I'll still score you. I say you're being an idiot. I won't say congratulations, you make money. I say you're being an idiot. This is not called trading, it's called gambling. Get it? So don't be an idiot. This is why I call people being idiots. Unless somehow miraculously, right, Monday, it does this. It goes all the way down to here at 1839. It touches a line, it closes above like 1840. Then yes, you could consider going in on a long. Because if you enter here on a long, your stop loss will probably be still around this area here, right? So if it retraces back down on Monday to 1840 and it closed above it, that could be your signal to go on long, and the current high will be your cut loss. I mean, if you were to short it below, this will be a cut loss. If you go along on 1840, then your stop loss will be, if you go along, will be somewhere around this price here, which is the 1805. Nevertheless, that might still be a smarter move because your R ratio strategy here, right, is about 1, 2, right? So does it make sense if you enter 1840? Yes. When the market comes down to 1840, maybe. But if the trend is strong, and we're using this as a single bar of measurement for Fibonacci, right? Using this as a single bar measurement, right? That is fine for you. If you're using this as a single bar measurement, then there's a high probability that the market might only come down to 1853, which is very near the psychological whole number of 1850. So if you ask me, will there be a rebound? Maybe. But your odds of entering now, it's very low. Get it? So there could be one more chance. One more at most. This is based on our calculations when we do this. understands KB will not be inflation into days because KB is based on a time cycle breakout. That's why I did not talk about KB yet. KB is based on time. It's not meant to be randomly taken. It's not a daily bar method. Different markets, different style. All right. I know you guys are excited to learn KB. You'll be taught KB today. It's not necessarily retread of Mercury. It's just a responding time of Mercury. Because it's 88 days. The time trading program cycle is about 88 to 120 days. The product time trading program cycle. That's one intake. That's why we have 3 intakes a year, maximum 4. We follow Mercury cycle. Right? So that's for gold. I'll talk about Dow Jones later. Okay, now let's start today's topic. So today's topic is supposed to be based on what we call the revelation of the truth of the markets. This topic itself, I'll go through faster because number one, it's not as critical as what we want to focus on nowadays, but it's still important for those who are coming to markets, who are entering markets for the first time and not understanding or not questioning enough of what's being told to you, right? The contents I'm going to present to you now will be extremely biased. I mentioned I swapped the contents. Right? This is supposed to be day 4, but I swapped it to day 6. I did mention the swapping, right? Because I thought I have time to update the contents. I didn't have time. I couldn't have time to update contents. I was securing I basically secured my CMC position already. That's why I say I've been busy. That's in a sense. And I explained to you why I secured the CMC position urgently. Why was there a need? Because there are regulation changes coming again. And this time around is a global, it's quite a big one. I'm going to let you guys know what the regulation changes are that's happening. Right? I have the news already. So if you see I move to CMC fast and direct like this, it means I have insider. Right? So I explain to you shortly. After I'm done with this, I'll explain to you why I did move. So Mercury itself, or not Mercury, Uranus itself, it's very easy to remember, right? Because it's the asshole here. And truth is always a pain in the ass. So that's how I remember it. Right? So once again, I need to, even though you're in a 7 days program, I still need you to memorize or kind of understand the whole cycle. So I'm going to teach you a very easy way to remember all the planetary cycles, right? One of the easy ways, the standard planetary cycles. Number one, the sun itself is the light, right? Usually in the natal tree, it's called the fatherly figure, the husband figure, or the kind of energy. Conjunct sun means, it also means your identity. The sun also represents you being a light, right? So if you have what I call a chiron, if you guys understand astrology, I'm going to go a little bit of that. A chiron with the sun. So what does a chiron look like? It's an asteroid, right? It means that the person has an identity crisis. I just met someone recently who is a chiron, who is confused about a person. It's then funny. It's like this person is like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be an accountant, supposed to be a teacher, supposed to be what? You know that kind of stuff? So I recently, not too long ago, well, 2 weeks ago, I met someone who has a Chiron sun. I'm looking at the person chart, I'm like, oh shit, this person is confused. Instantly I know already, right? So I'm telling you that the sun figure in markets, it's about leadership is about positivity, energy, growth. In natal tree, it's about a figure, about you, about your identity, your ego. That's why Leo follows the sun, right? So these are all about the aspects of the sun. Now, this sun is very easy to remember, right? The sun symbol is just a circle and a dot in between. I don't know why they have the dot. It's just the sun. So I'll show it to you on my Optima now, how it looks like. Still loading. I'm getting. Come on, look faster. It's, as you see, it's still loading in the background, so it's creating a bit of lag. Okay, so sun symbols, remember? This is a sun symbol, right? You can see here, circle and dot, right? So what I'm showing you right now is what we call transition between two intersection body points. This is a day 11 content. How we use two planetary points of transitions to plot out the meaning behind. So for example, here, if you see this sextile here, you have a Sun-Venus sextile. It means that the energy between the sun, which is the positivity, and the planet of women or money, right? Money, same planet, not being sexist. It's just based on astrology, right? We could see there's a correlation between two intersection points. Therefore, for this symbol, when the sun and the planet Mercury is in a sextile connection, it caused this drop. You can see this energy drop here because the sun and the money has some form of expansion. The word expansion, right? Expand. But this expansion, we do not know, is it a positive or negative expansion? So for this case right now, when you see this thing here, it's actually a negative expansion, and sextiles are naturally weak energy. Therefore, it caused a minor collapse. We should see the price now on the bar going down with a big bar on a day. So this is things that I cover on day 11. I'm trying to show you that how we connect 2 points of meaning together. Does this make sense? Make sense? I'm giving you a little bit of the teaser of the day 11, right? So that's how I remember the sun. So the one that we focus on the most emotion expansion is always the moon, right? The moon is just the crescent. Usually you use a crescent as a moon. So anything that deals with the moon is emotional in a sense. Then you have aggression. If you have a cycle where Mars appears, right? Macho energy, aggression, impatience, that is often triggered by Mars. So if you think about the current cycle with the world's energy, and you see there's a lot of Mars leading the situation right now, you see there's a lot of like war-like energy, or people get fights, this and that, macho, egoistic. So if you understand that the market is facing such connections, right, you'll see a lot of expansion like this. So if you have a Jupiter that expands and a Mars, you could see things like big breakouts of fights, or markets go into hyper bull, hyper bear, hyper movements. It's not about, because you understand, right? You look at dimension, right? Up and it's up, down is down, but it's just based on energy, how much energy is. That's why BMN is the same thing. We don't care up or down. All we care is how big the energy. So when we look into something like Mars and Jupiter expansion, or a connection between these 2 points, we know that that day is going to be a big energy, but in terms of direction, we don't know, right? So the Mars itself is represented by the male icon, right? So that's how you remember Mars. The Mars is the male icon that has the little circle and the arrow. The female is the circle and key, the cross at the bottom. That's how for Venus. So if you see Venus coming in on the transition, you see things like Venus coming in, often we look at some money movements, some feminine energy, money movements, that kind of stuff. Oh, sure. Then I just load up some symbols for you guys. See if I have it. So I don't have it. That's by shit. Okay, I use another one. Yeah, no, I'm showing something else. One. This will crash on my system. Okay. I have a proper slide, so these are borrowing Edwin's slide. Okay. Symbol. So mass symbol is this one. Your Mercury is here. Venus is here. Your Mercury is communication. Just remember Horn's communications. So these are Mercury signs, right? We also have the Jupiter. Remember, it's one of the easiest way to remember Jupiter, right? One of the easiest way to remember Jupiter is that they have a belly. You can see this like a belly, expand. That's how I remember Jupiter. If you think of it as like a belly, or wave belly or something like that. That's how I remember Jupiter's symbol. Saturn is about very uptight. Can you see how straight? If compared to these 2 points, Jupiter's like a belly, right? Saturn, the way I remember is that it's very uptight, very straight up, standing up. So very uptight person. And the rings there is a constrict. So anything with discipline, anything with rules, and things like that, that's a Saturn's energy. Yeah, I mean, you can say how you want to interpret it is up to you, right? Then Uranus, I told you the easiest way to remember the asshole at the bottom, right? Then the trine, right? The tree fork, a persona fork. This is what we call a dream personality, right? And of course, Pluto is the easiest. Remember, I keep telling people death and rebirth coming, right? So how do you remember this thing? How do you remember Pluto easily? Do you think Pluto is very funny? You have a head here, you have the 2 arms, right? So these 2 arms looks like it's lifting something. And have you ever heard of this thing called Fanzuo? This term called Fanzuo, flip table. Do you understand this term called Fanzuo? I'm going to Fanzuo today. I'm going there to Fanzuo. Right? yeah, the term flip table, right? You understand? Like if you look at manga, you look at those TV shows, manga outside stuff, it's like we change. I want the whole thing flip, right? Right? So that's a symbol. Yeah. So Pluto's energy, in that sense, when Pluto comes, it's about flipping. So lately, when we have a lot of apology trades, I just explained this morning. I said, look, the market's been very flippy lately, right? I told everyone in the public, I say flippy. I know it's flippy. So I get very scared when I issue BMM because I know it's flippy, right? So when it's flippy and see what's been happening for what's been happening for the last few days, the last 2 cycles, what happened? Both time it hit BMM2, both time it flipped. Apology. And it's going to get worse when we go towards 20th to 25th onwards. It's going to get worse, not better. It's going to get more and more obvious in the next few weeks. I'm letting you know first. The energy is reaching the maximum point shortly. We are not even at maximum yet. So who knows that maybe the markets might actually, it's not apology after apology. There's only one apology. Hit one apology. If apology after apology is called total failure. But so far, the apology is working, right? Hit one reverse. That is correct. It's called apology. But if hit one reverse and then hit on top and reverse again, that's called failure already. That's no longer called apology working. It's a failure, total failure. Right? I'm waiting for yeah. Yeah, but the cycles are done. So it's not wrong. I told you guys it's a cycle. So it's not on different days, right? Because what you're telling me now is this. What you're telling me now, what I'm interpreting from you is this. You're telling me that we have a cycle date. We have a cycle date like this, right? Bar, it trigger long, then it trigger short, right? Then trigger long again. This is what you're trying to tell me. And this is what I call total failure. Because this is time control. But right now, what you're seeing is this. Flip up and flip down. And not just down. Down all the way. Right? This is apology success. Flip, target hit, minimum, flip down. Normal. Pluto. I'll cover that later. Right? But if you see, and so this is done, right? And this BMF5, right? Then you have the next cycle appear. Right? And this is a new cycle, for example. Then flip down, flip up. Then this is what we call back-to-back apology. It's not a double whipsaw. It's not a total failure. That's a different thing. The lower CP is based on the back testing of what we call a breakout and reversal, and we use a rule based on that, what's false and what's real. If I have time, I'll cover today. Actually, I don't really cover that for I don't teach that for the 7 days one usually. I teach that for the dimension traders. I'll think about it. For those in the full program, I cover that part because it's what we call cycle testing strategy, where on day 8 we will do cycle testing. Cycle display and cycle testing is day 8's content, right? That's the other one. How 90 points was derived from that kind of strategy. Okay, so let's continue again. Let's go back class. So walking you through now the whole cycle, right? You have the meanings behind planet itself. So whenever I talk about some planet connection, right, you understand what I'm talking about now. The two houses, the house part I'm not going to cover today, but I'm just going to tell you that the energy is there. So now going towards Putinian energy, right? Putinian energy, we are looking at here. So we are reaching already the cycle part. So Putinian energy today, right? Where's Pluto? Here. Right? We are at around 29 degrees. The impact's here already. 29 degrees is already impact already. Impact already. Usually the op cycle is 1 degree off the line of transition of solar houses. So we are already at full impact right now. But just that the main energy where it becomes the strongest in connection will be on the 24th, right? 20th, we have almost 0 degree angle. No, to Earth. We're on Earth. This is based on geocentric, not heliocentric. We are using geocentric for this. Geocentric, right? We are about to reach there. That's why I kept stressing 20th March. I have reason to stress. But on the day of 24th, it's a 0. That's where your Manex are the strongest. That is a transit into Aquarius. I can give you one more dates. I'm going to give you extra dates now. Right. So when the transit's over, and the energy will impact until 14, 15. 14 April is quite impactful. But suddenly, in the later part of the year, I think is somewhere around. Okay. Can you see this arrow appear? It's not that it's reversing, but when I move further, it looks like reversing backwards, right? I'm going to give you guys an extra date in the future right now. Somewhere around 10 June this year could trigger a mini crash. It's either April or June. I kind of got a date, so I'm going to give you the dates now. 1st June. Watch for 1st June. See the purple box here? See the date there? Exit station. 15 May and 1st June is very critical. I'm letting you know first. And if you look at the cycles here now, if you goes backwards, right? 1st June, right? Around the 1st June, look at impact of degree, 0 again. That day, on 1st June to around 10 June, I'm biased 2nd June. Biased. I don't even know what day is that. I'm going to check now. 2nd June is a Friday. So we date it to 5th June. 5th June, the Monday. I'm saying this now because it's recorded. There's an extremely high probability of a major cycle move. Very, very powerful. It can come in on 2nd June. Right? It can come in as early 2nd June, but the high probability is the 5th. Worst case, 6th. You will see a very big move. I don't know what is it, but I have a very high certainty it's going to happen. I'm talking about transitions, major transitions. Right? All the transition points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this day. So I'm letting you know right now that I have biasness on those things. Right? And the impact will last for a while. Yeah, Roy actually understands it's a generational planet, correct? That's why the impact that's happening on the 24th, right, will last for 20 years. 20-year cycle. Right? Then once this impact comes in, I'm giving you another date again. There'll be another one. Probably next year already. Next year. around 20th January. I don't know. All I know is big. It's something that restarts. Funds all. Flip table. That's what I can tell you right now. Right? I can tell you funds all. Right? Who knows ChatGPT number 2 come out? You get what I mean? Okay, in the actual program, I'll tell you the day 10 or what, I'll tell you this thing. Things will change so fast that if you invest in the floppy disk today, you're outdated dinosaur. You have floppy disk, CD, Blu-ray, DVD, Blu-ray, all right. Then after that, cloud computing came and changed the whole industry, right? So if you get what I mean or not, some people are saying, okay, how to make bigger storage, thumb drive, you know, that kind of stuff. They will say, oh, I got floppy disk. So imagine today you invested in floppy disk industry and say floppy disk is going to change the world. They change the world at a point, yes. But did it last the impact? No. Because it became CDs. Then DVDs. Thumb drive came into play. Then Blu-ray. Right? Then what happened? You have a major shift. Cloud storage. It destroyed the entire DVD. Correct? It destroyed all the advancement in DVD, CDs, Blu-ray. But is it always lost? Not true. Because cloud storage, right, when you have the hard disk, whether it's the traditional SATA version or whether is it the solid state, it's still a disk. It still rely on data storage. So not all is completely lost, but rather a transcend. So there's a Plutonian effect happening. But if you're having a Plutonian effect in the air era, these things will be constant. You think Google is going to sit down and say, oh, I'm going to let ChatGPT rule the whole thing. Do you think they're not going to do something about it? Yep, it disrupts a lot. Correct. I'm not sure about Silvergate. What happens to Silvergate incident? Let me check. What's the Silvergates? I'm curious. Silvergates. What's going on? I didn't check. Okay. I didn't have time to follow up. So someone please brief me quickly what Silvergate's about. The whole incident. Because I didn't check. Okay, it looks like 1 day ago, so I'm not sure what's the. Okay, it's FTX. So I will check on that later. Probably next week I'll update you guys, but I didn't follow up on that, unfortunately. Oh, speaking of which, I need to send you guys over to another home. Okay. Just thanks for reminding me. Okay, I'm going to send you guys to another home after this. Right, I'll send you guys another home after this right now. I just remember. Okay, let me finish this up first, then I'll send you guys. Luckily you mentioned about this. I forgot to support you guys over. Okay, I don't know about these things first, right? So I'll read on it. I got no time lately, so I'll check. I'm not up to date on that. So now that you can see this thing, and I'm giving you dates, right? I'm telling you that next year, 2024, 20th January important, right? So I'm giving you another date now. If you write that down, just note there, 20th January important incident will happen, 2024. Then there will be a transition point after what's it called 2024. Then there should be another transition happening later on. There'll be one more transition in around September period, August-September period, before the final one. The final impact will be on 23rd November, around there, plus minus. Then after we are PLI already. This is where the transit is done. Right? So that's all I can tell you for the upcoming dates. I've given you 2 years in advance information already. I gave you dates already. So 20th January 2024, right? It's a date you need to mark now. I will realign the dates. I calculate again as we get nearer to those dates. I'll always announce it. Then there should be something interesting happening on somewhere around 29 August, right? So, and after that, followed by somewhere around 23rd November. So please mark 3 dates down for 2024, 23rd November, which is a Saturday, so it'll probably be on the Monday, so it's 25th, 20th January, which is a Saturday, so impact will be either on the 19th or 22nd January, and somewhere in the midpoint there is one around 29 September, which is the Thursday. Please mark these 3 dates down for your calendar next year. Very important dates to take note of a high impact event. Right? Any questions? There's other start dates also that we can check, but this is some of the high impact ones. Okay. 20th to 29 is a high energy impact. I zeroed in on the 20th as one of the major points. So my calculation shows 20th, but I know that impact will hit on the 24th as well. So next week we are in the high impact area, right? I'm monitoring how the high impact will be because it's a transcend energy. So it's very, very big energy. So some of this transcend energy can be big movements. So if the transcend energy that hit gold on Monday, it could should go all the way up to 196 something or 195 something. It can, because transcend energy period. I already pre-warned that already, right? But all I know is that the energy transcend is very big, usually. Yep, you can see that. The impact will be 24th. Full impact, 24th. And it's generational, so the impact will last for a while. It can be last 2-3 weeks later. So right now, the past 2-3 weeks that we've been trading, right? And I've been very, very cautious about BMMs lately in the public, right? It's because the impact has already started already. That's why the last 2 BMMs are apology. Even though BMM2 was a hit, they became apology. Because those were the impact period. And those were the impact, the pre-impact already. Energy is there already. So it means that if you take this before and the energy is like that, then you come to full impact, then come to the after that, there'll be residual energy left in the next 2-3 weeks after that. So we're going to have this kind of shit cycle for another 2-3 weeks, at least. Up to 4 weeks, 1 month. Then things will be clean. From, if I estimate, it'll be a lot easier to trade from that, if you're talking about that from May this year. May should be a bit cleaner already. You can if you think that's right. You can if you think that's right. Right? But it can be a BMM4 I said, and suddenly reverse. I don't know. All I've been telling you that's the energy impact, isn't it? I give you guys the right dates. I don't give you guys the wrong dates, right? The flipping table has already started already the last 3 weeks. It's just that it's about to intensify on the 20th onwards. It's going to intensify. What do you think? I wrote the article today on the public. I say, look at this chart. I say, so the reason why I'm teaching King Bar is because the King Bar can detect this early. The King Bar can detect this thing early. I repeat, the King Bar can detect this early. That's why you guys are going for King Bar today. Because the King can detect. That's the countermeasure. The early countermeasure on the daily. Understand now? Yeah. That's why I teach you King Bar. Because that day, Thursday, I already proved to you already. 12:30, right? Thursday, I sent a signal to you guys at both channels, right? The B3 and the price predictors. I sent both things. I say short, right? I sent you guys right 2 days ago. Right? I told you guys short, right? Who short? Who shorted? Who shorted make money in the trade? You are supposed to make money from the trade, huh? Right? Only one person make. What about rest? All sleeping. I gave you guys a big drop trade. You guys are sleeping. Come on. Right? I expect all you guys to get back your cost fee already by now. That one trade alone can get back your cost fee already. If you help from Thursday all the way now, right? Based on apology, that one trade itself, right? Can you say I give you one trade, you get back a whole cost fee, man? Come on, man. You guys don't make money, I don't know what to do, man. Okay, let's say even if we talk about Dow Jones, don't talk about the thing, just talk about Dow Jones. One trade like this, 800 points, $2 is 1,006. Trade $2. How much you need to make $2? Safely, quite safe. $1,000 account. $1,000 account, one trade at $2 a pip, or even $2,000. Let's say, okay, play safe $2,000, right? $2,000 a pip. You play on Dow Jones, same bar, same area, right? $2,000 account, you play $2. One trade already 800 points. 800 points minus 30 bar, 800 points. That trade alone that 2 days movement were giving you back $1,600 USD. 2 days. Get it? That alone, and I told you guys a short. And I told you guys a short early. I said short early, right? I told you short early, somewhere around here on the upper part. I know it's on S&P, but the energy is the same. I told you short early. So technically, it's actually this bar here. It's much bigger. 2 days ago. You catch one of these signals, you get a whole cost feedback. One signal image. Yeah, too bad. I give you guys a trade. If you don't see it, too bad. I give you the trade. Right? You have to look at what I type the channel. Right? You have to do it. Sometimes it's late at night, 12 o'clock. But when I give guys a signal like that, it's much guaranteed one. Because I'm taking trade too. I take the trade too. Right? So please, when I talk about things, listen. Right? Okay, let's move on. We wasted too much time already. So I give you guys some future dates already. No, I won't pin because it's too fast. Because sometimes the updates, so I won't pin. You have to check. Because that cycle will be like 2 days only, done. Then next signal will appear already. Right? And you need to be trained to do it yourself. Yeah, but the Go trade already is over. It already launched already. So I can't do anything about that. And I said 1834, right? Watch the 1834. I give you 2 prices. Listen, 1834, 1792. I give you 2 prices. Right? I was off by a bit because the dimension shifting, because it's a trading view, warning before. In the end, it jumped. And I said, both I'm still biased. So yes, I give you another trade. So in the last 3 days alone, I gave you a gold trade. Actually, last week I gave you a gold trade, or 1 week, and I gave you a Dow Jones trade. I mean, not Dow Jones, S&P trade. 2 trades that have like 1,000 points movement easily. So what's there not to make money? You know what I mean? I don't need to trade every day. I just need you to catch these 2 trades. You're done. You're done. Right? So, okay. So anyway, let's start now. Okay, so this is a bit of situation awareness. So I'm not going to ask you about this assignment. Okay, maybe I should ask you this assignment. Okay. 10 minutes only. 10 minutes, just a quick one. Okay, listen carefully before I say. Right. So this is more for the new students. Just a quick talk about themselves. Quick one. Right. 10 minutes time. Put them together. Put them together. Don't give me one by one. Right. These 4 questions, just do a quick one. Don't overthink it. Don't copy each other's answers. I mean, you can, if the same thing, fine. You resonate the thing the same, fine. Right? Just type all 4 in one note for yourself. You can type it down, put a chat, but don't give me question 1, answer, question 2, answer, one by one. I'll go nuts. Right? So can you just take the next 10 minutes to just type this down? Just note about it. I'm going to pause the recording as well. So just 10 minutes. Okay, I left a couple of nuggets just now in the conversation about asking you how we analyze the situation or the answers that you gave. Right, so that's how we actually do that. So now let's take a look at all your answers. Once again, I need to remind you that there's no right, there's no wrong in these 4 questions. So let's take a look at what some of you guys have answered. So let's go to the top. Right. Okay. Sean is like, I want to improve my trading. This means make 25K a month consistently. It's fine. You think the stock market is a money-making machine, right? Fine, you know. Resources is an exchange of knowledge and services. Okay, not too bad. It's kind of, well, if you interpret it away. Sure, one more question: what defines financial freedom? I haven't added that yet, right? So it's okay. Sean's normal. Okay, JK, I don't know why I say you copy trade strategy time trading. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, but properly in one sentence. I'm going to skip that. Okay, here's another thing. For those of you replying the thing, look at how you reply. How you reply a question. Somebody asks you A, B, C, D. Why do you go somewhere else? Why do you reply in a different way? What is the need that you feel that you need to be different? Let's say you look at Amanda's case. She just say, follow this 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you have someone who comes just throw one thing out and say, figure this out. Why? Why do you have that kind of need? And how does it interpret your life? So it's not just about you now. You see, I'm not just analyzing based on what you're doing from simple questions like this. I'm looking at how you actually tackle a problem or situation. I like how Amanda does it. Straight to the point. There's nothing to fluff about. I want to learn a bad trader mentality, good strategy. Straight to the point. I think the market is a mystery. Want to be able to make money from it? Well, that's fine. My plan is to make money consistently in the market. Fine. Right. Money makes the world go around. That's her world. She likes money in a sense. It tells me that. Straight to the point. Right. She don't have to overanalyze it. And that is saying, market will feed you. If you can read this like a story, market goes on after two expansions. So why do you need to tell a story? Right. So, but why do you need to tell a story? What's in your life that you feel like you need to tell a story from a question? What does it say about you? Why do you need to tell a story? You get it? So you are looking at yourself right now as a human. I'm not here to judge you on that, but I'm just asking you how you tackle it. Because why I'm saying this is because how you tackle your questions affects the way you analyze markets. I repeat, how you respond or tackle the questions right now, asking for 4 questions, will be how you actually tackle the markets. It's a reflection. Let that sink in a bit, all right? So KW is like, no, trade and money without need. Okay, fine. I think the stock market is used by big boys to make money from source. It's fine. Why? So for a person like KY, right? Say take money from boy. Is there a time in your life where you felt that you're being abused in a way? Because the answers that you tell me sometimes could be a form of a past reflection. Something for you to take note as well. Was there an incident that you felt like you got bullied or something like this along the way? I don't know, because I'm scrolling through everyone's answers now. But I'm just telling you how I'm actually analyzing the response. Right? So you say it's money to use, that sounds quite mature. And short term is fine, your plan is fine, it's not a problem, right? It's not a problem. Right? Were you being bullied in the job? Right? Were you being bullied? Is there some form of bully that comes in life? I don't know. But based on the answers they're telling me right now, when I'm analyzing it through, I'm looking at how you actually interpret it, I can foresee that there's some parallelities of energy around that. Right? So Tan is like, the objective is learning integration. Okay, fine. Have a free, okay. So he for the Tan, this was Tan, they said that integration astrology, KB, to face the market. Fine, straight to the point, but you didn't answer the question. I asked you 4 questions. Why is it that you only answered 1 when I said for 4? What does it tell you about your trading style? That you're going to use one method only and you're not going to play around? And the question is, how flexible are you as a person? Are you a flexible person? Or do you just focus on one thing and only one thing? Or do you not integrate things properly, step by step? You see, that little reply they gave to me tells me a lot about how you as a person will go in the markets. Right? So I'm just giving some feedback, direct feedback from the conversation, the chats. Right? How do you as a person act? That's about you guys. And the Rocky is like, study time trading method, increase, I think it's going to crash in this is fine. You know, whatever he thinks is right, I don't care. Right? Money is important to improve our life, is fine. He thinks it's okay. So trading, no problem. Rocky is okay. Right? Right. So Kwan is like make money, the thing, financial because give wealth to many depending on the approach, right? What's important, he gets around society, fine. Planning to learn as much as possible. Okay, that's fine. That's decent. I mean, it's just straight to the point. Ask you A, you tell me A. Right. So Alex here. Not sure why. Alex, did you reply just now? I think you did, right? Oh no. Okay, let me look at what you wrote. Okay, so Alex is like, I'm here essentially evaluate my knowledge, training, make it possible to generate secondary income. Okay, then money is normal. Include child itself, money is not a goal, obviously. Why is it not a goal? It is a goal. What about this money that's not a goal when you're doing something that is for money? Are you trying to hide something? Are you trying to? Is it your morals? Okay, this is a very good point. I'm going to point out. All right. So Alexandra said this thing. I'm going to read that to you guys. Listen carefully. Money is not the goal, obviously, but it's what money can help to achieve me in my life. So the question is, If money is not a goal and help you achieve your life, then are you saying that because you're being told conditionally that you should not be focusing on money in your life? Is there a condition somewhere along the life that tells you that you should not bring this up? And does it reflect back on your family values, on how you see it? Or is there some values thing there? I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but I'm just asking you to analyze, where does that energy come from based on your reply to me? Can you see the answers now, where I'm coming from? Why do people need to say, oh, hide the thing behind and then answer, oh, I'm not this person, but I'm also this person? Why do you have that personality involved? And how does that reflect you on the markets? Why do some people call the market guys sharks? You don't care. Think about it, right? Let's sink in a little bit. So, on shall we make money safely, predictably, stock market works, retailers, okay, fine. Go for mastery, small triggers after that, it's fine. So, okay, so this is different things are okay. Money can bring about happiness, important habit, okay, it's fine. All right. Then again, question is, what about happiness and money it brings? Or is it a condition or capitalism? So that's another question that asks itself. And next is like, I'm in training, I want to learn the best way. So no, we will change style operating. Most important, make big fine. No, it's normal. So BT is I'm here. Okay, last person. Here in the program as I want to recoup my large losses, learn how to predict markets and play the BB games. After looking at the behavior, I think it's highly manipulated, and there's a mechanism that if I know how it all works, but I think it's endless possibility to make good money. Okay, so you come in with an open mindset. See, if someone tells me that they think there's endless possibility, right? It tells me that the person is very, very open. I mean, I'm just analyzing based on characteristics of the company, right? I can go with the flow, extract money at will, not money, fine. It's comfortable with it. Okay, that's nice to know. It's a means to keep score. Okay, fine. How I'm doing it is very emotional. Can be very emotional. Okay, that's just money for good. Okay, here's a question about you. Why did you have to bring this idea out, saying that I must use money for good for others, for myself? Why is there this word, I must use money for good? What about this must and for good comes to play? This is something you need to ask yourself a question again. Where does this set of energy comes from in your life, right? Where does it come from in your life? Was it a conditioning in the past? How does it come about? Right, so just hold the thought a bit there. Where does it come from? Right? Why do you say you must be detached? Who told you to be detached? Me? I say, are you attracting money? Or is it because you're being told, or what? Or do you feel like you need to be detached? I don't know. You didn't answer that, but I mean, it's a short question, but or is it because you picked this up for me? That how attached are you for money? And the fact that, okay, so here's another thing with humans. The fact that you brought it up, I must be detached, it means that you are attached. I'm going to repeat again. If you feel that I must be something, the word must shows that there's a force and there's a will and there's a need to address, which means that you are not. Does this make sense? So when someone says, I must do good, I must do this, there's an energy input there, and it's not part of you. It doesn't flow with you because you are still attached. Do you guys get what I mean here? Come on, everyone, I get the life. You get it right. So when that person tell me that, I know the person is still attached. yeah, I know the person is still attached. Which means the person is telling me, help, I'm struggling. Right? So you're not that level yet. You're not a Zen. Correct. You see, part of being a trader or analyst is that we're very good at pinpointing these kind of sources of energy. That's why you had an interview with me. I told you guys before, when we do this interview process, when we have a chat with you, and this and that, we are actually analyzing, not the interview alone. Do you understand why now I make you guys go through an interview with me at least, or at least something like that? Can you see where I'm coming from, the depth of the analysis now, and who I'm dealing with? And let me tell you good news about this. Right? Ask yourself, this is on the brag, right? How is it possible that a guy like me with about 5 over years, mainly professional under 2 years, and now recently, not to brag, got myself through the door of CMC, become a registered member and partnership with CMC? Here's the secret. By knowing exactly what to do, who to find, opportunity come, and what can you contribute. Not I must do this, I must do that. Straight to the point. They know my expertise, obviously, and they headhunted me into CMC, right? But if you want to get that far and fast, this is the way to do it. I said, how is it possible that a guy who got professionally under 2 years, right, got professional in the industry, and within 5 years, right now as of today, became a full partnership with CMC through a headhunting methods by CMC people to the director. And it's people, and there are people inside the company right now who've been working there for years, who couldn't even obtain the level I am, and they're in CMC, and they're getting fired. I don't tell you guys this, but there are people who got fired that day they put me on board at CMC. People got fired in the company, and they couldn't produce the kind of results that we do. It's because of the shit they carry in themselves. It's about psychology and how they approach things, right? This is not the brag. So that's why I say, if somebody tells me that they must and this and that, right, it means that person is still holding back and there's a lot of shit in the process. So when I'm telling you guys all this thing and analyzing your response and how you react, all I'm just saying is that what led you to this level is based on the conditioning from where you're taught, from society, from your schools, all these places, on what you interpret it as. And what I'm going to show you next is a form of interpretation that is based on research that are kept away. And whether I believe it or not, it's just an interpretation. Right? Okay, what do we contribute and what can you do? Is being direct and you're being objectified. You're very objective and goal driven. Because when you go there in the place, you already know what you want really. Like when they hunted me in, I already told them what I want. And they said they can deliver. Because I know what the boss wants. People are not going to work with you because you got nothing to offer. They want to work with you because you can do something better than most people can do out there. And you don't waste people's time. That's the difference. In my industry now, there's no trial. It's either you do it or you're out. Right? Likewise on myself, I do it, I'm out. I say it's going to work, or I'm out, or it's wrong. We make mistakes too. I still make mistakes. Yeah, so you guys are here along the way, but from what I'm looking at your response, how you tackle the situation tells me. I gave you guys a simple question, 4 questions. You guys tackled the questions right. Some of you guys try to be smart about it. Some people ask straight to the point. So when you are facing the markets, how do you tackle the markets? Do you keep it simple, or do you overcomplicate matters, or do you try to interchange around your strategies? Like play with this thing, play with that. How flexible are you with your answers? Like for example, I give you an example now. Let's say you use a Fibonacci and use a moving average crossover to enter and target a price, and you wait for retest. That is a strategy. How flexible are you with that? You get what I mean now, right? So some people are like, oh, I don't use that Fibonacci. I think it's rubbish. That's it, fine. But can you change a way where it makes sense? That's where how flexible you are. Can you say, okay, I say, okay, you don't use Fibonacci, can you use ATR? Can you see that ATR starts to drop? It means that the momentum is running. There's another way of changing on spot. Do I need to say, oh, I need to check this thing, and maybe I'll go to check the Fibonacci first and use ATR, then maybe I don't ATR and Fibonacci, I'll go and check the dimension, don't like that thing, and let's check something else. Then you're running around in circles. So I'm trying to get you guys to pinpoint what works for you, right? And that's why you choose what is right. I'm not, as I said, don't judge your answers in a way, but I'm judging how you analyze it. So very simple. I've really been through your answers. It tells me a lot about how you guys think. And to me, personally, about the money itself, right, is that just to me, you can treat it as a form of value or neutralities. It's a way where it's the best thing happens based on society versus could be worse things. Obviously, I'm still not a licensed financial advisor as of now. Of course, they're asking me to take exams, but I'm still reluctant to. It's something that can drive value, and it's probably the only system right now that humanity can think of that is fair enough, but not fair yet. You know what I mean? And it's just a value driven. It's not meant to control your life. That's how I could see it personally. And if you look back at money itself, this whole idea of money, if you look back in times of Egyptians, you look at all of it, this is an old slide, so we got new contents, right? I didn't update it. We'll talk about how people has been trying to control other human beings in society for thousands of years, through the times of Egyptians, the Babylon, and all other cultures, right? And if you look at the more modern history, let's look back at about the last 200 years, right? On 200 years, it's not the first time that humans have been trying to control other human beings. And even this whole idea of central bank that started in the Feds in 1913, when it first created, it existed because there have been manipulation attempts that the government at that point couldn't do anything about a certain recession, because back then markets are more free, right? There were panic and recessions in 1907, 1910, 1911, and of course there's recessions and all that stuff. And since the beginning in 1791 in the early Earth era, so those of you who do astrology before, you know that Earth started in 1760s, right? But the full impact changed in the Industrial Revolution in 1840s. So if you are in that astrology program, you understand what I'm talking about now. I'm just going to bring some of those parts because we start talking about astrology. Since the Earth industry, Earth era, right? This whole idea of the US bank and money control, the first bank in the US started since 1791, right? And it didn't last, right? There was changes before the Feds took over initially. But here's the thing about value and about politics. If you look back in history, when Trump was around, let's say 5th August 2019, not too long ago, you get an article like this: China strikes back with devaluation, and it caused commodity changes. And after that, 2 weeks later, you have Trump screaming, saying Trump is a currency manipulator. And as Trump screams that, the Chinese says, you scream some more, I will make sure it drops further. 1 week later, it hits an 11-year low. So think about this as a normal human being, right? What was the impact after that when you see these articles? 6 September, before the whole COVID hit the shits in the fence, the beaches around Southeast Asia go quiet because Chinese tourists are staying at home. How crazily stupid it is that because of ego and politics at the government level that you got no control about, cause you to lose the privilege to travel. Doesn't make you angry that someone actually has that control over you. Think about this. If imagine now you are not someone very rich, right? You make, let's say $3,000 in your currency. I'm not sure. Okay, let's say Singapore, $3,000. And you know that if you want to travel to another country, you already done your itinerary, your checks, you didn't do a payout, but you're checking about a tour package that costs maybe $2,700, and you say, okay, I saved up $3,000, I'm ready to go. And because of some idiots out there in the upper level fighting over egos, that money that you need, that is $2,700, suddenly became $4,000. How do you feel? In other words, now, for the same thing that you want to get based on inflation, or based on the the manipulation of inflation, the value, you need to pay $4,000. How does it feel? How does it feel? You're told $3,000 enough, now you need $4,000. And you're struggling. Powerless, right? That's all. Correct. And right now, for those of you who came my program very early, for some of the seniors here, everything that I've been saying since 2019 to right now has came true, including the house bubble issue. So anyone here who's in the program before? Anyone here who's in the program before? Anyone here? Let's say in the 2020 early batch or 2021. Anyone here before? Anyone here who's in the program before? Come on, if you are, please let me know. I need you to back me up now, my claims. No one? Damn. Okay, never mind. Okay, so Roy is here. Roy's from the Roy is the guy who I featured who made back 3 times money. Oh, Michael is here as well. I'm not sure which batch they are. But I'm going to ask you guys this question. I told all of you before the inflation of this year cycle that the property thing is in a 20-year cycle. Do you see it coming through right now from the 2001 incident? Do you see this happening right now? And reflect to right now the year. Do you see this thing and agree with me that I said this thing and it came true? I said it's going to happen now. Yes or no? Roy and Michael. Correct, right? Yes. So everything I told you guys about the housing and all the moving is all coming, right? And I told you guys beforehand, right? Right? Yeah, Sean, there's a very big issue right now in Singapore. A very big issue. And you know what's the best part? I forewarned all this 3 years ago. I actually made a statement about it. And now Roy, these guys, they've been hearing his statement from time to time. It's happening. I'm going to show you what we call a cycle mirroring to past after this. Right? So everything I've been saying right now has been coming true. Everything. So back to the story again. What I'm showing you right now. Because you'll be pissed off, but what about situation about buying houses? Or what if you have a situation like Venezuela? And you know how this country called Venezuela? What do you think the society impact will be like if this happens? Think about it. If the government can really control and they can screw you over housing or even your holiday, and that's based on a small increase in inflation. What about an incident like this? 2010, 1 USD to 2.15 Venezuela. 2019, 1 USD to 248,000. What happened to all the people who put in the effort to work in the past? What do you think happened to all the efforts? What do you think happened to those people say, oh, if you buy this property now right now in 2010 for $1 million, you are expected to sell this off at $2 million. And now your $1 that is exchange of $2 US suddenly becomes $248,000. What do you think impacts in the industry as a whole for the entire country? What do you think happens to the entire generation of people? What do you think happens to them? Because of one incident like this. You have basically destroyed generations of wealth, of life from mismanagement and politics. Because of a mismanagement. And the big question you need to ask is that, who is a person right to judge on a value? It's another question. So you see, if you look at these kind of incidences happening right now, right? How would you then, as a human being, protect yourself? So I'm going to give you some answers. Is that number one? If you look at the world's so-called currency control, USD is still currently in dominant control. We think, right? I'm going to make some prediction again, that there might be some challenges in USD later on in this year. We think the dominance of USD and yuan is becoming a problem. You start to realize later on in this slide that why US will be making a lot for China lately. You'll see the answers. Look at the news and look at the focal points of the countries. There are so many countries in the world, but why does these countries always keep showing up in the news? There's only a few countries that constantly talking about the news. Occasionally, you see one or two pop up, then they disappear. But you see that this country, every day it's in the news. US do this shit, China do this shit, US do this shit, China do this shit, North Korea do this shit. North Korea say, hey, I need some attention. And do you notice that? Why are so many countries in the world? You don't hear things like Africa saying something. Right? So please pay attention to that. So how can you safeguard yourself against this? If you have the funds and the money and the means, obviously having offshore accounts, different currencies, or even in forms of commodities, like a silver purchase bar, right, as one form of guarantee or so-called sub-guarantee. There's actually no true guarantee in the world other than the value that you can bring to others. In other words, if you detach the terms of money and you provide value, that is how you create value. The air era is about creating value, not about money. Right. So what's going to happen from 2020 onwards is that people realize that they'll be working for money from the reason. That's a shift of conscious. The government will try to correct the public, say, no, you need money. But then again, you see that there'll be a lot of fights. And for the next 200 years, it's going to become mainstream, this issue. So I'm giving you some of the prediction now for the future, right? But you will see the shifts. Kwong has done a calculation. He thinks that the collapse of currencies will be in 80 years from now. That's what he says, right? Kwong is the guy Kwong, or rather his name is called Caution. He's the Kwon in my team. So he said, okay, based on currency pairs on this calculation, the life cycle is 50 years. I said, okay, fine. I'll probably be dead by then, but that's what he said. Right? We did the maths already. Right? So you must understand that this kind of impacts, and even for Japan, there was this case called lost generation. I think it's a video. Go watch it. I'm not gonna explain much about, but people actually give up because they got lost in between. So if you have time, watch this video. Right? It's called Japan Lost Generation. I think I found a video online that was quite cool, quite summarized up. You can go watch this later if you have time. So, okay, that's the question. I cannot say that for now because the currency system might be going through a transformation shift into the air era, right? But I want you to understand about how societies and people are being left out along the way. Because right now, today, the topic right now, I'm trying to show you that what's been happening in the world that you don't realize is happening. That's my job today, right? That's why I'm trying to drive today's topic for the next 2-3 hours. Right, so please go watch the thing. You will start to see some similarities as well. So if you think that that's bad, that your value of things can be just changed overnight, like the people in Venezuela, and generations are destroyed from a mismanagement, right? Then do you think that you're truly safe from your other assets like Bitcoin or gold, something like that? Do you think you're truly safe? The answer is no. So why? So let's look at history again in 1933. I don't know why they don't teach this in school. But if you want to realize why your grandparents or your parents say buy gold when it's uncertainty, it's because it came from this incident back in 1933. So has anybody ever heard of this thing called the Executive Order 6102? Not about today, but before that. Any of you who are young enough who knows about this incident before the program? You guys know, really? Okay. So who don't know about this? Who else do not know about this? New batch. Okay, only 3 do not know about this. Really? What the rest? And for those of you who say you don't know, or you'll be watching this and say you don't know, what will you be doing all this while if your ideas are studying about money? Let me tell you what they did right now in 1903. Right? Because the Feds were formed at the period itself, and they're trying to control value of inflation in the markets, right? The government says that, okay, good. Because during the 1903, there's a World War I period is brewing, right? And there's a lot of uncertainty. So in those days, when money was being issued out, there must be backed by gold. It's like saying, okay, I am worth $1 billion. Why are you worth $1 billion? I got gold there that tells me I'm worth $1 billion. Based on this price, on this gold I have, I'm worth $1 billion. Therefore, I can take a loan. I have every right over you. That's what we call gold-backed currencies. So in those days, where the government was letting the market run freely, they had no control when the market is crashing and people are all going into recession because there was inequality in the markets. So they say, okay, we need a way to print more money, but when we print the money, we need to back that we can print the money. So what they did, they did a heist that every single person in the country, US, in 1933 must give up most of their gold or they're thrown to jail. We see this happen with Bitcoin in China, especially Bitcoin confiscation, the modern day version of it. They say, oh, Bitcoin is banned in the country, this and that. They're doing the same exact shit, just a different era. One is earth, now it's air. Same thing. And I said that when you give up this thing, if you don't give up, they're going to fine you and they're going to throw in jail on both. Right? And if you look at the history before the 1933, gold was constantly used as a form of stability. One gold can be exchanged for $20.67. It's never once like, oh, you change. The moment they start interfering with gold printing, gold and price printing, look at what happened to the value of gold. So imagine right now, you change your money, you're forced to change for $20.67. They give you sort of fair value based on that point, and say you must give me now, or you go to jail. The next year it follows, or the very same year, suddenly became $32. Then become 35. Then war came out, I don't know, it dropped to 34. But as it goes up and goes up, it goes up, right? They also came out with this thing called Trading with the Enemy Act. So before they can come with some stupid things like this, they say, oh, Russia and Germany is going to do something stupid. And they incorporate this emergency act, say, you are using gold to hide money so that you can trade with people in Europe, you can trade with Germans, you can trade with the Russians. But in reality, it's because they needed more gold to print more money. Right? And of course, there was some incidences happen later on. I'll show you. Right? So go. So moving forward, after this whole incident of confiscating gold, by the time this little inflationary issue came about, you notice that this became an inflationary issue. Back then, gold is stable, right? There's no inflation. Dollar backed by gold, no inflation. But because of this thing, can you see that now what happens? After the whole printing of money suddenly become more worthless because you need more money to buy the same gold. It's not because it became stronger, it became worthless. And by the time it hits 1971, there's this thing called a Nixon shock event. Have any of you heard about this thing called a Nixon shock? Those of you know about this. Okay, those of you who do not know, please let me know in the chat that you never heard of this before. Nixon shock. Anyone? Amanda doesn't know about this? Alex doesn't know about this? Right? Ong, do you know or do not know? Know or don't know? How about this or don't know? Right. So what's interesting is this. We have a group of you guys. Some of you guys are quite young. You're in your 20s. Some of you guys are young, 16, one of you here. And a lot of you guys are quite old, 40s, 50s, right? And yet, there's a mixed reaction between both generations of not knowing this happened. Scary, isn't it? What's school doing? So let me tell you what they did. In 1971, after World War II and this and that, Nixon just came on TV and said, you know what, guys, your bloody money is going to change to fiat. So before that, they say that you're using, that gold is banned because you cannot use gold to money launder, you cannot use gold to this and that, right? Trade the enemy. And then they say, oh, 1971, we will no longer follow the gold standard printing. In other words, your money and gold is not backed by anything. Translation, the government of USA can print as much money as they want. And they say, oh, but we have this thing called the basket of currencies to so-called form of value. Basket of currencies, or how much you trade with other countries. Not true. Hey, just bring. Right? And look at gold prices after this Nixon shock event. From $35 as points, kind of unstable, stable, right? It suddenly shot to $60, 40, 60, and $100. So think about this now. What do you think of grandparents who probably are alive 80 years ago? Let's say now, right here, 2023. You minus 100 years is what? 1923. What do you think your grandparents or your parents says, buy, gold, and hold? It's because they've seen the gold incidents where gold was taken away from people at $20, and now gold is worth the same bloody amount of gold, right? It's now worth $18,000. It is no different that you buy Bitcoin at $1 and now it's like, I don't know how much, 23,000? It's no different. The only difference in this now is the time duration. Do you notice that? Because it's still the same cycle of exploitation. The gold now for the same damn thing is $1,800 per ounce. And back then, it was only $20. Generations of wealth being confiscated again. Doesn't that not make you angry? Do you understand why now your grandparents, your grandmother, or even say their parents, your grandfather will tell your father or your parents say, hey, buy gold, hold. What do you think they are telling that kind of bad advice? Until you realize that gold is being manipulated. I show you guys in class, right, about the manipulation. I haven't shown you how to do a time cycle yet, but if you look at the gold cycle, this high, okay, let me find the chart. Okay, this high, the 2,000 points is manipulation, and you see on the news coming out when I presented the data to you at the start of the program in the webinar, I said that I'm trying to protect you guys from being manipulated. Right? So if you look back in the file, what did I say? Where is it? So let's go back to what I covered in the webinar. Yeah, this one. Remember this in the webinar? Look at all the drumming of speculations. I push it front. Okay. Look at this. And look at how they crash the markets. Why do you think I intervene? Why do you think I constantly try to intervene your tradings? Why I keep telling people, don't fall for this day is a Ponzi, this is a scam. Because at the background, of course, time trading will be able to detect to you all these scams, right? I detected it. Let's tell you how to detect it. That's why you're here. But I can see that if you're not trained by this and you do not know how the whole cycle is running, you are no different than being manipulated all the time without you knowing. And that's why right now I'm showing to you why your grandparents and parents are telling you buy gold. And here you have me telling you buy or don't buy. I just recently I said buy, right? Because I know. And what's more interestingly enough about me telling people buy? This just came out 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Look at this. 1 2 days ago, there's an article that just came out. What does it say? 2 days ago. Maybe there's a reason why this was delayed to this week, not last week. What is the article that says? Singapore is busy buying gold the last 1 month. And that's funny. I'm also buying gold. I've been telling you guys to buy, right, lately. No, they do it already. And even I'm telling you guys to buy, right? Hey, the government is also following my call. You get it now? You can't make this shit up, right? It's one day old. Haven't today I'm telling you about it. Yeah, I suspected so. They're quietly doing it. I got a feeling maybe they got time traders in the team also. They don't say to me. I got this hunch that there might be time traders in the team. Because my cycle said the same thing. Buy. That's why I told you guys buy that day. I don't know, maybe I'll be now I'm hunted by CMC. The next thing you know, maybe MAS start hunting. No, not MAS, the government, the Temasek start hunting me to join them. I wouldn't know, you know what I mean? Right? So anyway, I'm just telling you guys that this happens and I'm doing the same thing and it's the same thing they say. So please note about that, right? And you guys will have the ability to do so right now, soon. Right? So that's something for you to show. Not for me to brag, but you know, your told news is there and I have the news to back it up on what I'm doing or what I'm telling you guys to do. It's not wrong one. So think about this. Your assets, in a way, when you look at this thing, whether it's Bitcoin or not, is never ever protected. So once again, whether you think that your hold things of value, the more important thing you need to focus in life right now, apart from the money or trying to make more money, is what value do you hold for others? Because nothing right now is safe. Nothing. It can be taken away from you on an instant. But the moment it's taken away from an instant, what can you do about it? It's another question. That's where your adaptability and survivability comes in. All right. And you know what's the best part about this thing after the Nixon shock in 1971, they say it's a temporary measure. He said temporary measure in 1971. Right now, 50 years later, 52 years later, it's still a temporary measure. They haven't even decided to do this back to the. In fact, it became a leading currency. It means that from 1971 onwards, it became a full-on legal Ponzi for the US government to print as much money as they want. Therefore, they have the strongest military spending in the world. They have more spending combined in 10 countries together. If you guys do not know that. Why? Because cycles of change often leads to war. If you look at history, it's always the same thing. They know about it. And China is the next one. Correct. And we'll see some posturing later on this year. I'm dropping hints. I want to keep talking about the fact that there's going to be a China war in the US very soon. It's because of posturing. And every history, based on my cycles of studies, shown that it always leads to war. There's never once in history that when this thing is being challenged, that no war breaks out. Every single cycle has led to war. It's just part of the cycle. So yeah, there's a high probability that war will always happen. I have to say this. It can be a air era war. It can be more like a technological cycle war. It can be a form of solid flare disruptions, EMP style. Right, that could be the kind of incident that happen as well. Some people say that could be a divine intervention, if you ask me. Right, there can be a lot of styles. So yes, Ray Dalio did mention about this. There was a video that you guys can watch. So I gave you my first video to watch already, right? Now there's another video that you can watch. It's called. Please watch this. There is this video that you have to watch if you have time. It's called The Cycles of Life or something. Yeah, this one. This is pretty good. If you have time, watch this. The chain. Right, please watch this as well. So please watch this video. And this one is quite interesting on how to interpret. It's not exactly the right thing or wrong thing, but it's interesting, right? Not the word interesting. I'll just a copy for you. Right. Please save all these things down. I'm putting a chat right now. Please save them down. Right. Please save them down, whatever I'm sending on the chat right now. Right. Please verify them. Please save them. Please take your time to watch it over the next few days. It's not an immediate must. You must watch it because it's not direct on the current market. It's going to change tomorrow or the day after. But please watch it when the time permits. Right? Just watch this. So understand the cycles. And just based on world cycles as well. So what do you think happened after the whole thing that they say, oh, Gold is no longer in control. We don't care about gold. Then they say, what do you think they did? They say, oh, 1974, we don't think that there's going to be a Cold War or anything happening again. Therefore, we are lifting this thing and the humans can start to buy gold and use gold now. The people in US can start to buy gold because we think that it's no longer regarded as a money laundering or trading enemy. So they lifted this thing to allow back the US people to own gold once again. So after they took all the money from you at $20, then they say, oh, now if you want to get back the same thing, it's $180 because of one little law like this. In other words, the entire Americans got screwed because of this. The entire American economy got screwed because of this. And it became a hyperinflation event. Money was printed all the time. And therefore, it caused the recession to end. And it triggered that long-standing hyper-bull event that never once made the US market go into correction. Not even once. If there's a correction, right? If there's a correction, it's always a small correction that they allow it to happen, like 2020's Mercury event. It was all pre-planned. They said, oh, we have to do a correction now. So a few days ago, I said this article said the Feds are trying to instigate a recession, right? A lot of people say that, right? By doing the tightening policy, they're trying to do the scam again. But if I'm looking at my Cycles Law strategy, I'm telling you that there's a high probability a crash will not appear until 2024, 2025. And is ruled by the Mercury, the Pluto transits. I gave you the dates already. I started talking about all the dates at the start. I'm giving you some dates to watch out for. That those could be high probability trades and dates to take a look at. Understand why I give you guys the dates now? And that's based on Pluto. I had to check Mercury as well to counteract my data before I conclude what might be the event. Any questions so far? Do you suddenly feel very angry that suddenly you're being played? Your things are taken away from you? Okay. Speaking of physical gold, I don't know if I got time today to teach you how to buy gold and this and that, but you can actually buy bullion grade, what we call investment grade golds. So if you buy gold that are not backed by cartel, not the word I use the word cartel, right? Then you become a scam gold, and they cannot honor gold even though you have real gold. So there's a gold scam. Let me see. There's a gold scam called. What was the gold scam? There's one scam that recently, that not too long ago, was quite bad. Geneva. Anyone heard about this thing before? Geneva Gold? Anyone know about this? Someone screaming yes. Right, so some of you know about this. A few of you do not know. Right. So do you know that, right, even though you're holding a real gold right now, right, but because your gold is Geneva, right, you cannot exchange that gold because the gold is a so-called fake gold, even though it's real gold. Do you know what's the irony of that? You know, does it tell you in the first place that gold itself is controlled by a cartel? Same for diamonds. In other words, there is always somebody at the gatekeeper controlling it. And the value is based on these people, on what they say. Same for diamonds. The world's diamonds is produced in excess. And diamonds are being burned away to keep the value of diamonds out. But it's actually a piece of useless stones. That's why the new generation of people, they don't even use diamonds. When I got married, I didn't give my wife diamonds. I could, I didn't. You know what my wife said? She wants gold too. You know that when I got married, I didn't give my wife diamond. It was given gold instead. Because diamond is the ultimate scam. It's controlled by one company. Gold is a little bit more flexible because it's on the government level. You have things like PEM. You have things like the Perth Mint. Those are government-backed gold. You shall see. If anyone want to buy gold, please let me know. I've got connection inside. So, when people talk about gold or silver, this and that right now, you can always see this thing called Harris. Harris is brand. You have things such as, I'll give some examples. You have your Royal Canadian, which is backed and owned by the government of Canada. In other words, if you have this gold, you go to Canada, You can exchange it for real money. You can even sell it to banks. They will honor it because it's certified. And when something is said as certified, it means there's a cartel control. There is always a group of people controlling it. And I'll bring to I'll start talking about things like why Hitler want to do certain things, right? And how the scams in New Zealand, or Switzerland got a lot of gold, right? People say because it was a scam too. I'll explain to you how the scam works. So there's also things like Nadia Go. Because of the situation I warned people before, I don't trust Nadia. And the reason why I don't trust Nadia is because NATO's connection. Turkey and Nadia is actually linked to Turkey. And Turkey has been in bed with Russia lately, but also with NATO. In other words, because Turkey's contribution to NATO is quite strong, so they cannot really X out Turkey out of NATO. But there's a very strong tension right now between Turkey, NATO, and NATO and Russia itself. There's a situation going on right now that I'm monitoring. But therefore, I avoid anything that to do with Turkey. Any investment grades, things like Nadia, all these things I avoid. That's my own personal opinion. I will not buy Nadia Gold or silver. We can also look at this like Perth Mint is the Australian one. I think it's guaranteed by the government there. Right. So most people actually buy things like PAM or Harris. And you can take this thing and go to the bank and say, I want to change your money, they do it for you. You can. Right. Even I own it. Show you want to see? I just show you my, I think I got Harris right now. Let me see if I have it. One moment. Let me try to find. I put it on my table. So how do I put, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's 1 kilo. So this is a Harris bar. This one is a Harris bar. So my table, I keep it on my table, this one. Right, it's 1 kilo. This one, because it's Harris, when they issue to me, there's no certification. The smaller one has certification for this one. But the codes are already written down. There's a serial number here. So this itself is a form of investment grade product. One of these can be exchanged for money. Right. So these are the kind of stuff you want to do. If you guys want to do purchase like this, let me know. If I were to tell you guys to start buying, right? Like August, we went and buy some of your seniors went with me to buy in August. That was the time I tell you that's not buying. So if you look at the price now, right, for silver, because there was a surge that day, they dropped, quite annoying, but I expect it to surge again. Okay, so right now it's $20. We've gone around here as well. So the current silver price I'm holding right now is back to where I first bought it. I bought it around here, right? But now instead of going down, it's on the support level. So there's a possibility that you could enter silver again. You could. There's an FYI that this to where I first entered around here with my students or your seniors, here is a potential buy opportunity. Because if this sustains upwards, the next high will be here. You see the cycle? Something for you to consider to do for silver purchase. Gold has already led the way yesterday. Gold itself yesterday has led the way already. So I'm seeing that the same opportunity, because it's a commodity, right? That there could be a parallel and energy to buy. There could be one more chance for it to enter. Could be. I'm still holding my silvers. Right? I should liquidate some here that day. Didn't liquidate $24. Because I expected it to be around 20. I personally expected it to be around $26. Around here. I expecting it to be here before I liquidate. But too bad. It went down. There is a cartel for silver control as well. Yes, there is. It's all cartel. Even your oil, your corn, your sugar, all cartel control. Every single thing. I hate to say it, but yeah, there are groups behind it. Yep, everything. You just don't know me. Correct. And there's a reason why Hitler want to get rid of certain group of people as well in the world. If you look at the political lines, there's a reason why Hitler existed. Right? I'm dropping a lot of hints now. There are certain things I want to say, I can't really say much, even though this is a private group. But there are reasons why certain things happens. All right, so let's continue. So now I know how to buy, right? How to check. One of the few ways to check. Of course, there's also spreads with the brokers, the providers. So look at gold itself, right? Gold itself also has manufacturers like this is also Harris, one of them. PAM is one of the safe ones. Right, PAM is one that you can look at. It's quite good. You got design version, you got non-design version, and of course I told you at the start, right? The money laundering stuff that you can actually buy a lot of these. You can even buy investment grade jewelries now, right? And wear them and do money laundering. Right? I shared that I think last week or 2 weeks ago. Right, gold jewelries that is investment grade, like this. Remember the lesson taught you guys how to smuggle money legally? Just remember how to smuggle money. This is one of the ways. You guys forget how I taught you guys how to smuggle. You remember? I talked about it. Oh, okay, great. At least you guys remember. So yeah, you can do that too, legally. Fun, huh? So that's some things about gold, gold itself, that you want to see. Like I mentioned, that gold is always seen as a safe haven until lately, and because of the depacking and all, that's been very much manipulated with dollars. So this explains why people always tell you that people say, oh, gold is what price, then I say Bitcoin $1 million. You must think of the impact. What happens if everybody sold their Bitcoin $100,000? What do you think is going to happen with the society impact? Those people who are poor suddenly become rich and they don't work anymore. People who don't work anymore, even though we are technologically advanced, what happens to society? It cannot function. So the government's job is to constantly keep people poor. If you haven't noticed that, the government's job in any society is to constantly keep people poor. China is very aggressive right now with that. That's why a lot of people are trying to move their money away from China. And do you know what's causing what's causing the world to change their policy, including Singapore, about money now? It's not Singapore policy want to change. The Chinese government has been threatening a lot of countries' government lately. That if they don't change their so-called trading methods or the way money flows, they will either cease to do business or even take a war action. Right now, Singapore is not spared. That's why you suddenly see that Singapore suddenly came out this article. Singapore funds minimum investment raised. This is this year. Look at this. 1 week ago. Because so many of these guys are taking out money from China. So Singapore came in and the new budget, they can say at least 10 million or 25 millions. They're raising to 25 millions now, and they're about to increase to 50 million. Some family officers requirements up to 250 million now. This is not because government want to do it. It's because China is forcing the Singapore government to do it right now. I'm letting you know some of the insider news that I have. This is done by China. That it? It's sad. Because why? China itself is trying to take control now of the situation. And you know what's going to happen next? The reason why I shifted to CMC more is because recently there's a big hoo-ha in Exness. This company, Exness? I told you guys about it now. You guys know about Exness, right? This company? Look at this. They've been given a full stop by a lot of governments worldwide because they made it too easy for money to flow. Even Singapore is in the list now. So the last few days at CMC, what I did was I called the people who told me about Exness. I said, guys, come over CMC. One thing I will try to help you set up a portal that you can do with Exness again. because they face a total ban right now. And you know what? You know what they're doing right now to all the guys who bring people in that way? They're not regulated. No, because what happens is that Exodus is operating. They're using an offshore. They try to operate as a safe haven offshore, and they have no counterparties. I told you guys before, Exodus is a sea booker. And so the governments all step in and say, if you continue to onboard my country people and take my country's money, we are going to hunt you anywhere with Interpol. In other words, any country that has jurisdictions or connection with Exodus, whether it's the owner or the agents, IBs, will be hunted. Guys like me will be hunted. So they don't prosecute the people who owns it, they'll prosecute the people who feeds the source to it now. That's why I jumped to CMC fast. Because it's going to happen, or likely to happen, because they've taken action with a lot of brokers now in Europe and Australia. So even with me, with Trade Nation, I don't know how long that can last. Because Trade Nation has never once fully gave me the full authorization rights. I'm still an agent there. I still work with them. But because of the regulation issue and because of my citizenship issue, I might not be able to act for Trade Nation. And CMC came in to rescue me. So even though they hunted me in, they're also doing me a favor. They're rescuing me in certain ways. That's why I was so willing to work with them. Because guys like me will be hunted. They won't hunt the main guys anymore, but the bosses who are in charge will be put on Interpol's list. And Exodus is one of them now. That if they go anywhere with an extraditory treaty, they'll be hunted to the country where they charge them. They're doing that now. And partially because China people, the China guys, are trying to stop the flow of money flowing out. China had a hand in this, a big hand in this. Because the Chinese people are trying to move money away. So I'm giving you some of the latest updates, politics, and Exodus is in line on that right now. They got fired. Semtrade before that. Semtrade has $5 billion of volume at one point. And they overtraded and over resetting, it became Ponzi. That's for Semtrade last year. Now you understand why you need someone to be in the broker's line. Someone's connected to brokerage. Because I can tell you all the stories. I'm telling you this is the latest one. It just came out only. Latest update. All right, so this is the latest. I'm giving you the latest information from the brokers. It's a total worldwide ban. So I hope you guys are not in Exodus anymore. That's why I ask you guys, if you guys can do CMC, try to come CMC. The Malaysia and the Indonesia side, I'm trying to port you over to DC right now. Indonesia, I got full access rights because they have licensing in Indonesia. I have a counterparty there right now that's going to take guys in. I'm still arranging. Should have some answer next week for those of you who want an alternative to Trade Nation. Right, Trade Nation is still around, so don't worry. They are still not locked. They are still not marked. But I cannot guarantee you in the next 3 years, 4 years. But for now, it's okay. But in the next 3-4 years time, Trade Nation also I have a question mark already because of the changes in the regulation space. And now all those big guys like Exodus, all dead. They're dead. Then things like Semtrade, they all become what we call zombie markets. They no longer really exist already. Their reputation is down the drain. Okay, so my exact concern about Trade Nation is that because it's not fully enforced as it regulates brokers, but they're not fully enforced. They're using what we call third-party offshore regulations, right? So what happens is that right, because you're not an agent or you're acting as a foreign agent, right now I think it's a foreign agent because I don't pay tax at all for the government. I don't have to declare anything. If I make 100,000 from Trade Nation, I don't declare a single cent. I say, oh yeah, the money came from Trade Nation. They are a regulated company. They pay tax on my behalf. Whether they pay tax or not, also right, I don't know. I don't care. I just tell the government, yeah, I make money overseas. I will pay that already. They pay for me. Whether it's true or not, they also don't. They don't care. So that's why for myself, even myself, I don't have, if I make $300,000 this year, right? I'll just tell the government I only need 100,000 only. I pay $100,000 tax legally. No CPF, nothing. In fact, my accountant just taught me a new trick lately. She said, hey Max, you don't be stupid. Don't put the this trick, guys. For Singaporeans, this is the trick, as I'm doing now also. I always tell you guys that the CPF to me is a Ponzi. So it's a legal Ponzi. That's my own definition. It's, you look at numbers, you see the way it's purely legal Ponzi. There's a reason why governments raise the fund size recently to 8,000 because they need more money for Ponzi, the Singapore government. So what happened was that my accountant was telling me, hey, how much you want to do this year? I said, we put 100 over 1,000 because I need some liquid for any flipping of capital. So I said, okay. I said, hey, she's like, you got private limited or you got sole prop? I said, I got both. For why? She said, last time you paid how much, right, for the medical, the CPF? I told her how much I paid. Then she's, so much. So what she taught me was that she said this thing. Okay, this year, right now I'm going to file it, right? This is legal, by the way. I want to do this 100% legal. I still make money through a company, but I will file them under my private limited. When you file it under a private limited, you declare as director's fee. None of those money is required to pay CPF, not even at 3% or 4% of the medical. In other words, I'm going to save another few more $1,000 by avoiding it illegally. How cool is that? For those of you guys who are working right now who are Singaporeans, how fucked up do you feel that this guy here is going to save and avoid paying legally another $5,000-6,000 for CPF on medical itself? How do you feel? Because you know how it works legally. It's legal. I'm not doing anything illegal. Singaporeans, anyone here? I'm teaching you guys the trick now. You guys are like, what the hell? I can see this. Okay, there's only one person responding. What about the rest? In other words, right, guys like me, right, because we know the system, we don't pay a single cent. Yeah, that's the way. I'm telling you the answers now, how to do it. So I'm getting like, guys, I caution all to set up now, because caution just quit is me. You have to pay tax, yes. You still have to pay, but don't forget, your first 3 years is exempted. First 2-3 years and based on the revenue. So what a lot of people do is that they open and close. Open up really, because you can do it 3 times, right? You cannot be more than a director 3 times. But now they raise it because so many companies are default. So they raise it 30,000 to open a company, the account. So what a lot of people do is that they raise a company, they let it run for 2-3 years, become almost tax-free, then they dump it. That's how they reduce it. And they can keep most of it, they claim everything. So whatever food I say, oh, company expense. Even my food, I go outside eat, all company expense. I claim everything back without having to pay the CPF. Nothing. This is how to play the system legally. It's done in US a lot, but in Singapore, there's a way to do it, and I'm doing it too. Understand now? So who gets screwed at the end of the day? Who gets screwed at the end of the day is always the workers, isn't it? That's why you look at what's on the ground. So I'm teaching you guys the legal way to do it. And it will cost you guys in the program, so I have to teach you how to do it. Understand? You're not here for a training program, you're here for a live training program. I always tell you guys that. You're here for a live training program, you're not here for a training program only. I can't tell you how to do it in Malaysia because I'm not versed in Malaysia or other countries, but I'm telling the Singaporeans how to do it now. The legal way to do it. Fun, right? Probably help you guys save some money already. Some of you guys. So Malaysia, I can't tell you. I'm so sorry. I'm not well versed in the system. I have not studied the system enough yet. So even for the Australia side, what's going to do is that for the Australia side, I spoke to the CMC boss. They taught me how to do Australia side. They said they'll declare some to Australia if I get the full role, the AE role. They'll do that for me. They'll pay me through Australia and Singapore. Then they funnel through the company for me. So I don't pay a single thing. I also discussed that with them already. It's part of my negotiation with them. They're teaching me how to flip money legally in CMC as well. And their bosses are all doing the same thing. Right? They own hotels. The boss I have, right, in CMC owns a hotel, one of the offshore islands, owns a few properties around the world. No, it's another term. So it's okay. The AE role in CMC is a global role where I'll have access to 35 office countries anywhere I want. And it comes with visa. So some of you guys know that I'm looking for the Australia side lately. Right? So CMC is guaranteeing me that setup right now. They guarantee. That they use the word guarantee. So what's going to happen is that they're giving me a global role. on CMC, because it means that I'll become one of the spokesperson. But there's a downside to it. Once that role has been confirmed, even though now it's on partial, right? Once I'm in a full role, I will have to drop all other brokers. That's the condition. Right now, I don't have to, or I cannot say that. I can tell you guys, if you want to try this other guy, I know who is it, but I cannot officially say I'm there, even though I'm there, right? So if Trade Nation would be affected, I say, oh yeah, I know the Trade Nation guys, you can talk to them, but I cannot be the one touching too much because I'm in that role already with CMC. That's the downside. But other than that, I can do anything I want. Konat can still run. Konat was, in fact, they offered to put Konat program into their main program with CMC. So that some of the clients can do. So there's been some offer there as well, which we are still in an early stage of discussion, whether it makes the Konat into a CMC exclusive for people in CMC to learn. So we do not know yet. We are still discussing, but it'll be global exposure. Yeah, there'll be high chance of upgrade, or at least a CMC version of it. It won't be affected because I will still be able to run a fund. In fact, I can run a fund through CMC. In fact, that day someone was discussing me to say how to move $2 million in through one of the funds holdings, one of the ways. So the CMC will actually hold the thing for us, and we'll run through the fund that way. We'll register Hong Kong. The BVI register Hong Kong. So what we're doing now is that my BVI said we registered Hong Kong because of Hong Kong account, MES out of reach. But we're going to see if we can get an MES version to back us up, or someone with MES license back us up. Then we can do it as a Singapore MES version and still fund. So yes, that is still in line, right? And the role that I'm holding allows it. In fact, CMC says that if it's good, they will be funding in for us as well. So we're looking at about maybe $50 million coming in if it all works out. 50 million or more. So it will definitely hit. They say that they can get my goals in 1 year if all is good. That's why I say it's very, very attractive for me to be in CMC. Very attractive. I don't know. So I'm just telling you what's been offered right now, right? And it also means that having the kind of role means more opportunity for you guys, because I know who to send you guys to if you guys want to join CMC. If you guys want to go through the path, I know who to send to. Understand? There's traders row, there's all the other rows there. So it's always a win for everyone. This is not a brag. I'm just telling you that this is coming. It's already started. You guys already know it started for me already. My goals are the same. The pathway to success may change, but the goals are still the same. I did not deviate my goals. All right, so let's continue. So, yes, they do. If you want, you can discuss with me. But you got to see the country because of the government policy. The annoying thing is the government policy. Right now, like if you are Malaysian, I have some issues. We will cross the issue in 3 months' time to be solved. 3 months for CMC side. Right? So okay, let's continue. We still got a lot of things to cover. Let's speed up a bit. Okay, so now I understand what's happening with the global role, the incidents. Later, it's almost there, right? I need to get this done. That's my slides. Thank you. Right. So, how do you feel about this whole idea of what I just told you about gold that's happened? How do you feel? Do you feel crappy? Do you feel good? Do you feel like, oh my God, I'm being cheated? How do you feel? All the things I shared about gold so far. Any reactions? That they can take whatever they want? Right. Terrible, right? Great. Now, do you guys need a break? Do you guys need a 5 minutes break? Okay, I tell you what, because we are tight in time today. Today is strict in terms of timing, because whatever I said earlier in the chat, I have to cover everything today. Right? Those things I said in chat. Everything. So I'm going to run through this quite quickly, but I need to put a disclaimer that what I'm going to share now is based on heavy research interpretations, based on information that are kept away from public, and whether you accept it or not, just listen to it, right? We do not take things out of thin air. All our works are being all works are credited or we have sources. If it sounds too crazy, please just let go, right? If you think that's right, it's right. If you think it's wrong, wrong. If you think I'm mad, mad, right? So I just need to put disclaimer. How you want that to become reality is up to you. Whether you think it's right or choose to turn away from it. I put a disclaimer there already, right? Because it's going to challenge some of the beliefs or some of the things that you thought you're being told. You guys get my point now? Then you start. My job is to draw the lines. If you think that my line is fluke, then it's fluke. Right? There's no right, no wrong. So I have to put a disclaimer. So anyone of you heard this thing called the Bretton Woods system in 1944? Bretton Woods system. The same asshole again. Nixon was responsible for this crap. So there's two kind. Okay, so the Nixon was responsible for the petrodollar, not the Bretton Woods, but the Bretton Woods was the president, right? So what happened was that there was 3 years that are very important. So petrodollar agreement, do you guys know? Yes or no? If you understand, if you know about petrodollar agreement, right there, yes, PT. I know you know. If you know about Bretton Woods system, just type yes, BW. I know you know about that. If you know about PPT, just to yes, PT. I know it's PPT. So I'll give you an example. I know of all these 3. So yes, PT, BW, PT, and PT. Right? What about the rest? Those of you who say no, know what, yes, what. If you don't even know anything, you can put a no version. No 1, 2, 3. If you don't know all 3, you can put no the 3 again. Right. So if you don't know any of this, you can put no, BW, PT. Jeez. Okay. Wow. Okay. Very good. So you're about to see a lot of stupid things again, right? Okay, good. I get. I just want to know how exposed you guys are. So first of all, there was a secret meeting in 1944. It's called the Bretton Woods system. This is where the new world order was established. If you look at the US dollar, you see this thing called the Illuminati, right? That's right. Something like that. This thing, right? People say about this shit, right? It's actually on the US dollars, and they always put that in God we trust, right? And people say that these guys are responsible for the world events. I would just say that they're one of the group responsible. Their name may not exactly be that Illuminati. It's just it became an online thing, right? It may not be them alone. But yes, there is a group. In fact, there's more than one group. Some people say it's a Rockefeller. I don't know. I don't think so. But there's a lot of elements involved. And I cannot confirm this, but it's even rumored that there's a central government right now. That's the rumor. I cannot confirm this. I don't have enough information to rule that out. But based on events that's been happening, like they push the war, nuclear war, no, yeah, something like that, correct. But I don't have enough data. I cannot find enough information, and therefore I cannot conclude anything as of that. But what I'm trying to conclude to you right now is based on the Bretton Woods, all these things are real events that happen. They are real stuff that actually happen. That's why I ask you guys how much you know. So I only present information that I have full facts on it and full evidences. Right? Then it's true, right? So that's where I stand. As a scientist, as a researcher, this is where I stand. I don't make speculation or hoax. If I say something is cannot certify, cannot verify, I'll let you know I cannot verify. All right, so you understand where I stand now, huh? So this was done And it came from the agreement in 1944 that the US dollars is to rule the world. Lately, in politics, the yuan is being challenged. The US dollars. You see this thing? So not too long ago, if you look at the articles like this, Financial Review, whatever it is, I'm going to give you this thing. I'm going to paste it for you so you can see that I'm not talking rubbish. Right? The yuan has been on track and has been spotted as the contender to challenge the US dollar. And it's been so since, in fact, 2003, they started after the euro. China already had plans since, I think, 2003, if I'm not wrong. Not about 2003. Which means 20 years ago, they were planning about this already. Right? So how do they plan it? Well, after the euro was formed, China was saying, oh, euro can form, let's do an Asia version. And more importantly, recently, there's this code of words called BRICS. Any of you heard of this thing called BRICS before? BRICS. Oh, you guys actually know about BRICS? I'm actually amazed. I didn't know much about this until recently. So you guys know about BRICS? This pack of BRICS. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, the school actually taught. Okay. So I need to go back to school. Right. So a lot of attention has been focused on BRICS lately. A lot of attention. Right. And this is something that we need to look out for. And if you look at the key players behind BRICS, India, Russia, China, and Africa. Right. They say Brazil as well. Right. But Africa, yeah. The BRICS is something that we need to look out for right now. It's something that is quite dangerous. It could become the next NATO itself. Even Turkey was so caught in the BRICS now. And the Middle East might be involved in BRICS. The BRICS itself, there's rumors that they want to put Middle East in the BRICS. And you can see that the dates are recent. Can you see the events now? Look at the years. February 16, 2023. Last month. Last month. So you know my informations are up to date. Right? I couldn't have done this for the previous batch because I don't have information back then because these are things happening now. So if you can read about this information here. So once again, source is cited there. Right? I give you some sources, you can read on about it. And you make a conclusion itself. So what happened is that a new world order was established in 1944 by the USD, and every single dollar is to be traded in USD. There's a bit, the USD was in control. And back then, the US dollar was a respected currency because why? They had the gold standards with it. But from 1971 onwards, nobody respects the USD because they can print as much money as they want. And if you look at how the US dollar has been printing packages for Ukraine war and not caring about own citizens, you make you wonder, right? You see headlines like this. How is it possible that somebody out there can constantly be printing money, paying and fueling for war? And that's like 1 billion, 400 million, 400 million, 1 billion, how many billion? And it didn't do a dent to the dollar value. $30 billion was spent on Ukraine war since the Ukraine war started. $30 billion. So what the US did? A lot of this money is not sent to Ukraine. It's sent back to their own country people. So the war machine US, what I'm thinking how it works now, is that they say we are raiding this package of $30 billion to send to Ukraine. But the people who are benefiting from this is the manufacturers of the equipment. They don't send money. They don't really send money. They send the equipment. So if you look at it in the form of economics, if a company, let's say a US company, were to receive orders to build something and get paid, it affects the GDP of the country, right? So if the US dollar just create money out of thin air and they pump in their own company in their country, they are basically inflating their own GDP. Do you understand why you keep hearing things like, oh, the US dollar prints money out of thin air and they use it for Ukraine, but it's actually going to their own companies? That was why in the Congress itself, in the Congress itself, before the Ukraine war started, everyone bought shares. A lot of them bought their own military shares because war is money. Why do you think they buy all this? Because they can create money out of thin air, they pump their own economy and they inflate their own country's GDP. It's very smelly. And you're seeing this right now happening. That's why they constantly are pumping for more war. Understand now? Ukraine is a battleground for this. Fun, right? And you know what's the best part of this? You know the best part of this? They can create so much money out of thin air, right, in US, and you're getting news like this. Like this, give an example.
To the story yesterday of a bar owner in San Francisco taken away in an ambulance.
Okay,
Melissa Kane went.
let me find for you. Where is it? Okay. Let's see where we can find it. Is this the one? Okay, let's say it like this, right? So the problem in the US now is this: they have an entire crisis in their own country. They're managing with other countries. And if you approach what's happening in US streets right now, their own people, they can create as much money as they want, but they will never take care of their own people. Do you know what's the irony of that? They rather let their own people suffer and create all the problems. They're not addressing their own problems and they're meddling with other country problems. Do you not see a problem right now? So you can watch this video. This is one of the things you can watch for. Once again, please take a look at the sources. Right. I can say when you're free, watch it, come back to these lessons in the recording and have a little review down the road. Right. So we have no time to go through the thing. I'm not going to let you watch it right now. But I want you to understand that this is actually happening in real life. Even the whole healthcare system is a mess in the US. And yet they have the power to fix the problem. They are not fixing the problem because they want that to happen. So a lot of people say they want to go US, right? I wonder, is that a place you really want to go to? Personally, I wouldn't. I will not. Get it now? But let's go back to the class content again. So you see what they're doing right now? I think that you are involved in it, BRICS. I don't understand what I mean by involved in it. Okay. Basically, the BRICS is being formed to challenge the NATO and the US dominance. I already mentioned before, war is about to break out. High chance. Every cycle, this always happens. It has already broken out in the early stages already. But for every single cycles of the planet, so far on the civilization scales, every time there's a big change, whether it's a Mongolian change or whatsoever, there's always a massive cycle that cannot be ignored. They are trying to delay this cycle. There's a few years that came out, The next one could be in 2038, if I'm not wrong, 2038. There could be one chance it might happen next year or 2 years later. One chance. Not guaranteed, but there's a possibility that next year or 2 years later, there might be an escalation. I don't know. Right? There's likely to be a non-de-escalation. They're trying to take down Russia right now. The next one I see is probably in 2038. But I cannot, like I said, I still cannot confirm anything. Right now, what I'm based on is based on the cycle speculations. Right? I mean, we are predicting events. So if you look at history, this thing always happens. No one is always in full control, including the US. The Chinese always have the saying that nobody is always a constant ruler. Nobody. Not even the US. The US will try to hold as much control power as possible. But you will see a shift in the next 80 years or so. Just like how London was in control of the world, then the US started in 17 what? Let me double check. 1760, yeah. Because US had what called Pluto return incident. No, 1776, right? And US had this thing called US Pluto return. They had a return lately. And once again, it's a Plutonian energy. 2 days later, Ukraine war started. Please read this. They had this thing on 22nd February. The Russians know about this. They started Ukraine war 2 days later, in 24th February. Please read out the article. Right. That's why there was an involvement. 20th February, they're talking about it, that US is going to have a Pluto return incident. 22nd February was the full impact. Just like what I'm telling you guys about the impact right now on Pluto. Right? 24th February is Ukraine war starts. It's not accident. The Russians are using astrology in their advantage too. They are also doing it. Right? So I give you guys another link. Please save all these link down, whatever I'm telling you right now. Please save. I'm reminding you to please save it on chat and start having some fun with it. Right? Yeah, so that's another one of the clues, because they also want dominant control. Because in the 14-day program, I'll talk about cycles of movement about the world events. We look into things like 700, 1800s onwards. Now I'll just give you snippets only right now, right? But then I'll go in more details, because I can give you the exact dates or exact moments of things we predict will happen. We'll give you the elemental tally for that, elemental cycles and what's going to happen, the world population, what's going to happen, everything. I will disclose that about 2 weeks time. I'll disclose that part. Right now, you just need to understand the basics first. So in 1974, the petrodollar agreement was formed with Saudi. If you look at Saudi's military, it's all US military, US equipments. The Saudi likes it because while they got to control the Middle East, they got the US arsenals. And in 1974, they said all petrodollars must be purchased in, all petrol must be purchased in USD. So after they have the power to print unlimited money, right, in 1971, then they say all my dollars will be printed in USD now. And we will always use US dollars to buy petrol. Because back then, the petrodollar was the main energy driver. Therefore, everybody is forced to pay USD. And USD take control. Then here's the even more fucked up part. In 1988, they came out with this idea called Purge Protection Team. PPT. If you read about this article of PPT, which you can even find on Investopedia, right? Right, please read this article. Once again, I'm giving you the source again. It says that this team was formed in 1988. It only reports to the US government. Right? And it was first announced in 1997. Right? I mean, it's powerful that the US can, okay, If you look at Vietnam War, I mean, I'm answering the question now. Look at the involvement of the US, Vietnam War, all these places. If you look at the US involvement in wars and war, they are involved in many, many wars for a long time. In the last 100 years or so, 100 years, look at the amount of wars that have taken place with US. Have fun reading it. And not just war, assassination attempts, government control, regime change. Look at the amount that they've been trying to do. It's not one day thing. It's been going on for hundreds of years. Just take a look at it, what I just sent to you. That's funny that those people say USA, right? Well, are they really that good? I don't know. But you take a look at that. Have fun reading all this. Right? Have fun. Do you think it truly ended? Do you think Bretton Woods truly ended? If Bretton Woods truly ended, why are we still using USD? Right. If you think Bretton Woods ended, why do you think we're still using USD? Why not? Why are we not using yuan right now? Think about it. Why do you think US always target countries with oil? Because you're about to see what happened next. So understand that this thing called PPT was formed. So the PPT was formed where they can create money out of thin air to pump back the stock market. So every time when the market crashes, like the famous COVID crash in February 2020, why is it that your previous system that taught you suddenly reverse the entire market, even though you had what we call a death cross? Because the US will never allow the economy to crash. Period. They needed an indicator that would tell them to buy. And they needed an indicator that would tell them that the retailers will think it's going to crash. And they needed a way to signal all the other big boys to buy. Therefore, you get this shit here. Who do you think pumped at this price? Who do you think was responsible for pumping the price? It's not only them. Recently, there was a pound USD crisis. There's a central bank crisis. It's not just PPT is the only entity. They have a few. At the moment, they have a few. And they needed a way to detect it. A way to signal when to start, when to crash until you know that this is a P3, and they needed a fixed signal from the retailers of a death cross. So the retailers think it's going to crash further. They need a fixed signal. They practically pre-planned this months ahead. And they needed an excuse. Death cross is an indicator that they teach the retailers that market is very bearish. There's two types: golden cross, death cross. The COVID thing, I got no comment. I can't answer that. The COVID thing is based on rumors. I cannot answer that. Like I said, I will not answer things that I'm not sure. Definition of death cross is this, where you have a very strong crossing between the 200 SMA and the 50 SMA. It will signal that the market is going to collapse. That's called death cross. The other side of it is called golden cross. It's an actual indicator signal that they teach. Golden cross. There, golden cross for our ultra long trend. So what they did to you guys was that the PVT was waiting on the markets here. They all set pivot point system 3 to buy. That's why when they hit the P3 system, where I taught you guys the floor method. The governments are waiting here already to buy. Money out thin air was pumped in. They will never allow a crash to happen. That's why I taught you guys the pivot system. Understand? I said that's one of the ways to predict prices. Yeah, P3 on yearly. Why didn't I disclose that to you guys? Is that brick? They haven't have a system to communicate each other that no one knows. They chose astrological indicator. They chose the market to give a false signal. They intentionally make a false signal appear, and they use a pivot system to counteract it. So that all the retailers who think whenever say crash is happening and all short and short and short and short and short, they stole everybody's money away. Because by the time the retailers react, the retailers will start shorting from here, here, here. They will not short at here. Some of them are short here. They make sure they kick every single retailer out of the picture, and they go into hyper bull. Because every single cycle is always a bull. Ever since the 1970 onwards, 1980s onwards, right? It was what we call the start of the hyper bull rally. That there will never be any crashes, or there will be a crash that is orchestrated. And an orchestrated crash will be powered by an astrological signal and a pivot signal. How fucked up is that? You now learn that money can be created out of thin air. There's no value in money. So what the fuck am I working for money for? And they use all these systems to screw you up. And that's why we have technologies like this. And you guys are damn lucky because you guys have access to this right now. That's why this program is special. How do you feel? I'm not done the thing yet. I'm sure what's going to happen next. How do you feel right now? You guys alive? Grateful. Why do you feel lousy? Shouldn't we feeling very blessed or something? Right? So, continue. So, once the PPT team was in place, and you know that money is being created now, out in there. So number one, you really don't feel like working for money again. You know this, I'm like, money law, okay law. Let's ask you guys, how attached are you get the money? Right. So when these guys interfere, this thing happens. Because of the control USD. They will never allow it to crash. All crashes are orchestrated. All crashes are orchestrated. Right? So, I got a wrong thing. It's not 1970s, it's 1980s. Because of this thing, it led into what we call the super rally event that is still ongoing right now. There's a lot of people say, why is it COVID and market still going up until February crash? After COVID crash really, the market recovered the all-time high. 90%, okay, PT. 91% of the world's money do not exist physically. 91% of the world's money do not exist physically. Does that sound correct? As long as they have what we call a central bank, and they can key in how much money you want, and money will appear. They don't even need to print the money. They keep a digital copy somewhere else. Does it make sense? Because they control the gateway. 90, you should do this. How much? And the truth is, nobody really knows. They say it's 8 trillion. Who can verify? All they have is a computer that they go there and press add zeros for me, please. Let's prepare enough package for Ukraine because I want to create money on thin air. And I'll pump back the own company so that I can tell the world governments that US is doing well. All these weapon companies are doing well because they're selling more tanks to Ukraine and people are using them. That is why US is leading in the war front. And that's why there's so much conflicts going on. Because Uncle Sam likes that. Understand? Understand now? So you guys are following all the American propaganda. Well, I don't know how you guys feel. I'm just saying that China is not really any better. Same for India. It's just that who would you want to side? Yep. You know why? Because the next slide is going to answer your question. Shall we? The next slide is going to answer the question. Why they do that? And what do you think there's a war going on right now with Russia? Because they not necessarily print out money physically, it's just a key. They just type it in and it appears. I already told you before already, money are legal tender is issued by the government. They can issue how much money they want. They have also the right to take away from you. They can freeze the money if you want to freeze. That's why they are so pro-digital currency. Bitcoin is the era of money, or Bitcoin digital currency. That's why I keep saying that the Bitcoin may not even exist after 2025. I warned it before. I said Bitcoin may not exist after 2025. It will be another system. I dropped the hint before. Yep, CDBC is rumored to be the one. Correct. They make real gold invalid without endorsement. But because it was probably proven to be a scam. Geneva scam. Do you realize that all the goals now, everything is based on what people perceive as a value? Do you not understand what the whole value of money is all just a perceived value at marketers? Yep. Well, that's right. So now, since you asked the question, shall we? Look at what I'm gonna talk next. So let's talk about the euro. Euro was created in 1st January 1991, right? The euro was created there. This gentleman called Saddam Hussein in 2000 said, hey, what the hell, man? You guys have euro dollars and I'm selling oil. I don't sell US dollar anymore. So what do you think before 9/11? You guys know about 9/11, right? Probably. You guys hear all the horror stories of what the media wants you to know. So watch this little article that you see here right now. Look at this article. What does it say? Foreign exchange. Saddam turns his back on greenbacks. For those of you who are too young to understand what greenback means US dollar because it's green color. They call it greenbacks. Understand? For those of you who are too young to understand. Look at the year. 13 November 2000. Right? And this is from the news. It's not things I pick up from thin air. Remember, I always say, what I present to you, I have facts. I don't make things up. But you draw the conclusion yourself. Right? If you think I'm crazy, you think I'm crazy. And if you look at the year, right? You see, it created in 1999 euro, and he says, fuck the US dollar. I'm not gonna agree with this petrodollar agreement in 1974. In fact, I'm gonna ask UN for permission to sell in euros. Look at this, CNN in the old school website style. Look at this. UN to let Iran sell oil for euros, not dollars. Look at the year. It's before November, right? October 30, 2000. So can I make any of these things up with the source that is being taught by school? Can I make any of this up? I can't, right? It's so old that even the graphics cannot load in the web page. So in other words, these things are non-bullshit. Get it? Now you guys get what I'm talking about now, right? Right? Then your favorite world event of 9/11 appeared. And you know what's funny about the 9/11 people? They blame Saddam Hussein, right? For that, right? But what's funny about the hijackers of 9/11 is that, number one, Out of the 19 people involved in a hijack, right? 15 were Saudi. Hey, who was in charge of the petrodollar again? Or who agreed the petrodollar agreement? Saudi. 15 of their own people are from Saudi out of 19. 2 is from Iraq. 1 from Lebanon and 1 from Egypt. None of them are from Iraq. None. And yet they say it's a false flag agreement. And you know what's scary about this thing? Have you ever heard of this thing called the Cuba crisis? You know why JFK was assassinated? Didn't know why he was assassinated. Wrong. He was assassinated because JFK disagreed to stage false flag incidents. They wanted to create something like 9/11 back in the day and blame it on Cuba to start a war. JFK said no. He was shot after that. That's why he got assassinated. Because their own government said no to the guys who were planning. It's called Operation Northwoods. Please go and Google this thing. Please go and Google this event called Operation Northwoods. Then link this to 9/11. You get a picture. Then you know why they removed JFK. There's actually a term for that. Look at what they say. They wanted to create bombings in US to blame it on Cuba. And they finally did it for 9/11. So let's go back to, so now you know that this is not the first time they try to do that. And people are against it. And they remove them, they're against it. And it's not just the only person. Martin Luther King was involved in their own movements for equality in US. It's not just one guy who's involved in all this. There have been different versions of this. I'll give another guy. US had this holiday, right? This guy. Watch his last speech. If you ever get a chance to watch his last speech, hear the words he say. It's more like that. If you have a chance, listen to the entire word.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper.
I see. I find the full article, the full one for you. I think that one's not good. The one I'm using deleted. The one we talk about, you've been to the mountains. I hope someone actually took the whole script down. I forgot how I got it really. Go on. I'm trying to find that particular one. I can't.
1960, non-violent method
The symbol today, whether they are in Johannesburg, South Africa, can do. We begin.
Not this one. The problem is that finding this kind of things is very tough to find. It was this one, but a full version of this is this one. And it's not funny. I seen the full one before, and I don't know how they got it, but it was not available online. As I said, I'm trying to find that particular one. I hope somebody uploaded it. Obviously, they don't want it to be good. They don't want it to go to public, obviously. Oh shit. Where is it? I hope this is the one.
Right.
Let me just see it quickly.
If we know how to prove.
Yes, that's the one, Amanda. That's the one. That's the one. That's what I'm looking for. That's the one. Oh, really? Okay. Then we'll look at this link. I didn't have time to look at it. That's the one I'm looking for. That short paragraph before it ends the speech. The next day he was killed. The next day he died. Yeah. You need that to search with that word. That's the one I'm looking for. Correct. Amanda got it already. That's the one. So you can ask yourself about all these events. And now I'm going to show to you something that also pisses you guys off. Right? So we're going to continue now. So you now know that in these 9/11 events, none of them are from Iraq. None. And it was funny. One day before 9/11, September 10, there was a report internally in the US government. You know what it says? $2.3 million are missing in the accounts. Like, okay, $1 missing, $1,000 missing, $1 million missing from such a big agency is normal. But how the hell do you allow $2.3 trillion to go missing? Won't you notice if you have a missing $2.3 trillion? Look at the sum. The other thing, I'll explain that to you later on. If you study his speech, you understand why he says that. Right? That one, don't worry about it. It's optional stuff. If you understand it, if life makes you want to understand that, you will understand it. Right? You will understand it if you're meant to understand it. It's not important right now. But the things are quite similar with what I'm about to share. Right? But I need to ask you this question. Do you think it's weird for trillions of dollars to go missing and nobody knows about it? Yes or no? Do you think it's weird? It's not 1 million, not $1. Right. You guys know that 9/11 focus was Twin Towers. But what you guys do not know is that in the Pentagon itself, there was an office that's dedicated to investigating where $2.3 trillion has gone to. That was why they struck the Pentagon. It was actually to destroy the evidence. And see here? And you know what's funny about Pentagon thing? They can't really find much debris on the airplane. And after that, after the whole incident, another additional $21 trillion went missing. There's no accountability for that. Not I say, Fox actually said it. It's not I say, Fox. The business, the news thing, Fox. This is not conspiracy, this is facts. I'm not giving conspiracy anymore, I'm giving facts. Look at this, Fox. Yep. I'm giving facts now, not conspiracy. None of this is conspiracy anymore. I say draw a conclusion. And you know what's even funnier? You know what's even funnier? Who owns the World Trade Center? It's Forbes, not Fox News. Forbes. F-O-R-B-S-B-E. Forbes. Forbes. Not Fox News. Fox News is so trash. It's trash. Pure trash. Right? In fact, I'm gonna, before I show you guys something, I'm gonna show you guys something. What's that video? What's that one called? Oh, this one. Yep. Watch this thing. It's quite funny. This is a short video. I think I can get enough time to play through. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys the
And Fox,
watch this thing. Watch this thing.
I am Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities.
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
Plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our
By the way,
democracy. This is
By the way,
dangerous
notice
to our
this thing at
democ-
the bottom there. This thing here, you see this colorful stuff here? You know which news outlet is responsible for this colorful stuff? It's your dear CNBC. What do you think I never look at news? What do you think I look at this and go, what the shit? I really caught for this really. What do you think I look at this? I'm like, whatever. Why do you think I do that? I don't care. So I give you guys another link, right? Great. So I'm going to show you another incident. This guy, Larry Stevenson, this guy is a bastard. Unfortunately, also a Jew. Know the word, he's a Jew. Right? This guy owns the the Twin Towers. Before the 9/11 event happened, they took an insurance. Right? They took insurance. Larry Stevenson took insurance. The insurance says that if the Twin Towers would collapse through an act of terrorism or something like that, they get paid out money. And it became a lawsuit because they refused to pay out. Read about this. And once again, can you see that my sources are not random sources? They're things like Reuters and all these things. So what they did was that they took an insurance. Then after that, 9/11 happened. Then they asked for money. The whole thing collapsed. How screwed up is that? It was also rumored that this guy loves to have his breakfast at the towers, but on the day of 9/11, they disappeared. There's even more rumors that rumors that the Saudi guys were with the US presidents were actually in a hotel blocks a few blocks away, watching the whole 9/11 unfold. It was actually rumored. The officials are doing that. But this I don't have enough evidence to do it. So that's why I say this is rumored. I don't have evidence. I don't know about the Silicon Bank failure. I have no time to go and look into that, right? But what I need to question now is why are they doing this? Why is this happening right now? Very simple. Because of this incident and the false flag incident, 9/11 was a false flag incident, just like what they tried to do with Cuba. They had every right to go and attack country. That's why the invasion of Iraq started in 2003, after the 9/11 shit. They said we're going to go to war. And who are they after? Saddam. Why do you think they did this thing? Because of dollar petrol agreement. Because they will not allow Iraq to sell the petrol in other currencies. That is why they did it. And you know what's funny? This is not a single case. And the only thing to stop US right now is nuclear weapons. Because if Iraq got nuclear weapons, this will not happen. And that's what's happening in Russia and China right now. So watch the cycles. So 2008 crashed, market crash, 2008 Lehman Brothers. This Gandhi guy came and said, oh my God, these guys are mad. And there's this country, Libyan.
It's Libya. It's called Gaddafi, Muammar Gaddafi.
Okay, Gaddafi. Okay, so sorry about that. My pronunciation is quite terrible. Muammar Gaddafi said this thing. What the shit, man? You guys allow your market to crash in 2008. So you know what he said? He said, fuck the US dollars. I'm going to say that I want my oil to be sold in dinars. And this dinars dollar is actually backed by gold. So they cannot randomly print money out because go back. So when he announced that, what do you think US did again? In fact, not just US, the entire NATO was involved. The NATO was involved in this as well. They killed him 3 years later. So any country that threatened to sell the petrol other than USD will get removed. Then why do you think Iran was in the news? Why do you think this country was constantly in the news right now? Why do you think they are constantly in the news? Now, why do you think this country was in the news? Why do you think this was constantly in the news? No, it's not about nuclear. Same story. Okay, I'll talk about this later. Before I show you the same thing, the oil manipulation. Why do you think China and Iran is constantly being poked right now? I told you it started since 2003. Because China says the same thing to the US. Screw you. I'm going to sell my oil in China yuan. Can't play with us. And you know who else they bought the yuan oil from? The dollar? Iran. Now do you understand why there's a constant fight between China and US now? And Russia? Correct. Because right now, Iran is selling its oil in yuan. And if anyone touches Iran, there's going to be a war. And now they're blaming the nuclear thing again, right? Oh, they just enriched nuclear and Israel is about to come in conflict. The next conflict I'm smelling right now is the Israel conflict. And it's going to involve nuclear weapons. Because why? It's rumored that Israel has five nuclear weapon bombs and they're not afraid to use it. The next one that's about to trigger, that's very likely to trigger right now, is Israel. And no one's talking about this now. And it can happen next month. Right. Right now, Israel conflict is about to start. Very high chance we're monitoring really. I'm letting you know right now. So if this war starts, it's going to be like a Ukraine stuff, but it's going to involve the Jew again. And you will not be a normal one. This one, US will intervene. And if US intervene this one, it means that China will intervene and Russia will intervene for them. So you guys now know the play is about to happen. I'm letting you guys know that we are monitoring this incident is happening right now. Right? So you guys know what to do. And it's also going to link back to their own holy warship. Right? Their own little Jerusalem holy warship. It's actually beyond that. Okay, I'm like I said, I'm not religious, but there's a link to that. And you know what's funny about the US dollar, about how they control again? They staged another false flag incident recently. You guys heard about this Saudi oil attack, right? In 2000 September. Sean, that's a very good question. I don't know. China is actually an air dominance place. They say it's either China or India, but both China and India don't like each other. There's a lot of border crashes. Your plan to develop this is to understand how the big boys play. That's why you're in this time trading program. Because if you're a time trader, you know when the manipulations are coming in. You basically can make money out of thin air playing the system. That's why you're in this program. You are given the gift to play it, especially those in the 14 days program. You know how to play it at maximum. That's how to develop plan. Get it? I'm bringing all these facts to you guys right now is because too many things are being orchestrated that you don't even know about it. And you guys are asleep. And you're working your ass off trying to make money. And now you realize that money is just out in air. What do you think? I don't feel guilty. You know, some people tell me, oh my God, I feel so guilty to play the stock market and make money from other people's losses. Do I feel like I feel guilty 1 cent about, oh, I earn money in the stock market? Do you think I feel anything about it? Do you think I feel guilty? No. Why? It's just a bloody game of how the money is being pumped to guys like me. It's the bloody game of how they create that allows to take people money. They use things like astrology or this to orchestrate things that nobody will believe. You guys are the guys who are crazy enough to take a program called Kodak Time Trading because it talks about dimensions and all that stuff. And the big boys know that these things will push people away because they label these things as crazy, conspiracy, stupid people. And at the back, they're using all these to orchestrate things. Do you understand why this is so potent and why our systems are so accurate? It's not an accident. So I'm telling you the root cause now of why this works and how to plan it. That's why you're here. Understand? I'm going to show you one more article before we do the housing one. Then we'll start our King by all. So there's an article that says this thing. Look at the news, parallel news. Look at the parallelity of news. There was a false flag event once again in 15 September 2019. Right? There was an oil attack in Saudi. People say, oh my God, drones from Iran are coming over. Not the one. Who are they blaming again? Look at the country they're blaming again. Who are they hitting again? Iran. 15 September, there was a cruise missile attack and oil and drone coming from Iran. They say, oh my God, Iran, you attacked me again. Why? They say they blame. Iran say, no, we didn't do it. Then after that, 18 September, they say, we have proof that Iran attacked us. Proof. Right? 18 September. Then after AFP come and say, oh, we released a picture of our damages in our facility. Right? So look at the dates. 15 September, 18 September, 20 September. So look at the oil price. You know, this is what called KCDC. Back then, in the olden days, we used another strategy called KCDC. It's a breakout strategy that soon developed into something called King Bar. This was the old school method that I taught back in 2019. We don't use this method before. It's called KCDC. Then KC came about after that. So I'm giving you some history of how this method came about. Right, so this is called KCDC. Keltner channel, Thornton channel. It's an old school method that we use in 2019. Look at the attack that formed. Jump right and look at the stabilization of the price. Why do you think they did that? So you now know the word 15 September, 20 September, 15 September, 18 September, 20 September. Then look at what happens in the September period, 16 September. When they distracted the public about this oil attack and oil is going crazy, the Fed secretly announced that they will start printing $75 billion a day on the 16th February. They announced it per day for the next 14 days. Does it not sound fishy to you? And once they started printing this money out of thin air, when this whole printing was orchestrated, finished, and they bring Iran again because of China relations, look at what they said on 25th September. Oh, oil is back to normal operation. We recovered faster than expected. Can you see that? Can you see this thing? They print money. Look at the dates. And you notice they like to use September a lot. September 11, September, it was always about September. So that's why whenever September comes in a year, right, I'm like, okay, what drama are we going to see next? I always ask this question. Every time September comes, right, in the year, I'll be like, okay, let's see what US drama are we going to see next. This is the first question I ask myself. Then I'll just look at the news headline, anything's happening. Oh, Iran do this shit again. This and that. I'm like, fuck, they're going to do it again. It's always in September, usually. It's a very cursed month. You can see they say, oh, the drone attack from Iran has knocked out 5 million barrels of oil in the same day. 5 million barrels of oil. Saudi couldn't produce 5 million of oil because there was an attack. Here's the picture of the attack. AFP news released. Yes, they caused it. It was a warning to Russia before the war. The negative oil incident was a warning to Russia. It was orchestrated between US and Euro to warn Russia that we can fuck your oil prices and then money. No, it's intentional because they use the period to actually pump money. Can you see this thing? Business Insider, September 20th, Fed's pump another $75 billion a day. So basically, when they distract everybody with oil incidents and terrorists are coming against and that, behind the back, they're just printing money. And they just say, I just printed $75 billion a day. What can you do? Somebody out there can print $75 billion a day. And you're here working whole month for $4,000, $5,000 a month. What the shit, right? Somebody can print $75 billion a day and you're here working 4,000 a month. Do you feel like an idiot now? Do you feel like an idiot? They don't dilute because they can print whatever they want, they just report whatever they want. Then they had to make a story say we have dollar index. It's a story. There's no real value to it. That's what do you think? I always tell you guys this thing. I don't care the market goes up or down because it's just print. But I keep telling the public, I say BMM system was designed to detect when they're going to play the markets. I don't care if it's up or down. I don't care. I don't even care because they just print. You get it now? That's why you look at how I respond to the public. I say I don't care if it's up or down. Just take a trade. Right? And look at the poor guys playing oil. Saudi attack. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Back to normal. Everything's okay. No issue now, 25th. No issue. Everything back to normal. No worry about oil. It's stable now. Because we recover faster than expected. Saudi oil capacity recover faster than expected from attack. Bloomberg. You see what I'm doing in news? Look at this. After they bring enough money, they say, oh, nothing happened really. I can't make this up. I cannot make any of this up. That's why I mark everything down. I can't. This is not conspiracy anymore. This is facts. And it always happens. That's why they hate the cryptos. Because they're finding it difficult to actually control. Fun? And the whole orchestration of how oil became zero was orchestrated. Same for the Lebanon explosion. Remember I told you guys about Lebanon explosion, right? I said our time trading system can detect the explosion using astrology. I said it was orchestrated to pump gold up to destroy gold. Wrong. They've taken control of crypto already. You think that crypto was not in control? No. I already told you guys many times. They will never let crypto fly because the world involved with the crypto fly will disrupt the cycle. They have no intention of making you guys rich. They have intention of keeping you guys poor, and they have intention of keeping the game running. It's the game. I told you guys before many times, it's a game. Correct. That's another way of saying it. Do you actually believe in any of those things? I don't. Anytime that someone's trying to do this, like Exness, look at Exness case. They allow free flowing of liquidity in their own pool. They just face a total ban worldwide. The article I just gave to you just now. I said Exness is very dodgy, right? Exness is very dodgy, right? You look at when the news came out. Look at the news, the updates. Look at when was this updated. What does it say? What does it say? There's a latest update. 17 days ago. I had rumors already. That's why I pulled up from the Exness thing. Before that, I had rumors already. My sources are quite accurate. And now, even the CMC boss commented, hey, they did the confirmation. Even MAS is after them. Through the China's bond, the all China bond. Because China is coming up in a sense. US is fighting back. And the last thing that always ends up in every cycle is war. Always war. Get it? I'm not here to make you guys feel scared of what. And unfortunately, Singapore may not be spared. FYI. Proximity we are too near. Right? So, can you see now that everything is starting to link up in the program? Right? So, at first I thought China was the one, but when it is the summit, but then again, my update was BRICS. So I not updated the slides I said already, but the latest update was BRICS. So the one that we're monitoring now is BRICS. Right? And can you imagine a news article that says we can print as much money as we want, we will support the economy and just print as much money as we want. The Feds go out there and say we can print as much money as we want. How crazy is that? The word's called unlimited. You still want to work for money. For what? Right? And that's how this guy also did it. You think this guy, the $1 billion shot? It's the same system. I gave you guys the system. You think he doesn't know about the Mercury cycle? He knows. Right. Okay. You guys need a break? Before I continue? One more article of this crazy stuff, then we can start teaching on King by All. Because this also drives you guys nuts. The reason why I need to bring this up is because it's happening right now. You'll see the impact right now. That's why I need to bring this up. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a break right now. Short time. So let's aim for, once again, do you guys need a longer break or shorter break? I think you do a short break first, right? Then we finish it good, then go for a long break. So 5:01. Come back. 5:01. Okay, all back ready? Can we continue? Everyone else ready? Great, great, great. Okay. This is very important right now. I need to go through this topic because it's happening. Everything that I predicted so far, and this is happening. They are orchestrating the next one already. It's already in progress right now. And this around is a global thing. It's not just US properties anymore. It's global. This version is global. It's a big one. So, anyone familiar with the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis? Anyone of you familiar with this? Anyone? Do you really understand the CDOs at all? Really? You guys really know about that? Or is it the one that you guys know about the interpretation? What the news tells you, and not what the truth is like? Oh, okay. You watch all the videos? Okay. You went for economic degree. I don't have an economics degree, but I probably sound crazier than most degrees out there anyway. Degrees, you know, we had a bet yesterday, me and Edwin. Edwin, the astrologer. We said that in 80 years' time, universities will be a scam. We had a bet yesterday. We actually recorded it down. Say 80 years or less, university will be a scam. 80 years or less. Right? So he video recorded down the incident and say I think it's not 80, I think it's 18 or less. Right? So anyway, let's start now. Not going to drag the time. So the whole cycle of this subprime mortgage crisis, even though the impact was felt in 2008, the full impact, I'm here to tell you that since 2000, the year 2000, it has already started. It all started because interest rate down was at its lowest, 6.5% to 1.7%. And by June 2003, note the word, look at the year, 2003, right? Not the year. In time trading, there is something called the 20-year cycle. I'm going very slow now. I want you to catch every word I say. There is something called the 20-year cycle and 100-year cycle transitions. The 20-year cycles in 2003, from 6.5%, it dropped down to 1.75% in 2001. So plus 20 is 2021. Interest rates were that low, right? And by June 2003, interest rates is at 1%. But here's the thing that we don't say. There's, apart from 20 cycle, which is the general rule, it actually runs on this thing called the 18-year cycle, right? And by 2003, interest rate was at its lowest at 1%, the lowest in 45 years. So happens so, it was a transit of air to earth era back once more. Those in the 14 days program, you'll get a chance to see the transit live with me. I'll actually explain and go through with you. And because it's the earth era, anything with holding power, their value investings, whatever the shit that's not out there, value investors, right, will work for a short while. 2018, 2019, the value investors are all fucked because they held on to a belief that worked in that period. Earth to air style cycling of trading, FYI. Right. So what happens when interest rates are so low, people borrow for very little money and they sell for a lot? There's a huge demand. Yep, earth to air. BT, are you in the full-time program or 7 days program? I don't know. Full. Never mind. You see it later on. Go ahead, just note my words for now. Right? I can say every day is a crazy day in the program. So huge rush of housing begins, demand shot up. Right now, 2003, there's a huge run from COVID. The money is flowing into all the housing property now is not in Singapore for Singapore's case. It's actually from China. Because Singapore and Morocco is I told you before, that people are coming here because it's like turning to Morocco. Is it Morocco? I always have this confusion. Is it Morocco? Or is it Monaco?
Monaco, it is Monaco.
Monaco, right? The situation in Monaco and Singapore is similar right now. Did you guys watch the video I told you to watch? Do you guys watch the video? Why would somebody pay $600 million for a house in Monaco? Have you guys watched? So you understand why, right? And if you look at this case, right? You know Dyson? Dyson? It was on news. In 2019, this bugger did the same thing. He knows. So this is Singapore one. Look at the price tag. 73.8 million, right? So why do you think somebody would do that? In 2019, he's already doing it again. And the Singapore said, oh my God, we saw a penthouse was 3.8 million. Then after that, what happens after that? What happens after that? Right? James Dyson bought it, and what happens after that? Yeah, it's sold. Look at the news. Look at this. This is damn funny. He's a fucking genius, okay? It sounds like a stupid move to most humans, right? They say, why was someone, after splashing $73 million for a property in Singapore, he sold away his house for $63 million and he declared $11 million of loss? Why do you think they do that? What do you think someone's doing that for? Tax evasion, legal tax evasion. Move money tax, legal tax evasion, correct. That's why I asked you guys to watch the Monaco video. People say, wow, why this idiot lose 11 million for what? No, he's a genius. Don't think that these rich guys are stupid. He's a genius. All right. He's a fucking genius. It's about tax. It's not about the thing failed. The fail is a cover story. It's about taxes. Right. Because at that period, he can evade the tax and sell to Singapore. Hey, my boss CMC is doing something like that. Even the guys at CMC is teaching me how to do it now. I'm getting mentorship for this. How cool is that? That's why I told you guys recently about the how to avoid CPF, the payment, right? The medical one, some because I was talking to my accountant about it. Right. I might teach you guys now. I just gave you a hint already. I see that the private limited directorship payment. We explore that. Directorship payment, the declaration. There's a way to do it. I think the dividend declaration. I'm already giving guys hints already. Right. You figure out yourself. I don't get in trouble for teaching you how to gain the tax system legally. No, not the word. I'm teaching you guys the legal way. Right? Legal way to do it. So back to the property again, right? Because there's a huge demand of properties, and there's so much demand to the point that the SEC, which is the US government governing body, right? The governing body, the one who is in charge of it's like the MAS, but it's the SEC, allowed the banks to use an over leverage. Like, come on, how do you even do a leverage and over leverage? Does it not sound fishy? Imagine this. You got $1 in your bank, but the bank can create artificial money to $12 to lend out. Does it not sound fishy to you in the first place, really? And the SEC says, you know what? Screw it, guys. You need more money, right? How about this? Since you guys always tax money back and we always take back this sucker money, right? This sucker's money. You got $1, right? You can create $33 out of thin air. They allow the leverage to go to the tree. Because why? Value is always in the eyes of the beholder. It's always created out of thin air. This is how they market it. So the bank might have $1, but they can legally lend to you out and say, I got $33 there. 33 times. From 12 to 33 times. And what did happen? Because there's so much demand and there's so much liquid needed because of the low interest rates. You know what's funny about the interest rate system? You got two governing body, right? No, nothing to do with M1, M2, M3. Nothing to do with the BMM. Nothing. This has nothing to do with BMM. Right? Right. Okay, as I was saying, there's so much demand for it right now that everyone's speculating that property is going to boom. Like right now. Know the word like right now. NW. Like right now. Because as I was saying this thing, the events in Singapore is happening right now. Which means that in 2025 to 2026, I'm not sure what's going to happen in Singapore properties. But I don't think it's a good news. For those guys who are Singaporeans now, who owns property, please be careful in 2025, 2026. The cycles are the same. Right? I'm putting this, I'm saying the word be careful. Because it can spiral down. And when it spirals down, it's fast. Correct. They use it as an example, as explained, to murder the holders now. Because what happened next? We look at the news lately, right? They say Feds guys is trying to induce a recession now, right? I say against the article that day, I say I'm spot on. I got it right again. Do you know this news headlines? I warned my students about it. I mean, your seniors about it before. I say if you watch this thing happen, it's going to fuck the whole thing up again. And I recorded the whole thing down. So I had the recording proof. There. When was this? March 8th. How cool. I'm showing all these things and these are things are happening. Correct. That's the beauty of this program. If you see every intake, right? The program will tell you, right? And the news, right? Correlate. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason why I chose to teach this now. I'm supposed to teach day 4. But then again, if I thought this is day 4 last week, these things will not appear now. I told you before, the program is very funny. There's always a force in this program. And you guys are not here by accident. You can see a fatal or what. I warned you guys before already. None of these things that happen in this program is meant to happen. Right? So, they allow it to create money after 3 times. And the first warning came out 2006. 2005, there was an article that I have found that someone said that this is going to lead to a world disaster. This is the article. Read this thing here. So I didn't this is an old slide, so I don't really put the source back then. But you can clearly see that this was in oh yeah, there's a source here. Oh, here it is. This one. Let me give you the source. So the source is here. Have fun with it. Hope the source is still there. Right. You'll read the source if you want to read, if you are curious. Right. So basically, the warnings came out since 2005, and it was made public in 2006. Right. People are saying that this is weird, this is wrong, something's fishy. So if you're taking these incidents and now you're having this hyper bull market in properties, in law of cycle theories, there will be a hyper bear. It's like a CET, the E phase up and down. So I already gave you guys the date. I mean, a year. Watch for 2025 or 2026. High chance. High chance. Whether it's a full crash or not, I don't know. It can be a hyperinflation event. And everything just got more expensive. It can. Then become Venezuela number 2. Right? So please note that it can go that way as well. I got no control. So before we go into that further, there's something called CDOs and CDS. So CDO stands for collective debt obligation. Is where you put all your debtors into one contract and sell as a product, as an investment product. And this thing is backed by this thing called CDS. It's an insurance to guarantee you that if this product fails, you got insurance back you up somehow. And because you have a CDO and CDS, and they put this thing called special entity, purpose entity, because the product sounds too good to be true. The bank credit rating of this product, investment product, is called AAA rating, because it allows the investor to take control of the property if people cannot pay up. Plus, they get insurance payout some more. It's as good as saying, you know what, you give me whatever money, you get back any money you want. Because it's a definite buy. It's a manipulation. It's what we call driving of value up. They're trying to induce inflation rate by then. What happened to property? What happened to Malaysia? There's rumors coming out saying that KL looks very attractive to buy properties right now. But the problem with KL side is that, right, the Muslim control shit is still has influence. Unfortunately, I'm like I said, I'm not religious, but there is a group of people like the Muslim and all, where okay, even in Muslim, there are smart ones and dumb ones, like dumb as and all, and there's a conservative and non-conservative, there's spectrums, right? However, in Malaysia and even in Indonesia, right? This, okay, I'm not to offend anybody, because it's the same in US. There's the Christians that are idiots as well, some of them. There are good ones, there are terrible ones, right? So there's this governing rule where people are very too conservative to the point that they don't allow something to happen, or people won't want to stay because, well, it's not fun. You know what I mean? So what we suspect right now, is Malaysia should do well. And if they were to change their educational background and their upbringing and their mentality a bit more, Malaysia could do better, like right now in Johor, around 2030 onwards. That's my speculation. Right? I foresee that might happen. The reason why Singapore is doing well is because we are just a money laundering hub. And what's happening right now is that the Johor there is experiencing a boom because there's a lot of outflow going on from Singapore to Johor. And one of the guys that I was looking at, they mentioned that the property is extremely undervalued in KL right now, extremely undervalued. So that's something that we could look at. But then again, it depends on how the maturity of Malaysians turn out to be. If these guys are so blinded at the point and they couldn't mature and live beyond their stone age, then that will not happen in Malaysia. But this problem is also seen in Indonesia. It's not just Malaysia. It's becoming worse in India and in US right now. Because when it comes to polarity points of the air era, you see the extreme points of both ends. No, they say ringgit is crap right now, right? But then again, who's holding ringgit down? After all, it's just based on pure value. So it depends. I mean, I don't know in Malaysia enough to comment too much. But they said that the day that we consulted, I consulted guys who do Mystic, I consulted guys who do with the analysis times, the analysis flow cycle, that Malaysia could be upcoming only to 20 or 30. That's something that you guys can look forward to if you're Malaysian, right? But then again, I don't want to guarantee anything, but just based on the cycles, there's no guaranteed cycles. No, they all went here because we are hub here. We are money laundering hub. You think the government doesn't know they were money laundering hub? Come on, man. Back in the before SARS all period, right? You know, you go to those Chinatown shops there, $20,000 rental a month. You think those shops they sell 3 for $10 product? You think they can sell $20,000 product? Honestly, nail clipper, keychain, whatsoever. You guys been in Singapore before? 10 for $10. Have you guys been in Singapore? Anyone in Singapore or Chinatown? You see those shops there, they sell all the things. Anyone know what I'm talking about right now? Yeah, 5 idea, whatsoever, right? Yeah. Those are they're doing a lot of laundry. So what they do is that they have a shop front to run operation, but at back it's actually they're laundering all the money. They say, oh, we are making money, actually they're not making money. So the government knows this and they allow it because why? They're paying tax. They let it run. This is why those shops exist. And you know what's funny? You notice that the shop is everywhere. They all have the same concept. They don't really bother doing up the shop at all. They just open up the thing there because why? Correct. Why do you think they do that? It's laundry. They don't even market it. There's no effort to market. Imagine you're selling something for $2, and they just pour over the table. You can count how many of them are there. You think they can ever come up with $20,000? And don't forget, that's from product value. You still need to make profits. How much profit do you make from the product? 10 cents? So how many 10 cents do you need to reach 20,000? You think that shop can accommodate the amount of volume there? You got 200,000 pieces of the item there, 100,000 pieces of those items in the shop. Impossible, isn't it? Think of it logically. So do you think they got enough of those products there to sell that many? They don't. The rental itself is 20,000. Staff costs, electricity costs, everything. Taxes. Do you think they can make? It's not $20,000 anymore. Running cost could be about 40,000 a month. It's a scam. It's a laundering activity. And that's Singapore. Get it? They needed something to run a laundry. I don't know. From Malaysia side, I don't know. But now I'm focusing on Singapore side. Because right now, right, if the cycles will be correct, 2025, when the transit of the period cycle in Chinese, or the crossover the period line, and we go in the full total transits, it will fuck up property like mad. Literally destroy properties in value. That's why I keep telling people, watch for the reaction of the world of humans' consciousness on the 20th to 24th March. I'm very curious also. We mark already, I say it's the 20-year cycle. Right? So anyway, we'll get back to the CDO CDS. So when we have enough of this loan and they put the cash and sell out, right, into this special purpose entity and they buy insurance on top of it. It's obviously that you never lose money, right? So because you have a full proof that's backed by insurance, which means that no matter what happens, you get a property. If the person don't pay you, you get a property because you loan out a thing, you get property, right? And not only do you get a property, you get a payout of insurance. So it's like me saying, I'm buying this thing for $100,000, and I got an insurance behind me, they'll pay me $100,000. If the person do not honor it and the product fail, means you got insurance, plus I get to keep the property. How cool is that? So banks were selling these products from 2003 onwards or 2002 onwards because there's a boom in demand for loans. So think about this. Yeah, but they're doing that. It was a legal thing. And the banks were increasing and making their quota where they can create from $12 to 1. Remember, as I say, you need $1, but you can loan out $12 to $1 to 33. It was a worldwide Ponzi. That's why Lehman Brothers was collapsed. So let's look at this. Think about this now. Think about this. So you have a neighborhood. You have a bunch of people who bought the neighborhood at all 100,000, right? So as you go to the neighborhood and you get more and more popular, and people say, "Oh my God, property always goes up." So let's just say that you manage to sell 4 properties out of this whole neighborhood, out of 12 properties, right? So what do you think happens when people see a lot of people coming to the place and setting up shop? What do you think the value is going to be like? What do you think the marketers say? Oh, this is the upcoming neighborhood. We got new schools being built, this and that. What do you think is going to happen? Or what do you think the land value is going to become? Does it go up or down? So the first movers will enjoy. So they bought cheap. Then after that, they say, you know what? Your values are now worth 200,000. So you get a bunch of people who took loans because nobody carries around 200,000 and just buy off on the spot, right? Usually that way, right? And now you have a more developed neighborhood. Halfway through this development, they say property is going up. What do you think these guys who stay here will do? Wow, I bought this for 100,000. Now it's 200,000. What did they do? They might get greedy and buy another house. They might also sell this house away for the 200,000, right? They might sell this away because they make money already, right? They say, fuck that. So another guy has bought the house for 200,000. Then suddenly, 2005, before they raise interest rate, they say, you know what? Everyone still wants to buy. And now this neighborhood becomes so developed to the point that every single house is being raised to 300,000. So some users will be like, you know what? I think this is not right. I think this is time for us to cash out. Maybe go see somewhere else. Maybe go rent. You know what I mean? So they sold the house away. They sold and bought the house for 300,000. Right? Agree? So the whole area now, even though there's people bought 100,000, some people bought 300,000, some people bought 200,000. Everybody's house value in the area now worth $300,000. Everybody say, shock or fuck or whatever or what, right? Everyone's happy, right? But don't forget, everybody don't have $300,000 on the spot. So everybody took a loan from the government or the banks, CDO, CDS. So because the banks got so many of these requests of loans, they say, you know what? Let's pass this on to our investors to buy, and let's give them insurance because property always goes up. That's what they always believe. And if it fails, the house will be given to the investor, plus they get an insurance payout. Cool, right? So you have this group of, so these guys who stay here are what we call prime people, or they only approve prime people. People with degrees, everything, they say these are prime people. These are what we call likely for them to pay back. Right? Likely for them to pay back. Right? So investors want more of this product, and the banks will start aggressively lending and pushing people to say. So some of these people, or let's just say that you bought a house for 100,000, it goes to 300,000 like Bitcoin. Let's say buy small and goes up to the moon. So what do you think is going to happen to all the nosy relatives of yours, or people who are not so educated? What thing they'll do? They'll see you, they're like, this guy just took 100,000, $300,000. Wow, I wish I can do that. So they follow, right? Like any other Ponzi out there, any other stuff out there, even Bitcoin, they follow, right? Even the gold, they follow, right? Right? So these guys may not be as educated, they may not respond as fast, and chances are they might don't even have the bank capacity. But because they're so aggressive lending and they always believe house will always go up in value, they're being driven like idiots, like what's happening in Singapore right now, right? They all buy this thing, or they took the loan. These people who may not be as educated, or some of the hillbillies, we call it, right? All those guys who are like who hold a horrible job, they not make enough money, are regarded by the bank as subprime. So if you're prime, it means you're like the prime card, the best. Subprime means this guy's a bit riskier, right? But because they want to sell a lot of this insurance, all these products, they will come out with many sub-products. So the banks will be like, okay, we have a lot of people who have degrees. There's some of them who are, so degrees, they're not likely to go bankrupt, right? Right? Not likely to go bankrupt. So they have a certain portfolio, right? So you have a bunch of degrees, guys, stable. Then you have guys who are, let's say this guy only worked one year working, diploma. I'm not here to look at anybody. Diploma, 1 year working, in debt, in school debt. Just came out. Subprime. Subprime customers. Right? These guys may have bad debts. So you have another person who's like this. Then you have another person who can be 10 years working, primary school only. Primary school. In school, no debts, no current debt, but low pay, salary, subprime. May have bad debt. So what the banks do is that, right, because they got not enough of this so-called prime people, they say, you know what, let's start lending money to people who are not very smart. So they do something like they package all these things together, right? Let's say they put all these let's say there's 6 of these together, six people together, right? And they said that this thing is a special purpose entity. So SP is called what's it called? SPE, special purpose entity, right? They form the SPE, or is it SPC? That's SPE, right? So all these people, they put together, they call this product B, product B, mid risk, right? So you have product A. So product A will look like this. Product A will be all of them degree holder, or most of them, right? Then they'll do something. So this is what we call AAA because of insurance. This one may be AAB, right? And they have come out another product. So this will come out another product here. This one, all of them, or most of them, are people of subprime. So this is a product C, AAC, for example. You get my point now? So the investor will come and look at this and say, okay, I want to play high risk. I'll take 5 AAs, 3 ABs, I mean not say high risk, I want to take middle risk, and 2 AAC. I want to gamble. After all, if these guys fucked up their debts, I will keep the house and property will always go up. Greed, right? Property will always go up. So eventually, the subprime guys, like these guys here, in the neighborhood, couldn't pay the debt because this price is so high and they bought a very high price, right? So you have incidences where the houses, this guy say, let's say this is a AAC, right? AAC, great, couldn't pay, empty house, foreclosed, couldn't resell. The person, the investor take over the house. Never mind, take over one. So if you go to a neighborhood, you see one empty house, but the empty house they put for sale, but the rest of the house is all good. Do you think it's a bad thing or good thing? Good or bad? Do you think the neighborhood is good or bad? It's booming. It's okay, right? Nothing wrong with it, right? It's quite normal, right? So on top of that, when the house got foreclosed and these guys are kicked out on the streets, they're kicked out on the streets already. The investors will ask from the insurance company, like Lehman Brothers, can say, pay me my insurance because your AAC product has failed and we bought insurance. The insurance company paid, say, you know what? Yeah, we agree. We know the risk, we agreed. So they paid him out. So this house becomes his house. He don't stay there, it's empty. After a while later, this person, maybe this person's family got some, the parents got some problem. They are prime customers, but maybe got some bankruptcy, or the father's in debt or something like that, or medical disaster, need a lot of money, forced to sell, right? Then it's 200,000 house, so 2 empty houses, right? Because American healthcare is shit, right? You see 2 empty houses like this. You're like, okay, another one falls. Then after you have another guy who's not very smart, or not very smart, also empty house is sold away. So now you go to the neighborhood, you see out of 10 houses, 3 are empty. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen to the value of the place now? You see 3 out of the 10 houses, 3 are empty. What is happening? Not so good, right? Value goes down, right? People say something's wrong. Correct? And because they all bought the bank policy, 3 houses now, 3 houses are forced to pay the insurance. The bank company that issued this insurance, the CDS, they are forced to pay the investor. Eventually, this one goes boom, and you have an empty neighborhood. And these guys who paid 300,000 for the house, they were like, what the shit? Now the houses are all worth 200,000. And they're paying every month. They say, why am I paying $3,000 a month to maintain a $3,000 house? Where now the whole value, I mean, 300,000 house, $3,000 a month, when the entire neighborhood now is only worth 200,000. Why should I pay for what? So some of them will intentionally foreclose the house. And the 300,000 house, they say, no, I'm not going to pay. I'm going to let these bank guys come and foreclose my house. I don't pay anymore. Another one foreclose. And another see, what the hell? Why should I pay? So right now, the whole neighborhood now, as more and more houses go empty, and more insurance companies are forced to pay, one by one, they all start going bankrupt. The insurance company not only go bankrupt, the area itself, people say, why should I pay so much money for when the value is so little? All start going bankrupt. And so back to the point that, right, in America itself, there are neighborhoods that are completely empty. They're all owned by investors who stole the lands, but yet the value is all nothing. You know how bad some of the incidents have happened to be, and all these companies going to bankruptcy, all the insurance companies going bankruptcy. 4 of them went there, 2 of them has tied to the feds. That's why they are bailed out. The government did a bailout for them, right? 2 are left to sink. It became a global scam and a global collapse in 2008. That's how the entire thing sank to the bottom. And you have houses like this, right? They put a trigger on AIG. You can watch this here. Use some link to watch. Right, so right, you become ghost towns. Some of the towns, like a 3-story Detroit building, is being sold for resale at $1,250. A 3-story house, you can buy this house for $1,250. How mad is that? Isn't it crazy? You know what's funny? Some of the China guys actually went in and bought everything. And now they all make money back. Some of the China guys actually went in to buy everything. Imagine a house that is a $300,000 now being sold for $1,000. Would you buy? I might actually. You don't find it crazy? This $1,000. If I had the money, if I had this knowledge back then, I would have bought as well. I would have bought. And right now, I'd be so freaking rich, it'd be crazy. That is a global Ponzi. And it affected a lot of guys because a lot of guys put into this contract, right? Yep. So this chart is based on Gann's analysis book, one of Gann's book. And look at the cycle. COVID came in 2020, there's panic. I warn you guys, 2024, 2025. In his book, can you see this red bar here? Is shown as red, 2024. This is done by Gann. That's why I keep telling people, I don't think there's anything going to happen this year. It's an average year, probably. The real impact that will come together with Pluto and all the other cycles and the Chinese period night change is in 2024. I suspect that 2024, 2025, and even 2026 will be the one. It could, if you follow the 20-year cycle, impact to 2028, just like 2008 financial crash. That's why I said 20-year cycle. It could. Now, are you guys aware why I'm a bit concerned? Any questions? Because this is going to affect you. So you guys are going to start buying properties. Some of you bought properties already. So when I see a sudden boom like this, I get scared. Because when it reverses, it crashes all the way down fast. People say it's impossible for a house to be $1,000. People say $100,000 to $1,000. Are you sure? So you guys are in a way lucky because you might have the opportunity right now to use time trading to make all the money. And when the time is right, when you guys cash in to buy, you buy at the bottom of markets. That's why now you guys are in a very critical phase. Get it? Cool. Likewise myself. I used to be a Grab driver. I managed to get my own car by then. And I got my car. You know how much I bought this car for back then? You know, I used to drive a Hyundai. You know how much I bought for? Okay, Singaporeans, you guys know the COE price now, right? You know how much I bought the COE price? $25,000. Can you see here? $25,000, $556. Because I know the cycles of COE. If you look back history, in Singapore COE history, look back in 2013, the same category of price is $92,000. $92,000. Singaporeans, listen up. This is very important. Now, right now, this is a Singapore problem, by the way. The same bloody piece of paper costs $88,000. That's why I ready to know the answer. Wait for 2025, 2026. I've been giving the answers already. I'm telling you the cycles I'm targeting is 2025, 2026. For those of you who are curious, targeting that period. Because back then in 2013, right, it went to 92,000. And now we are seeing the same shit. That itself has a cycle. I already told you guys that Singapore side, we're estimating 2024, 2025, and 2026. I cannot pinpoint the exact date yet, but I'm really looking at the period cycles really. I'm really sounding the alarm really right now. Because everything that I've been telling you guys so far since I started this program in 2019 has come true. The inflations, the housing, the craziness is all coming out right now. Everything. And this is the bloody cycle. In your lifetime, an average human has 5 opportunities to make extremely big amount of money through property investing. Not value investing, property investing. Every single human has about 4 to 5 times. Some people only 3. You miss this opportunity, you miss the bloody boat. I'm telling you now, 2025, 2026 might be the next boom cycle. Or might be the opportunities for it going, and for the cash out by 2030. There's a high probability. If the cycles are still the same, it's a high probability. History always repeats, just like wars or changing cycles, honestly, it'll always repeat. I mean, right for the car one, because I did it. And that's how I bought my first car in Singapore. The one that I fully paid, not rental. Before that, I was doing rental. Like I said, I was a Grab driver for about 5 years, Grab Uber driver. And this was one of my Grab car back then, before I got my current car. Before the incident happened, I tell you guys the story, the full story at the end of the program, the 14 days program, I tell you the whole story, right? So imagine this, how crazy is this? I bought this car for $78,000 with COE included. Then I swapped to and look at the housing price, right? That's back then. This is the price point. And right now, this is not latest. The latest is here. It went up higher. You can see the latest from that point. 78,000, now it's 88,000. Same shit. Right? And I decided to get this car. So you guys know. You know the best part of this car? I bought this car at the inflated value of reporting to get a lower interest rate. Bought inflated reporting. And I bought this car for $75,000. No, $78,000. I sold this car away that's 5 years old later, and sold this car for this car, which I'm currently driving, right? It's here, it's real. I'm still driving this right now, my car. Right? So we got an opportunity to actually sell it, right? You know how much money I paid before the interest rate shot up for a Maserati? You know how much I paid only net, including loan? Less. Less. The open market value of Maserati right now is $500,000. The full price of Maserati right now for BB is about $500,000 with the current inflation and the current thing. I got it for 200 plus, yes. But when I minus off the car, I sold my car for $70,000. My Hyundai was sold for $70,000 because of the COE. I drove the car for, imagine this, I'm a Grab driver and Uber driver. I drove the car and Grab and all this thing for 5 years, right? 5 years. I bought something for $78,000. Of course, not good maintenance, all that stuff. And I sold this car for $70,000. So my depreciation for that 5 years, when I changed over the Maserati, I only paid $2,000 for a Hyundai in Singapore per year. Find me a better deal than that. How net is that? I only paid $2,000 a month for a car in Singapore for 5 years. Is that insane? Yeah. Because I know what to do with the cycles. People are like, how the shit you do that? I'm like, well, I know when to buy, when to study cycles and all. And who can do this? A time trader can, because I know cycles law. And when I got this car over the time, right? I actually got it for 2+. Minus everything, I paid 100+. And I got it at an insane low interest, 1.88. Yes, back then I was very toying time trading. I was very playing with it already. At that point when I got it, I was very playing with it already. I just okay. To be very honest with you, I was partially lucky. When I saw it at the time and I saw the price, I knew that was the time to strike. I had some gut feel telling me it's time to strike. It's just that those people bought the car, they bought house for cheap and it sold for expensive. I just got a gut feel at the point to go in. And it became a best deal ever. And I'll tell you, for those of you in the 14 program, I'll tell you how I got the car. It was by accident also. I got this car by accident. This car came to me. If you look at the car number, what's the number there? 3142. What's 3142? Pi. I didn't bet for number. 3142 is pi. Pi, right? Pi, right? Pi number 3.142, right? Pi, right? I didn't have to lift a finger to get car that represents time trading. Dimension is pi, right? This car literally came to me by accident. Opportunity lies there. I got it in. I got it at the best price. My interest rate 1.88. Right now, if I apply the same car, everything is 3%. Right now, I'm paying the least amount right now in Singapore. One of the least amount for a car like of this level. And I got it before the interest rate hike. So if you want to find this opportunity again, I'm telling you, look out for 2025, 2026. I'm giving you the date, the year now. I say look out for already. I cannot guarantee you, but I say look out for. Right? So those of you who are looking to come to this level, I give you the dates already. This is not the brag. This shows to you that if you master time and cycles trading, you can do a lot of crazy shit like this. And you don't have to spend a lot of money. And yet people think you're damn rich. Any questions? And you can do the same for properties. That's why when I came out with this article, 2020, Fed's hold rate staying near zero indicates it'll stay there for years. Yeah, right. What happened now? Fed's hold rate steady near zero indicates it'll stay there for years. Look at inflation and Fed's rates now. What happened? Not smelling something? I smelled it already. Understand? Then after all the hikes come in, Fed announced 2 possible hikes. It all came. So can you trust the news again? And it says these things you cannot trust Powell. Powell cannot do much also. He's just a mouthpiece. It's not him. Yes. Rocky, yes. They already said already, they drop a hint. They really drop a hint already. What they say? Look at the hints. What was the hint? This is a hint. 6.25%. It can come true. Rocky, I just answered your question. This is the hint. I said let the shit hit the fence. I already estimated that the shit will hit the fence by 2026, 2026. That's why I cannot give you the exact date, but I'm really estimating the periods. If you're looking at the transition law cycle, is 2025. Understand now? Fun? This suddenly feel like you guys are actually being empowered to see all this shit. Because there's a lot more stuff. I'm not going to go through the rest. I think so. Oh, synthetic stress is actually important. Okay, that one. I'll teach you guys synthetic stress tomorrow. I will not teach you all today. Right? I'll teach you guys this tomorrow instead. This one is the I'll teach you this tomorrow. This is not critical, but good to understand. Right? It's not critical. Right? So I'll explain this tomorrow. I actually did explain a bit in the public webinars, but I didn't go into the full details. Right? So I'll explain this tomorrow. Okay? So there's a lot more stuff, and I'm not going to cover those things. I'm just going to stop there. We're going to go to technicals now. So we're going to go for a long break because I need you to take away from. I need to take you guys away from that learning of stories and cycles and past stuff to a technical brain now. So I'm going to give you guys a long break. So any questions? And I want to know any feedbacks that you feel from the program so far, regards to what I just covered today. I'm glad that you actually saw what I'm showing you today.
Right.
Anything else for the rest? Right.
Okay, now let's go.
Any questions?
Boy.
I don't understand.
Pam.
I'm going to make you first. Okay. What about the rest? Any things you want to ask? I'm surprised that no one's asking any questions from the new batch as well.
A lot of interesting facts, and we're just opportunity to be at the right time, basically.
All right, so the timing is all correct, right? Okay, good. So we're gonna take a long break. I'm gonna give you guys about 45 minutes because I'm gonna give you guys, I think only 45, 6:30. Come back 6:30. We're gonna do a full technical session, King bar, everything all included, and we'll probably end at 9 p.m. tonight. 9 p.m. I hope I can end by 9 p.m. tonight. Right. So tonight will be extended. Lesson because we have to clear those stuff there. So come at 6:30. Enough time to get something quick to eat, right? So you guys don't go hungry, right? Enough time? I won't close the channel. Right? Okay, once again, welcome back for the most important part of the program. So as I mentioned, the King bar is the most important of the 7 days program. It's also the one with the highest success rate overall. It uses the laws of trees at all time. Right? Laws of tree laws of tree. And it takes on the fact that there is a time harmonics. The Quan that's helping me states that the design of the King bar was also what we call a liquidity flush move by market makers, according to my Quan. That's what he says, is that his design of it, or the way he sees it, is more like a liquidity hunt move for the entire markets. So how it works is that we all look into one major energy point only one major energy point. The energy point will be ruled for the night. Right? That's why it's called King bar. So the King bar takes into account that there will always be a pillar of trigger. For right now, it's currently 10:30. And this pillar of trigger is based on the opening price of the markets. It has daylight savings. So we are approaching a daylight savings period soon, which means that liquidity will be compressed and shifted. There will be different outcomes or different amount of volume coming in because time is compressed. Because people like in New Zealand will be able to trade earlier because it's slightly earlier. So right now it's 10:30, right, for Singapore markets. When daylight saving comes, it will be reflected on 9:30. So as of right now, we're converted to GMT +8. We're using 10:30. So that's what we call the rulership bar. The rulership bar will be based on the 3 minutes. 3 minutes, right? Because we only use 3 minutes in time trading, we do not use 1 or 2 minutes. This is based on 3-minute cycles. when you have a cycles of 3 minutes, it's based on what we call a 15 minutes interval. 3 to 15 to 1 hour, right? That's how when we go there about time cycles. So you need 3 period points. We prefer 3 period points on minimum. And we found that there's actually a dimension correlation to trigger as well. So our latest research has shown that we suspect there's a dimension correlation too. We suspect. So this is a new topic, a new thing we're toying with now, that we could actually even determine a price factor of the dimension sequence. This is still being tested, right? So I'm going to show the basic first. So whenever there is a king, there will always be a sub-kings, right? This method works deadly as hell on US markets. It's also effective for UK, but it will not work for Asia. Right? Depending on liquidity pool and amount, usually the UK, you might have some chance of that. So if you take a look at last night's case, let's look at what happened last night, right? The ruler of the night is based on this. So this is what I call the point of control. We'll always mark the high and the low to state that this is the rulership. Correct? So this will be the main controller of the night. Every 15-minute cycle, there will be a sub-energy. The sub-energy will mean that this bar is the ruler. Then the sub-energy bar will be this bar here. In my personal strategy, I prefer 2 sub-kings, which means I use a dimension of 2 sub-kings to prevent whipsaw. But there's a problem with this. When I use dual sub-kings, sometimes I miss out a certain move in the markets. So once I have the first sub-king, which is a 15 minutes bar after the king on the 3 minutes bar, which is 10:45. I will now mark this bar as a sub. So usually I use main as thick lines. That's my personal preference. Sub as dotted lines, because both of them are the same price, there is no accident, right? So if you're using a single sub king, then the closing price, right, for here, note the word closing price must not close below the sub king or king, whichever lower. If this price triggers and close below, we are bearish. If you're using single sub king. But if you were to follow my style of trading, which I prefer 2 sub kings, we will always take the second sub king minimally. Some people will go up to 3 sub kings, optional, but I find that not necessary. Because the third sub king here, which is, second sub king here after the king, we will mark the upper line control. Most cases, it's always upper line control. You see here, we are still using dotted lines. And here. So the sub king is here, right? High and low. So if you choose to use 3 sub kings in your trade, then we will ignore every single thing that happens beforehand. And this rulership will last up to the next sub king, which can go up to 24 hours. Which means that the market will bend accordingly based on these cycles for the entire night. We only change directions when the king breaks. So if you look carefully at the king and sub-king levels, you realize that once this timing passes, all these highs and lows start to make sense. For this sub-king 2 method, 2 sub-kings, we will not take a long, right? So let's talk about sub-king 2 first. Until a closing price is sustained. So if you see this happens, you can go on long. that is your signal because it closed above the king or sub-king line, whichever is higher. Your stop loss could be based on the entire king bar, which means that we are aiming for the entire bar of the king plus one sub-king, two sub-kings, in my case, or it can be governed by the next point of sub-king, which could be here, or it could be here, depending on the RR ratio. So if I see there's a retest like this and a breakout confirmation, right? Usually when the whipsaw comes in or strong, not whipsaw, a retest come in, they'll re-enter here again, right? And it continues going long. If you were to choose the most immediate sub-king method, the sub-king to most immediate bar, then this bar will become your 1R ratio. And you can see for the night that the market has did 2 Rs based on the sub-king to king lines. Basically, this line of control. So you get a 2 returns. And as long as you get a 1 return, the stop loss here will go to entry. We will protect the position. If you miss the trade and this happens, do not chase the king bar. You must only enter when it's a sub-king breakage, right? So that is the basics of the sub-king. And because last night move, there's a reversal event, right? So once this happened and you use a nearby one, you will then move stop loss entry. You can catch a 2-time return. You don't have to follow 2. You can also follow a 1.6, 1.8, whichever it is you follow, I don't care, right? And so I make money. However, because last night was a reversal on sub-king, this bar did not hit the minimum. You see the minimum here, right? There's no one single R return. So there's a high probability that the markets will, if the markets will collapse, they will have to compensate you on the short side. So you take the same bar here, 1 down. You could see that they actually compensated you at the end here. What's our rule again? 1 hour stop loss to entry. If you feel sore from losing the first trade because you got kicked out here or here, right? Depending on which you follow. Once this happens, you can see that there's a doji on the king levels. This is where the decisions are being made. And as soon as it closes below, right? If you see a lot of lines like this, this is not counted. So please be careful of that. Sometimes you see a lot of stupid lines like this, it's not counted. It must close below the sub-king or kings of the entire session, then that is a signal. And based on last night moves, it gave you back a 1x return, more than 1x. So if you're talking about a 1x return, then the sub-king will be a break-even trade based on the entire night because it gave back 1 bar return. And if you are anal or being upset about this losses, you can also take profits in between. You could also enter when you do a double retest like this, where none of the prices, you can see here, close above. You can see that none of the price there close above. The price there that for last night, look at last night's, right? At the 3:48 p.m., you see a lot of these little hairy things. This is not considered a break-in. It's still considered outside. Why? Because the prices closed below. It didn't go back to, it didn't go at base. It did touch there. It did scare the crap out of you. Some of you guys will have your stop entry triggered, your stop loss to entry triggered, and you will not make money. Well, it's not my fault. Because why? Beforehand, they really gave you back a 1 point something. They paid you back for a loss if you were to take the entire bar based on last night, which means that you technically will break even. Some people, if they see a rejection like this, they will actually try to short again. Not wrong. So if you enter a short, right, you lost one trade, you take profit, go up again, you short again, not wrong. You can also choose to short again and follow the nearest sub-king line, the next one here, as a stop loss. Which means that this area will now become your R ratio. right? This is your R ratio. And you could actually gain a move of 1R, 2R, 3R, up to about 4 hours just last night. I didn't check yet. I'm looking at US 30 first. I'll check that later. Right? This is if you're using a 2 sub-king governing method. If you're using that, which is the one I use a lot. Make sense? Any questions? Any questions? The 1.5 doesn't have to go to 1.6 RR. As long as it does a 1 RR stop loss entry, you can take profit anytime you want. That's to return you back money. If you think that Monday is going to drop down further from here, right, and go here, well, it can be a lot of trade. I don't know. You could do your 1.6 return. But they have compensated you the minimum of 1 hour here. Can you see the compensation there? They compensated you already. Get it? The first king bar is always the opening energy. It's not the ruler bar is always the 3 minutes bar of the New York time, the first opening. Because that's where they liquid flush everybody. So we had a new proposal that just came in where we suspect, but I have not put this as the theory yet, that the length of the sub-king, the king, will also represent the dimension of the sub-king triggers. So this is the theory we're going with now. What does it mean? So if I have a trigger point, here to here, the rulership of the time trigger will be based on the next bar here, after the king. It's something that we are toying with right now. That this, sorry, not this one, right? The time equals price, right? We are toying this idea that this will also be the mark low for the markets. We are toying the idea now. And that therefore, this bar breakout could be an early indication that it's a trigger long. This is what we are toying at the moment. But then again, for this case, it's here. But the stop loss length is based on here to here. So something we're toying. We have not done enough tests yet. But this was a proposal to tweak the king bar system. And if you use this length here to here, you copy this upwards, it gives you about a 1 to 1.6, 1.8 return. So we are toying this idea now. You can try, because the rulership will be for 24 hours, up to the next king. If you're using US to US only, it will govern for that period. Then a new king will take over. If you're using a single sub-king, yes, that's why that is called king bar. So if we were to use a single sub-king last night, let's say here, you mark high and low, and your sub-king, this bar to this bar, right? Remember I said before, we do not count the down price, we only count closing price. You will have gone along on this bar already. If you are scared, right, then your stop loss will be here, your stop loss will be triggered. But for this case, if you're using single sub-king, you can use this entire bar as your R ratio. It's an adaptive system. There's no one hard rule. And if you multiply this up, can you see that the return is more than 1 hour? You will still make money. And there's a reverse like this shape here, right? Can you see that it's a 1 hour, 2 hour, right, about 2 hour, 1.8. These are all dimension harmonics. So that is based on last night's bar. This method works on almost every single night. That's very rare that this method will fail. You're looking at about maybe 80-90% time it works every single trading day. It's just where you put your stop loss at and how you take a trade and how many sub-kings you will use. Some people are a little bit more scared. I don't recommend this. I don't use this myself unless there's a strong reason to. I will use not just one sub-king or two. I will use 3 sub-kings, which means that I will only take the trade after the third sub-king here, 11:15. Then I'll go in. Very rarely I will do this unless I smell something is fishy. Then I'll only take a trade from this angle. But then again, your stop loss duration or your P system might be higher, right? Your risk might be higher. So if I take this as a high, and the previous high here, so it's here to here, right? This one here, and this is the 11:15. Then this is my risk area, right? Which still gave me about not a 1 return, but when it reverses down later on, it's still a 1x return or more. The third sub-king is 11:15, but I do not recommend that because you have the king, then sub-king 1, sub-king 2. It does work for currencies and gold as well. It does, but this is heavily backtested on Dow and S&P. Like I say, your stop loss, you must also watch your closing price. So it depends on whether you want to monitor or not. If I see a lot of little feeders, I know that that's not clean. That's why you have to decide. If I see a lot of shit like this, I know that the sub-king has changed because it's below the ruling line. So this is US 30 for last night. Now let's look at the same case for US 500. Right? So we go to US 500. Same. So the king for US 500 is very clean last night. Is it last night? Is this last night? Yeah. Can you see how clean the sub-king is? That's that's the one, sorry. That's this one. Not so clean. Okay. I thought this was a bar. This one. 10:30, right? So mark here. Mark here. Right? Here. Mark. Then mark. The king bar will always have the higher weightage for the stop loss resistance. Will always have the higher weightage. Right? And it depends on your risk or reward factor. If you have an entry here, you can put a stop loss here. It's up to you. Where you put a stop loss, up to you. Right? If you chose to put a stop loss at the other line here or at the king bar low, right? I always say the king bar always have a higher weightage than the sub king in terms of energy because that's the liquidity move point. So if you're looking at just pure king bar and a retracement like this, you can do a stop loss at the other end of the king bar. It's fine, right? This one, if you look at that, is there a minimum 1R? Yeah, there is. However, if you choose to use the entire bar as the king, stop loss king, right? 1. Then you can see at the bottom here. Did they return you 1 hour? Did they return you 1 hour at minimum? I always say there was always a return 1 hour, right? Did they return you 1 hour minimum? Yes or no? Yes or no? Did they return 1 hour? Yes, right? The system is still working. This is because you know why? Every dimension point crossing is every single high and low. The king bar is actually marking out a dimension. I repeat, every crossing high and low with the sub king, they are marking out one dimension of markets. It's a 1D dimension. So when we propose the idea that we think the king bar can create sub dimension, harmonics. We are effectively saying that it's suspected that this to here to here might actually be one harmonic GAN box. But this is still in the work in progress stage. And if we draw a line down here, can you see that? You have a VMM breakout. Or if you use a king bar to govern it. If we were to use king bar to govern it, then your confirmation of entry is here. If you want to try the time factor method, which you are thinking about it now, then you have a king bar breakout here. And this idea that you're calling will be your stop loss, and this will be your ratio of returns. We are thinking of this method right now. Can you see how crazy the returns is? You risk 98 points, you get back 488 points. We are toying with this idea right now. It's not confirmed yet, but we're toying with it. Powerful? So that's based on last night. What about 2-3 nights ago? Now let's look at other nights, right? So let's look at the night before. So let's look at, this is Friday, right? So Thursday. So Thursday was very pretty. So based on US 500, right? The king bar is here. So this bar is the ruler of the night. Very tiny, I don't know why. Can I do anything about that? I can't. Where is the 45? Here. Where is the 11? Here. Right? What happens now? Depending on which rule. Okay, someone asked how do you differentiate sub king? I'll tell you shortly. What did I say about little hairs coming out? Do we consider this as long? And this yellow circle, do we consider it as long? Because it's after 11 o'clock, right? Right. The point of expiry to take the trigger is after 11, right? We do not consider this as a long. This is a false flag signal. It must close below, it must close above, then it's a long. We do not enter on that. This is a false signal. Where is the real signal? There is also no signal here, even though it's closed. No signal here. No signal here, because it's hair. The real signal came in, and I told you guys to short. It's here. When I saw this happen, that is where you guys got my text message. I said, everybody, king bar long is smelly. If you are any of you are long, please short the market. That's the answer. And that is how we, that night, if you follow me, can you see the drop that I gave to you? And I announced it to you guys. Our returns. Your entire cost is paid up already for one trade like this, about $1. It's 499 pips for 2 days. If you play $1, the entire cost is paid up at one trade. I will check later. But can you see the power of this now? Because even if you don't use the 3-bar, you do the king bar to king bar, ruler to ruler, right? The next rulership will only take over here. The next rulership will take over here. This is where your cycle ends. A new rulership. So if you use Thursday to Thursday and Thursday to Friday, right, that cycle, this is your cycle. Even with a cycle like this and stop loss like this, what is your R ratio? Risk 178, return 113. It's about 6 times. How cool is that? 1 to 6 R ratio if you use cycle to cycle. And my rule is that I don't care. As long as you make 2, 3, 4, I don't care. You make money, right? One good trade is all you need. So if you use the method, okay, if you use the king sub-king method, the one that we're talking on the extension, then let's look at this. If you're using that cycle, high to low, right? Then the king is between these two bars. Sometimes in between two bars, quite annoying. We can use either bars or you can use 2 bars, right? Like this. So if you want to use this method, like I say, it's still in the experiment. So we are not concluded yet. Then you have a breakout, right? A buy, right? Then it went down. Did it give you 1 hour return? Let's see. Did it give 1 hour? Oh, yes. Can you see that? Use this bar. Did it give you 1 hour return? It did, right? What's our rule again? Stop loss to entry, right? That's what I keep saying. As long as your 1 hour has been returned to you based on the thing, your stop loss must be at entry already. No negotiation. Then, of course, this one went to entry, right? When this happens, can you short? You can. You can try to short. Let's see, did it give you back a 1 hour return? Right? It didn't. So for this case, you lost a trade here, right? You lost 1 trade. Never mind. But you know there's a bit fishy. How do you know that something's wrong? When you see that a lot of these jitters in the area, the cycle is not clean. It means that algos is still running. So that's why this method where you use the time equals price and extend, not the best method. We are still working on it. The king bar, 2 sub-king is still better. Where we look into the king, sub-king 1, sub-king 2. Then you mark all the levels. That one is still the deadliest. The one I'm showing to you right now is on experimentation. Reason is because we're trying to lower our stop loss to tweak it further to give us better returns and lower risk. But it's still not ready yet. Understand? So if we take the same trade for US 30 on the Thursday. So let's go Thursday. All right, Thursday. So the king is where? The king is here. Right? See king level? The sub-king one is where? Here. To here. Right? Sub-king 2 where? Here. To here. Very obvious, right? For Thursday. Did the market break the high? Did it break the high? After the sub-king 2. Did it break? No, right? Did it break the low and give you a first signal here? It did, right? Did it give back 1 hour return? Kind of, right? Stop loss entry. Fail 1 time, try again. So if this one case you hit your 1 hour, stop loss entry, hit your entry, look up and it starts to U-turn again because you see this little fritters thing, right? Or the T or the doji. You see, it's very obvious the spot one. Once you see a lot of this doji, this bar, this whatever shit, it means what? Confusion between the algo systems. Doji, T-bar, Doji, hammer flush, lower Doji, decision. This one is decision. And you can see here, what does it mean here? Close below king bar, confirmation. Look to short. You can short, if you can catch this one, you short here already. Sometimes you have to try and try and try. Get it? If you've done that, then your entire night's risk is this, which is only 70 points. Your returns from a king bar to king bar, if you choose a hole, right? Your king bar expiry for this night is here, by here. So here, 70 points, and your return is what? Your return is about, let's say you take the highest point, 500. You go all the way to the bottom, it's 900. You can maximum try, we try is maximum 3 because we use law of 3, but we normally don't do that. Usually 1 or 2 times something I don't do already. So someone asked me, can please don't message me privately, ask the group. So send message to all. How does it differentiate sub king and king bar? Very simple. All you need to do is that the opening bar is the king. So at the opening bar, 9 o'clock, 10:30, this is the king of the night. That's the king. So the king will rule on that price range. This is the king rule. Sub king 1 and sub king 2s are just the sub pointer. They are like pivot systems. The sub king 1 is here, right? Like I mentioned, if the king is this bar, please use a obvious line. Sub king 1 here. Sub king 2 here. So all these 3 will form the king's dimension, or the sub king plus king's dimension. So your entire dimension will be governed based from the king to the sub king. This is your major dimension governings, right? We only take the trade if you're using 2 sub kings after 2 sub king appear, which means here no trades. Here onwards, then we start monitoring. Does this make sense? All the confusion points are just the big boys algo talking. You see this thing? Confusion. You see this thing? Confusion. You see this thing? Confusion. You see this thing here? Confusion. And that also leads you to the what? CET. That's why I say the sub king is very powerful for EMT phase. That's what I mean by that. Get it? So now this is a challenge point. Give me a random date. We just do the sub king, the king. Random date in the last 1 month. Because my chart is the not the powerful one. So give me one random date. Just any random date in this month or even last month up to 11. One date. One market date. I don't care. This method is immune to news. Okay, we'll look at one news date. So you give me a news date also. So we look at 2nd March first. Second March. 2nd March, right? 2nd March, 1st March, 2nd March, or 2nd March to 3rd March. Which one? Alex? 1st to 2nd or 2nd to 3rd? 2nd, 3rd, okay. So, where's the king? Here, right? Before we test the king bar, I know this one works already. You look at you mark the king, you know this one works already. You look at this, you know the king is here, right? Where's the king? Yeah, let me just stick. The king's here, right? You look at this, you look at the number bar, you know this is guaranteed to work already. It's a win already. You don't need to measure. This is a complete win. Isn't it a win already? Right. But that's because I know this is a win, so I'm going to try to see the time factor method works or not. The time price method. So high to low. Now I'm curious to see the time factor works. Price high to low. Okay. Here for this vaccine. Okay. It actually worked. Holy shit, it works. But of course, there's a scare. Okay, look at this. High, low, not very clean, but why the hell did he move? Irritating. Okay, that's what I hate about. I gotta do this in Optima. How do you convert this to range? Or is it because the range will affect? Okay, maybe okay. Yeah, doesn't lock, right? If that's the case, we discard the method. But if you look at this, right, even we tried to use earlier, none of the price closed below. Until here. Then you have opportunity short. Opportunity short here. Okay, if we use just now that one, here, right? You see that this blank will still give you a 1 hour return. Irregardless. You see? You see my money. We'll miss a big one. So follow the traditional. Right. So here to here. Here to here. Then here to here. What's this? Breakout, right? Clean breakout, right? Long. Long, right? Stop loss where? I will not take such a small stop loss, obviously. Minimally here. But of course, they kick you out here. Too bad. Then you can try again here, right? I don't care about news. Since when I care about news? Can you see here? If you use that thing and you got kick out here, too bad. You can try again. Can you see there's an opportunity for you to try one more time here and here again? So here, give you 1 hour return, kick you out here, right? Stop loss entry, right? Then you see another breakout here. You can try here. You try here again, right? Then you catch this one, right? So if you use this as your stop loss, then fine, you might risk getting kicked out and trying again here. But if you use this area as your stop loss, I already did already, Sean. I did the yesterday one already. I done it. Are you sleeping? So for the 2nd and 3rd March, can you see the returns here? How many hours is this? It's insane. This is almost 1,000 points. This is what? 300 points, right? No, not 300. This is $91. And this is 332. I think you can do 2 or 3 times. Law of 3 applies. Law of 3 applies, 3 attempts. Usually I will not chase after 12 or 1. After the last shot, I won't chase again. For me, I won't chase. Because even this look like a news move, right? I can show you the live one. I say, okay, pick any random date. I don't need to see the chart. Anyway, pick me a date. You notice that, Steve, I say, pick me a date. If I can say pick me a date, it means that the strategy is so backtested to the point that it works on almost any date. That's why I say pick me a date. I don't know which date, just pick one. Pick me a date. Go. Okay. Okay. Second and third, right? You can, but I don't recommend. I mean, I say we tested to the point that I still don't like UK personally. Okay, so Cliff has asked for the king bar. So where's the king? Here, correct? Sub king here, and here, right? So we draw a line, highest high, lowest low. Can you see this shit here? Did the market break here? Did we count the hair as a confirmation? No. What is my rule again? It must close above this line. So in the end, it didn't close above, right? So we had a incident here. So now let's start marking. So when I do this thing, now I need to start marking small because it looks like it's a whipsaw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So no trades until after this point, right? No trades until after here, right? So no trade until after this point, then we start trading. First of all, no long. Second of all, what's that line here? Okay. So the market has gave a false trigger. So you can see here, depending on your rule, if you short here, your stop loss here, or your stop loss the full one, up to you, right? And here, either or. If you take the big bar, right? Then what happens? Your 1R ratio is above, right? Because the trigger stop loss, right? Can you see that you have a confirmation entry here? If we use the big one, confirmation entry there. So at 8 a.m. the next day, then it gives you a signal to go along. And you can see that by the time the ruler sheet ends, can you see is there more than 1R return the next day? Is there more than 1R return by UK or before UK? There is, right? So if you enter here and you enter and you wait for the next day to enter, the king rules until when? Until here. The king will rule until here. Cycle to cycle. One cycle to cycle. During this phase, if you were to use this apology and go up, they give you a 1.6. Did you give you a 1.6? At least. There is what? So did you make money in the end of the day? Did you still make money? If you follow the king rule as it is. Did you get a 1.6 minimum? You did, right? 1.6 is here. If Monday starts on 9:30, the rulership will restart to 9:30. It follows the king. Don't mess the king up. If the day starts at 9:30 and there's a change to daylight saving 10:30, then that day the king rulership will be 1 hour longer. Full stop. You don't have to be confused about that. As mentioned, the king bar has been tested over and over again. It is near flawless already. It's just whether you understand how to use it right or wrong. Near flawless. It's still the deadliest method that we teach you today. The deadliest. One that almost guarantees you a return. I don't care what the daylight savings change follow the daylight savings based on the cycle. We are to use New York time opening. So right now, default to Singapore is 10:30 or 9:30. This is gold. You are looking at gold right now. You asked me for gold, right? I just gave you a king bar on gold. You're just dreaming. You asked me for gold, I give you gold. What more you want? Bring me a market. How about FX? Well, you try. So, last night. Last night. Last night, right, Rocky? Well, this is the gold chase. This is the king bar chase. It sucks. Okay. Okay. Disclaimer. I need to put on disclaimer. Sometimes at night, if there's a big move like this, right, the king bar may not be the best. Just let me put this disclaimer first. If the side, so this is where your intuition will come in. If you see that the normal dimension, right? The normal dimension is so big, right? And you have a pre-market move that's this big. The cycle is not clean. It means that this move cannot trade on the market really. So this is how we track. If the previous dimension, the box is so big and the opening is here, right? We don't chase the market. Because the dimension is not right already. Can see the dimension big. Look at dimension size. You cannot chase. So if you want to chase, you can try, but not recommended. Understand? Because there is a cycle law that says that all cycle has to go back to equilibrium. So before the king appears, and you see a massive move like this, right? Before the king bar appears, massive move. Then you need to refer back to the old cycles. Then you have to make a decision. This has happened. Do we chase or not? If this shit happens beforehand, we don't chase the trade. We don't want to. Because cycle market has already moved early. We don't chase the markets. You must adapt. All right? Please use a bit of brain sometimes. If you see that it's such a big one, you look back at the previous one, you see this move, don't chase it. So even if you insist on chasing, you didn't check, and the market has already flushed, now let's look what happened. One, two, three. Okay. Over here we short, right? Dimension, did it break up? Never, right? So which rule you want to follow? If you follow the nearest bar, which I won't short this one, I won't chase. You can use this, do this, go down, 1x return, plus minus, right? It's about there. Plus minus about there. So this is not really a clean x, so 1x. It's a bit off. If you use the nearest one, here to here, go down, then yes, you got 1x return. But would you take chase a trade after this like this? I won't chase. But is this still within the king range to Monday? Yes. So as long as price do not break and close above this line, right? There's a high probability that if Monday opens, this could drop here, it will bring down here. Monday. is still within the king or command range. It means that this is not no stop loss trigger. You mean Friday the Monday, not Monday, Friday? You can try. You can do that if you want. I don't care. Pick me a random example. Give me a market and a Friday the Monday example. Just pick one. You guys choose. I want to do an announcement too. Okay. So okay, DEX. DEX, right? DEX, which day? Which I can't do this. Cappy, I need the 24 hours bar. I can't do this. Cappy, cannot. Not clean. I scared so. I need 24 hours bar. I won't do a Cappy. I won't do a Cappy. The Chris, which can you give me the futures one? What's the futures for DEX? I don't trade DEX. Can you give me one? If you don't give me one, I'm going to change the other market already. SPB. What's SPB? SPB USD. SPB, you sure? Oh, I had like, okay, fine. So much power USD. Notice Kwang here or not? Kwang, are you here? His favorite. Okay, so many requests for pound USD. I don't know, should I show you guys what Kwang did? I'm thinking whether I should announce the signal thing or not. That's quite expensive. Okay. Those of you who ask me pound USD, give me a date. If you want to test a Friday and Monday theory, go ahead. Pick me a date. I don't know which one you choose. You choose. You guys are trading. You choose. Choose something. '24 Feb. Okay, 24 Feb 1. I need to know 24 Feb, 24th to 25th or 24th to 23rd. I don't know the dates. You tell me the dates. Okay, 24th to 25th, I assume. Okay, so we go ahead, put a date. Okay, so that's the date. Ooh, it's quite low. Ah, there we go. The king's here. The king is there. When Amanda started asking me, I'm like, okay, this one must be a sore case. Because she had done the study quite intensively. Is it a sore case or not, or non-sore? Okay, king is here, no changes. Sub is here. Sub is here. Okay, first of all, we are triggered long, right? Long. Went down, scared at you, come out here, give you a second signal. You can hold or can get out. If you see this happen and you're spooked, something can get out, right? Then third attempt. Another time here, another time here. So what do we call when you see this happen? What is this impact here? What is this cycle when you see this happen? What is this? What we saw? You see the amount of attempts? What's that? Time decay, correct. Sean is right, time decay. There's a time decay going on. Because the time decay is so much point that after so many attempts, you cannot go already. There's a time decay. It breaks past law of 3. That's why you know the cycle is smelly. So if I see this happen, after 3 attempts, I don't chase. Then this will be a failure trade. No, I didn't change that. We can still use UK if you want to. The US is still main ruler, but if you want to use the UK, okay, let's look at UK now. So I did mention, I know I mentioned that FX scams or FX things happen more in UK than US. I know what I mentioned, Amanda. I'm aware. So let's look at the UK timing. UK timing is 3 p.m., right? If I'm not wrong, because I don't really trade UK. 3 p.m., right? Is it 3 p.m.? Or is it 3 p.m., right? Okay, good. So let's look at Friday 3 p.m. first. Okay. Are you sure it's 3 p.m.? The bars are not so small one. You sure it's 3 p.m. Singapore time? Because usually king bars are huge. Or is it 4? Four p.m. lah. Not 3. 4. I say it cannot be. The bar cannot be so small. Four p.m. to Singapore time, yes. Okay, this is a whipsaw case. Apology trade was triggered. UK to UK. There's a false trigger here, right? False trigger. Apology reversal. 1, 2. The strategy still works. 3, 2.5. There we go. Done. Can you see the answer now, Amanda? It works. Apology still works. You get back 2 times return. It still works. Yes, 4 p.m. It's confirmed. But beware of daylight savings. If you lose money because of your mistake, it's not my fault. We tested based on opening. So if you look at 3 p.m. as well and you lose money, not my fault. Someone in the program did that thing. He's keep looking at 9 p.m. but I think cannot, it's 9 p.m. It's 9:30. Not my fault. I already mentioned many times we tested on market opening, New York time or UK time. 4 p.m. Friday, Monday, let's look at the same thing on Monday. Monday 4 p.m. right? Let's look at UK now. Monday 4 p.m. Okay, 4 signal, 1 loss, X return all the way. The method works. 1 loss, how many times return is this? 1 king bar, you lost, right? 16. Your return is what? Your return is what? You miss 1 time here. If you hold all the way, is this your return here? Fun or not? That's why I say apology trade is so prominent this period right now. Fun or not? Look at how tiny your loss is versus the return. Look at that. Mad or not? Even though I know this is like a 2 days trade, right? Okay, even if you use a day, let's say 4 p.m. to the next day 4 p.m., right? Even we got this trade here, your expiry here, right? Around here is the expiry, right? 4 p.m., right? Too bad you missed another big one here. But this to this is already huge, really. So why do you have to panic? Yes, you lose some trades occasionally, small losses, but every time you lose, and do you notice the beauty of King Bar? Often you only get 1 or 2 losses only. But every time the return back is huge return back when you catch the right one. You get a very big return back on the spot. How do you spot false signals? Very simple. I already told you before. If the King Bar were to do a little line like this, and the King Bar line is here, or the sub king is here, we don't count this as a trigger. So you can have sometimes like this, then you have like this, right? Let's say like that. Then you have a T like this, right? Then you have a reattempt, something like this, right? And the line of sub king of king is here. This is not a short trigger. It's not at all. Because it's still above. Get it? You still maintain long. It's the same law as dimension. Get it? I have not tested Rocky, but we can look at it now. In fact, I don't mind looking at the Asia time. If the high volume of Asia time, we can try to do one live one now. I didn't test it. Rocky, any pairs you like me to look at? Any particular pair? Any combination you want me to look at? You look at Asia time. Which one? USD Japan. Okay, that's the hypothesis now. Right. Okay, Japan time is what time? Because we follow country opening. So Japan markets, stock market opening time to Singapore. Is it 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. Singapore time? 9 or 8? How come here say 8:30? One moment. Nine a.m. Right? Eight a.m. Okay, fine. You're right. I just have to be sure. Right. Okay. Which day you want? Yesterday? Okay. That's yesterday's event. The volume looks very low. It looks very low. Maybe Asia pair might work better. This is no volume. The volume is hauntingly low. There you get a false signal here. Look at reversal. Yep, can, still can, but very tight, very tight. Can, but very tight. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Law of 3 reversal down. There, law of 3 is in place. But I don't think I'll use it. I'll still stick to the UK or US. So let's look at UK. I got no comments. I didn't test it. What does Wellington time will convert? Because from my experience is that the ruling markets, let's say US, Japan must always follow Japan. Okay. This method, right, for US Japan, can we look at the UK? I think it's better. So UK, 4 p.m., right? 4:15, 4:30. You get a very pretty trade. Right? Your R ratio here. You get a nice R ratio return. 1.4, 1.4, 1.5. Let's see how much is the R ratio. Around 1.5, about there. Okay, it's valid trade. Let's see, you got a 1.5 return, you're done. You're done. It works. Then let's wait for US. US will be 9:30, right? 9:30, 10 o'clock, right? Oh, even prettier. Look at this. Wow, the king bar so big. Ooh, damn, that's big. So, is it not 9:30, 10:30? Sorry, 10:30 is here. Yeah, the 10:30 one looks shit for the day, right? And still not decided yet. It works on opening on any instrument. Yes, the king bar does work for UK, but it's heavily tested on US. We prefer US because of the volume. Sean, same rule. 1-to-1 stop loss entry. That's my fixed rule. That's how you reduce your risk to 0. Any questions? I need to go through the BMN guidebook with you guys also. That one urgent. No. It's just about RR ratios only. Very rare you get a double whipsaw. So if you get a double whipsaw that period, right, you don't trade already. Very rare. The only mistake that you guys will make is the feelers, right? When you sure you want to trigger stop loss by close above, or whether you want to trigger a false long by close below. Then that's the danger of king bar. It's most tested on UK and US. Usually UK, no US, not UK. I don't, Mingwei, I really don't. I don't. You can say news might help you push. That's why we always move stocks to entry. The reason why we move stocks to entry is because we want to let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. So if it drops like yes, let's say yesterday or 2 days ago, the US 500 dropped all the way down, diarrhea. You can set TP or don't set TP, it's up to you. You choose what's right. My job is that as long as you get back 1 hour or more, put it this way, the method is really so effective, it's probably a 70-80% cure rate, right? And you keep getting back 1 and above. Would you go broke? You won't. So if you are constantly using 1.6, right? Even though you just use 1.6 all the time, for example, then every time you have an 80% win rate. What's the longevity of your trades? So let's say 10 trades, 80% win rate, right? 1.6 times 8. 1.6 times 8. 12.8, right? Oh, 1.6. Sorry, my brains are not working. 1.2, correct, right? What's your loss? Let's say this 80% win rate. 1 out to 1.6. 2 losses, 2. What's your overall win rate? 10 against 10 is a net. You win $12.80, you lose $2. What's the ratio? Is 6.4 against 1. So even if you do a 1.6 consistently, you don't take those crazy swings, right? And you know that you stand about 80%, you stand about 80% chance of winning, as long as you move stocks to entry. Your average expected return is 6.4 to 1 if it keeps hitting 1.6. 6.4 to 1, So every $6.40, you only lose $1. How can you go broke? How can you go broke? WY, I don't care how you do. As long as 1 hour return, you just let it run. I don't care. It's up to you. You will choose what is right for you. If you want to let it run for the whole session, king to king, let it go. If you want to aim a 2 times return, let it go. You want to sleep easy and go to bed and see a 1x return and go to bed, let it go. I got no control there. All I care is that as long as your R ratio is standard and you always use stop loss, I don't care. You make money. How much money you make, I don't know. But the maths is there. It's just maths. I'm showing you the maths probability now. Pick a, that's why I say pick any date. You want to track any markets? Pick a date for me. And a date and market. And UK or US. I don't think I like this session. So UK or US. Pick one. One more. Can be Bitcoin also, by the way. Okay, I need to put a disclaimer. If you use this for Bitcoin, only Mondays to Friday, not Saturday or Sunday. I need to put a disclaimer there. We look at Saturday, Sunday before, we don't like volume. Only Monday to Friday. Yes. So WY pick me a market. Any date, any time, any markets. US or UK, choose one. Correct, hairs are not confirmed. We will look at the 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes is a time cycle. The lock-in the period of the closing price is 3 minutes. That is the secret. UK when? Which market? WY. Which date? Which market? UK. No. Which day? Which market? UK time. Okay. Date. I need to know date. What to what? Date. March. 8 March to 8 to 9 or 9 to 8 to 9 or 7 to 8. Which one? Because I need to know when to put the 24 hours dimension. That's why I'm asking the question. Oh shit, do I have enough data? Crap, I don't have enough data. Ah, no, I have. Okay. 8 March, right? You can try on or 7 to 8. Okay. So 7 to 8. 7 to 8 on US 500. 7 to 8, right? Okay, 7 to 8 will be here. 4 p.m., right? Correct, all has not counted, only closing price. So 7 March, is it March or Feb? Oh, it's March, right? Wrong date, sorry. My bad, my bad, my bad. Okay. So you have a king here. You have a very tight king. Here. UK session. Here. Here. Mark. And finally the major king. The major sub. Okay. This case, we got a long signal. Right? A long has triggered. So 11:30 is here, right? We got signal here already. The signal was here. Long trigger. 1, 2. Not sure you count this. There's 3. Okay, 2 strikes. Became a flush. Can you see it's drop here? So what do we do? This is your R ratio. Dimension, copy, measure the trade. You will lose 69 points. You gain 700 points. So you lose one time, you gain another. No, wait. Now let's look at you. Let's look at US. Right. So US one was a bit shittier that day, right? So let's look at US. I'm also curious of US now. Then 10:30, right? Oh, wow, the bar is so big, but it still works. Can you see the high low? Okay, so this one here, high to low. Can you see this drop here? 1R, 2R. Okay, it's not one exactly. Okay, it's still 2R in the end, but much later at the next king already. Right? But I still give you at least a 1.6. What other day you want? What other day you want? You have to test. You guys, when you're doing this, you have to test. In fact, I'm going to test. I'm going to look at Fangs also. Okay, Fangs. The problem with Fangs is that right, they don't have 23 hours. I don't want to use. I like only when they give you 23 hours. I don't like the next day like that. I mean, we can try a random one. Who requested Fangs just now? Who requested Fangs? Who was it? Who said ask for Fangs just now? You're right. Pick me a date. Pick me a random date. We want to see how effective it is. Even if you can see, you can do a Fangs to Fangs. The small bars. Which date? Pick me a date. One random date. Within the last 1 month, any random dates. Just pick one. 5th March. It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday. Markets are closed. Okay. So let's look at Fangs. Oh, that's a big bar, man. If I see such a big bar like this, I don't think I'll chase with me. You have to use your due diligence sometimes. You see this kind of bar size, and you look at the dimension overall, right? Look, this is where you got a test dimension. If the standard dimension is about this size, let's say the dimension, previous dimension was here to here, right? Even if you count as a bigger dimension here to here, right? Then it brings up here. Did it exceed the thing? It exceeded. So do you think it's a good trade? Can you see that when I brought the high to low here, right? I say high to low, dimension, right? Interestingly, when I clone the dimension here, can you see where the retest was? Can you see where the retest was? There is a dimension running there. This is a dimension factor. Show it to you where 1, 1, 1. This is the vibration dimension. Is it dimensional? Right? You get the idea? So when I see such a big dimension like this, right? And I want to chase, I won't chase already because it's too big. So if I use high low of the night and I have to reach a dimension this size, which is probably like a 2x, 3x dimension costing. This size, right? Do you think it's wise for me to chase a king bar like this? Do you think it's wise for me to chase? Do you think it's wise? No, right? Don't use. Don't use it. Stupid. Don't use it. All right. I already showed you on gold just now already. So if you enter the problem of Fangs is that they are not open UK timing. This is Fangs. They only open US timing. You can't use it. Right. But let's say we pick let's pick a random date on Fangs. Random one, let's say here. Yeah, next day, right? This is the king. What's dimension is big also. Okay, let's say here. Then there is there a rulership from here to here? There is. All right, it didn't trigger short. Ruler to here. Yep, it works. Let's see here. Ruler cycle from 1 here to 10 o'clock here. Can you see there's a 1x written, minimum 1x, right? So it works as well. We tested on Go already. Okay, that's a good question. I personally prefer US as the king of the king for now. If China takes over 80 years from now, 100 years from now, then China's side will be the one. But for now, US is still king of the king. UK is like a king. This is because of the rulership of the past politics. Back in the old days, the British India Company is ruling the world, going everywhere, creating wars. And who's the next person after that? US. So you must always follow the leading country of the world. When they have power, they have money, they have scams. So you follow that. Get it? Why would you draw at 11 o'clock? It's 10:30. The king is always 10:30 on the opening price. Why would you use 11 p.m.? 11 p.m. is a sub-king. Don't use it unless you're using for sub-king. We always use sub-king. It can extend. So sometimes you want to ride a wave and you happen to have a king bar that day. Right? Okay, here's an example. Let's say yesterday. Right, yesterday. Yesterday we had Thursday we had a damn good king, right? So if you want to do extension king, this is an extension king method. Let's say 10:30. Right. Here. We here, right? If you caught this and you let it run for 24 hours, then you look at the king here. Now you go to this day king, right? You won the trade, right? Hands down, you won like mad, right? Okay. If it breaks upwards, when I'm running a wave from here to here, I would take profit already. But if the king the next day breaks down again, you can actually use 2 days of ruler using this and your stop loss entry, obviously. Stop loss entry. You can actually ride the thing for 2-3 days. You can even hold a trade for swing trade. It can be done. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I got no hard and fast rule on that. So if you want to hold, you think that the market go down some more, and you think that the daily is so strong, very strong. Remember your basic rule. What's your basic rule? Marbuzo. Then not so strong. This is ultra bear, right? Then after that, you go to something like this, right? Then you have something like this, right? Then you have this, right? Then you have this, right? Remember this thing? So if that day the daily bar is like this, for example, and you're using king to enter straight, you make a lot of money. There's a very high probability the next day you'll be like this on another Marbuzo. So you can combine your standard trading methods on your basics to ride a wave. You can combine. There's no hard and fast rule. You know what I'm talking about, right? This one. Because if you want big Marbuzo and the next day is obviously a bear, most probably. So you can just write the king. You can use that as a governing board, governing entry. Then you can use your candlestick daily to take over. Then you have another method. I don't see anything wrong with that. In fact, I think it's a damn good method. And it's really risk-free. Who knows? Maybe you got a bottom price. Maybe the day there's an astrological event and it trigger a cascade of event dropping down and destroying the markets. Like the February event. That can happen. And then the trade can become 100 times return. Who knows? So what rules do you want to use? For me, if that happens, I'll just trade the markets. Right? Until I see a king bar that I don't like, then maybe I get out. So be flexible. Try to interchange the methods here and there that I taught you guys. You don't have to follow one all the time. If you understand the methods, you know how to combine them, it will work, it will work, it will work. Okay, it's 801. I better teach you guys the BMM. Okay, I'm gonna go to the book opening now. I'm gonna read up to you some stuff. Right? Where's my book? Okay, some of you guys should have this book by now. If you don't have this book, I find it very weird. So I gave the public edition. Don't have to go write the non-public one. Okay, where's my BMM that book? What's the last update I did? Oh, December. Yeah, I plan to write. No. December is the updated one. December. Showing you right now. So this is the one. December book. I plan to update another one. I got no bloody time to update the books recently. Okay, let me just walk you through quickly. Right. The BMM style. It stands for big money movement, big market manipulation. I don't care what you think it is. To be frank with you, I think 90 points is a little bit outdated based on inflation. Right? You can actually aim for 100 to 110 even. Right? The trigger can actually be 33 points. It doesn't have to be 30 points already. It can be 33 points, but can aim for 100 or 110. It's still working. Right? Yeah, I give you this is a public one, this is a public one. This is the public one. This is public. So our second one here, based on my recent research, right, the 300 actually can give a little bit more, can be 330, right? But I have not made any official announcement yet, right? Because it's inflation. The BMM 5 is a bit tricky because we only count a technical around 800 to 1000. That's usually count as 800, 1000 is a technical 5, right? 1000 is a true BMM. Now, yesterday's case, the market dropped, right? Holding collapse, right? On the time bar, right? Yesterday's case was a true BMM. So for yesterday's case, right, you look at this is the time bar cycle, right? You see here? Yesterday's, right, I announced on Wednesday. Then you can see they shot up, right? It shot up by how many points? Here to here is how many points? Oh, sorry, not US 30. I use it on US 500. Lucky and use on US 30, not as a fake move. Okay, this one, right? I mentioned US 500 only, right? Here to here. You see that? So the distance between here to here is 155 points. 30 points or the 3 points is your trigger. You can aim up to 110, right? They based on the latest one, right? So it hit the BMM 2. Dimension balance, crash, right? Here to here, how many points? 1, 2, 3, 1. Minus 30 is 1201 points. This is a true BMM 5. Even if we take here to here, around 1000 points, your BMM 5, you take this one, you exit here, about here, minimally around here. So if you lost the trade because you didn't take out of the BMM 2, and you lost this trade here, right? You lost this trade here. Your returns, 1, 2, on BMA5 is still 3. If you go all the way to the bottom, it's almost 4. This is the public version, right? But you guys are all trained on King Bar now. You are all trained on King Bar now. So your King Bar for this entry is where? We all shorted around here, right? You're all shorted around here, right? You're not wrong. You can see the return back for the method if you use King Bar together with this. On my time cycle, it's insane. So if you are saying Fibonacci, right? Sure. Correct. So if you use a King Bar as a stop loss mechanism for the cycle, then you can combine King Bar and cycle and you can. That's why I'm keeping this for the last part for the day 7 program. You can combine. So if you want to use Fibonacci, you got so many rules. You can say, oh, Fibonacci high low here. So the exit point can be your 1.1. You see where the market closed? Where the market closed last night? Last night. It closed exactly on the Fibo point. Exact to the dollar. What more you want? You use this low, this high, you get the exact dollar. It's rigged. It went to 1.3, right? So if it's an extension, if you want to take profit from here, and if you short here, of course, you can take profit at 88. You can take profit at the 1.1. You can take profit at 1.2. You can take profit at 1.3. Who cares? You can even try to aim for 1.6. As long as you stop loss the entry, I don't care. You want to gamble, go and gamble. Can it go to 2.1? It can. Can even drop all the way down to 2.1. Right? It cycles are super negative, 2.1, no problem. But to be frank with you, I already mentioned BMA5 is done. The energy for that cycle is done. Right? This will chase. Wait for the new one. I'm suspecting there might be a cycle next week. 13 and 14, there might be a cycle. There might be a cycle on the 14th. There will last until 20th, then the Mercury, no, Pluto will slam on the whole impact. So please note that I'm not double checked yet, but I suspect there might be a cycle coming, another short-term cycle. Remember, I told you every month there's about 100 BMMs. Okay, good question. BMMs are targeted based on cycle theories. It can be a moon phase, it can be a planetary cycles, it can be multiple signals. So I'm about to go through with you the second part. So understand now that these are cycle targets. There's a BMM 11, it's 4,000 points above. No, Rocky, this doesn't apply to that. You have to figure out yourself. That one doesn't apply to FX. You have to figure it out. You have to figure out based on the backtesting. I think I'm a bit too tired to teach it right now for the backtesting. I might teach that tomorrow because it's actually not for this program. It's for the predictive, the time predictive program guys, technically speaking. Right. So BMM 11 is about 4,000 points to 11,000 points. It's only meant for crashes. You need a planetary body to do that. So I did disclose to public this thing. Right. BMM 2s and 4s usually enter on a hook or single astrological or dimension setup entry. BMM 5 needs a harmonical cycles or at least 2 to 3 of the requirements. So when we issue a BMM 5 like that day, there was a planetary cycles with the dimension. Then I'll issue BMM 5. When we issue BMM 10, there must not only be a dimension, there must be a strong astrological reason for that. All BMM 10s are powered by astrology. Without astrology, no BMM 10. Moon cycles, planetary cycles, transitions. These are some examples of BMM 10. Right? BMM 11, you need ultra strong one with backtesting. Every year, there's probably about 3 chances of BMM 11. Every year, there's only 3 chances. Dimension is what? Dimension is a price time point, price dimension or time dimension of both. Fibonacci is itself the distance between the 618 and the 8888 is a dimension factor. It's 2 dimension factor because 78 is 1 dimension. Polygon dimension, that one is based on time price harmonics. It's a different kind of dimension really. It's another rule really for polygon. That one you need optima. That one is a secret geometry with the scaling done. Then we do the energy multiplication from there. I'm testing the king bar to see whether I can form that one for polygon. I mean not polygon, for the king bar. But so far the optima is quite shitty for lower time frame. Okay, I always get some error messages. I don't know why. Need to call engineers. Okay, so BN10 is there, right? Then I already mentioned that always use a bar, a time cycle. So we got M1, M2, M3, M4. Right? I need to be very clear of this. M1, M2, M3, M4, but sometimes this creates confusion. So I need to rewrite that part. So we have 4 styles of PMM. So I'm going to give you an example right now. If let me try to find for you one example. Okay. If the time cycle expires here, for example, usually the next day, this bar is the M1. M2, we will take an odd plus 1. So if this is a dimension day, we will ignore the first one and we use the one after that, M2. So this will be the high or low, right? Make sense? That's M2. If I want to use an M3, and that's the dimension bar, I'll take the lowest low and highest high. Then these 2 bars is an M3. Dimension will be on here, right? The time cycle. 1 plus 2. Highest high, lowest low. Then we'll take a breakout from there. That is your M3. In the ultra rare case of an M4, which I usually will never issue unless I have a very strong reason to, will usually consist of 2 or 3 or more days, usually only 3. So if this is a time bar, then I issue M4. I'll tell you the M4 which day. So we take the average of the 1, 2, 3, highest high, lowest low of the dimension. Then this will become M3 trigger. The reason why we do M3 sometimes is because we are defensive, because this can be a breakout, like a C to T to T dimension change. That's why we use M3. But very rare do I issue M3. Very, very rare. Right? Not M3. Very rare do I issue M4. Very, very rare. This is M4. But M4, if I specify that it's a bigger one, let's say here to here, because I'm not confident, then this might be too big and I might just skip the whole M4. But this can be considered as M4 as well. Right? But very rare I issue that. Very rare. Even though it makes sense at the end, because this is for hypercycles, usually go to weekly time frame, maybe. Right? M4 weekly time frame. Then did this trade work out at the end for a long time? Yes, it did. There's a minimum 1 hour. But I do not usually recommend or issue M4 unless I have extremely strong reasons to do that. Sometimes the strong reason could be because there's an intermingling of 2 planetary bodies. Let's say, for example, there is a Pluto here. Then you have a cycle of a Mars. Then you have a Jupiter here. Rare alignment, but that warrants for M4. There was an incident back, I think 2 or 3 years ago, that this was triggered. Let me show it to you where. Right, that's on Dow Jones. Extra content for the class. This is a rare M4. Okay, look at these dates here. Can you see? 1, 2, 3, 4. there's a 4 alignment incident here. This warrants a very rare M4. So the dimension high of M4 is here to here. You catch this one properly, you end up with a hypercycle. But this is ultra rare. Hypercycle. Very hard to spot. And that warrants an M4, a rare M4. Understand? Why I remember this trade? Because I lost a fuck ton of money on that day, that period. I lost 20% of my account that day, that period. Because I got to fight the signal. I didn't get cut loss at the time. That was me when I was still newbie in time trading. I'm not as skilled. That date was 11 May 2020 to 15 May 2020. It was a hypercycle event. And it stretched out to the Monday actually. That was a trigger. Very rare trade. Very, very rare event. That warrants an M4. Understand now? It's just alignment of planets. And all decided to reverse together. Very rare. Yes, because back then M4 wasn't due. I was fighting against. I remember I had a rival in the industry. He also issued a date. I calculated the pre-one. Back then I was still I'm very new to time trading. Back then I'm still toying with the basic time trading. That was 2020. Remember, I only found time trading in 2019, and I only started doing some serious work in 2020. Only 2021 onwards we actually integrated astrology in the system. I was actually a dimension trader at that point. That's why those of them who came to this program many years ago, 3 years ago or so, they watched the program go. And back then the program was damn cheap. It was like $800 or $1,000 only for 6 days of training back then. But it wasn't as detailed as this. We didn't have Optima back then. But I remember there's this incident. And why I remember this one is because I lost 20 or 30% account. It's damn painful. But then that's how we developed the system. Right. So your BMMs, those are in the other program. Not this one here, not today. I know you're asking my questions. Right. So now I'm teaching you how to take a trade when I issue a BMM. So usually we take the next day. I will usually highlight which day to take the BMM, right? So let's say over here we have a BMM. Let's say this is a BMM day. I'll tell you guys at which day I'm taking BMM. I'll always tell you early. So if I see this shit here, then this could be a BMM bar. M1. If I say M2, it'll be this plus this. Why we do not M2, M3, then this plus this. High-low breakout. So our job is to just take a breakout from here to here. But like I mentioned, you don't necessarily have to wait for the full breakout. You can sometimes enter early. You can see a big flush. I see a big bear flush like this after a zone, right? Sometimes it's quite obvious. You know that this is a time bar. Then you see that there's a daily break here, right? Even though I said this day is a flush, the time cycle, right? But you see a structured break only, right? Sometimes short really. You just take a low risk because your stop loss ratio is so small. That is only compared to you risking like this for a big. If you risk like this for stop loss, a bit stupid, right? Sometimes like this. So sometimes it's also okay again. Then another thing is this. Because you know the time bar is so big, right? The daily and markets always go up and down, right? So that day you trigger short. Let's say that day you trigger short. And someone's mic is very loud. Okay. You know the bar can be this size like this, right? One break bar. But sometimes in the intraday, you can see like there's this thing here, then go down here, right? Then after go up here. So if sometimes see a up like this, and you know that the market is trigger short, right? Right. Yeah, BMS is always on daily bar. Then you see this thing, but it happens that it triggered a short already, right? You wait for retracement, you can short on the higher price, stop loss smaller. So this is what we like to tell you guys to do. You can choose to re-enter back your BMM on the retracement. Right? So this day, there's a retracement. So let me give you an example. Okay, let's pick let's go to hourly. Okay. Okay, I'm going to assume this is not confirmed, right? I'm just going to assume, pick a random one, that this bar okay, this is a bar, a daily bar, right? Start to end. And this happens to be a BMM bar, right? BMM bar. So if you combine this data together, you put a high low point to open and close. The open price is here, right? Opening price. The low is here. The closing price is where? Here, right? So what do you think this daily bar looks like? You agree with me that the daily bar looks like this, right? It looks something like this, right? Like a doji, right? Correct? Yeah. So this was the day bar. I said that that day was the high low, right? The high and low. So we have the next bar here, the next 24 hours. Right? Okay. So this was your BMM bar. As soon as the price trigger here, right? You can see that this bar open up where? Open up here, right? This is the opening price. And where's the closing price? Here, right? So this day, the next day, the bar looks like this. So this one is like this. So the bar actually looks like this. Open, close. The high is where? High is here. Right here. The low is here. Right? So you have the first bar, which is this one. You have the first bar like this. Let me try to make it as accurate as possible. Right? Then you have this is your trigger bar day, your BMM high and low, which means that your BMM short confirmation is 30 points below here. I mean, if you're using 30 points, right, which is here. So anything below that triggers early the next day, which is here, right? We are biased what? Bearish, right? Anything below here, we're bear already, correct? So immediately after trigger bear and drop, if you take profits and you want to look for re-entry, this case is about BMM. It's only BMM 2, right? So you can still consider tracing if you retrace. Your stop loss will be at a high here, right? Your entry here, your stop loss here, right? 30 points on top here. This is a stop loss, right? Right? Stop loss there. Agree? Why must you enter on this yellow line? It's a short. You can have a choice. You can take the entire daily bar or the next day bar or the previous day bar. Usually I'll use the previous day bar. If this is the previous day bar, what I'll do is this. I'll take the highest high and lowest low, right? I'll say, okay, never mind. Let's wait for a retracement of the daily bar to hit back the golden ratio. Can you see here? Short up. Then, if I know that it's a confirmed bear, I will then short here. My stop loss, my original stop loss is supposed to be this big, right? Because I choose to short here on the Fibonacci, my ratio of loss or wins, my SL ratio become so tiny. Instead of using this as an original BMM, I will tell you guys, enter on Fibo. So now I have this. What do you think I'll do? If I short here on Fibonacci and the market goes down here, even though I haven't got the entry, what do you think I'll do after 1R ratio? What do you think Max will do? What would you do? Even though the BMM bar is below here, the target is here, M4 is here, right? BMM4 is here, right? BMM4 is around here, right? Around here. There's a BMM4 here, right? Stop loss to entry. That's it. So how much more money would I get from BMM4? A lot more. My risk is so small, but instead of getting a miserable 300 points, which I give the public for free, you, the smarter traders, will be making about, let's say if I say M4, the BMM4, 700 points. You've got to wait at the bottom, it's about 800 points. So who will make money, more money in the long run? I also make money in the long run. My signals on BMM4 is triggered, and all I need to do is just wait for re-entry. That's it. Difficult? No. Then the worst case scenario, if I do this thing and the market chooses to be a terrible person and just rocket like this, I'll just get out at my entry. Who the hell cares? Right? It's all planning. That's why I say, wait for a cycle. You enter early or enter late. You want to enter short here? Sure. This is on signal. You think the market is going to collapse already? It's a momentum. This is enter early. This is enter on signal. Then this is enter late. Okay, it's a bit messy. Let me draw for you. You see a momentum falling here, right? This is early. You enter short. You say, oh my God, it's really bad. You enter a signal, which is here, right? Signal. Or you enter late. Late. I will always enter either early or late. I won't even bother entering the signal. I'll just say, oh, we're bearish. But what risk do you have if you enter a signal? Sometimes the signal you enter early and the market just do this and pump. It goes up, retrace a little bit and drop. Too bad, it means a trade. Can't help it. What happens if you enter too early? Enter too early, market drop down, but the BMM line is here, right? You never trigger the BMM to short, you just reverse up. Then you're dead. Then again, you can always say, I'll ask you what's your SL? What's the risk reward? If you enter early but you use a high risk, you move towards the entry, then okay, not bad. Right? Would you have lost this trade here? You would, right? But a break even because there's this area here to kick you out. That is how the BMM system works. Understand so far? All good? That's why we had the book. I wrote the book there for you guys to explain to you. Right? So this is how to do the BMM, method 1, 2, 3, or 4. Now I need to update the book now. You can see that BMM bar, target cycle, even if you use the next day one, you can always catch a trade. You still win. Right? Then I need to come to the last part of the program, the topic for today, which I must cover. And that's where I always say, what's the plan? In a rare event of an apology trade, right? Rare event. Okay. 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 This one is not accurate. It's just to illustrate example. Right? Illustrate example. If we assume this is the high, like I say, it's not accurate. And this is the low of the daily, right? For example, this is a BMM bar. Let's assume that this is a BMM bar, right? It's not, like I say, it's not accurate. So ignore the timestamp. This is the daily, for example. And we short here, right? It triggers a stop loss. Come down, kick you out. Daily break, right? When this happens, your apology trade can be based on either a BMM when it retraces down and go out and target BMM, or it can be a dimension multiplier, like the one that just happened. So for this case here, your apology trade level is here, this bar, right? This length. And this gives you back an apology return of 1, 2, round 3, 2.5, or 2 2/3. This is what we call apology trade entry. So when a BMM triggers short and it hits your stop loss, right? you need to reverse the trade and aim the other way. This is a Ponzi setup. So likewise, if you look at the most recent case, right? Got this collapse, right? Was this an apology scenario? This is the real one, the one that I issued, right? Was this area an apology scenario of the high-low? There is, right? Was there a sudden BMM spike of 180 points? There is, right? It triggered long, hit BMM2, right? So it's actually not really an apology. But we can also count it as an apology because BMM2 only, right? So this is not a true apology. But because we saw such a strong momentum, the market reversed all the way down. In fact, I'm going to teach you another trick. One more trick. The bigger the bar, the longer the tail. Right? The longer this tail, usually the more powerful the retracement. So if you see a small tail bar like this, right? Usually they'll pump down quite powerful, but not very powerful. I'll show you later. So this is one trick you need to understand. Because you need to trigger all your losses to clear all your stop losses, then you crash it down. The more they clear, the easier and less order the market, the more liquid flows. That's where your volume profile comes in. So for this case, this triggered SL BMM2, right? It hit the minimum big boys order BMM2. Then it crashes down all the way down, right? You get how many times return is this? So here is 1x, right? 1, 2, 3, 3.9. This thing that happened last night was a classic case example of apology, or I won't even say it's apology, of a complete reversal on the BMM cycles bar. Why do you think this happens? So the idiots, the retail idiots buy into here, and then put your stop loss here. You know what happened to your account now? If they don't put stop loss there for the retailers, they say, my friend say buy, then put stop loss. Don't know stop, call stop loss. What did happen to all the retailers now? What did it happen? They all go bankrupt. It's to trick the retails. It's to trick them. So if you get 1.6, right? Even if you get out of here for this trade, right? You lost one time, you forget to take loss, you get 1.6. You still make money. 2.6, you still make money. I always mentioned many times before, don't have to chase to the bottom. And that's the reason why when I issued the signal, I say, everybody, those of you who are shorting, all stop loss to entry now. Remember I said I issued a signal, right? I said all stop loss to entry now. I say if you are shorting still, all now. Why? Because there is a time dimension area here that this might become a death valley. If I do this, then go down, then fly. Death valley. Can you see here the death valley here? Can you see this thing here? This thing here mirrors here. Here mirrors here. Death valley. 1, 2, 3, fly. Hook. So this is the same principle. Can you see the dimension mirroring? But instead of hooking up, they hook down. And that's where you get the flush to yesterday's close. And everybody blame Powell for that. It's not. It's a dimension fucking hook. I don't care. Can you see the difference here? This becomes Death Valley, right? To fly. And for this case, Death Valley, hook down. See the difference? Here and here. So when the Death Valley has hooked down, then likely it becomes what we call a lightning rod. 1 up, down. So now here, can it go up here again on Monday? It can. It can become retracement here, or it can even be here. Then and people say, oh my God, more bad news, crash. Can. Monday can. I don't think so, because I already mentioned that it's a BMM5 only, because I got not enough data to back it up to BMM10. I might be wrong, but at least I give back a BMM5 minimum on the cycle date. Understand how this all this works now? Do you all suddenly see a gleam of hope in the markets? You master this, you're done. Your 7 days is already enough. Then you want to know the extra information come on 14. Right? Fun. So the long tail stuff, as I mentioned earlier, let's look at some examples. When I see a long tail like this, right? Okay, this is a classic example. Look at this. Look at this bar here. Look at how long the tail is. It caused this cycle all the way up. So when I see a long tail like this, right? Crash down. The longer the tail, the more powerful for big slam. Especially after a cycle like this and slam. Because so maybe I will try to buy and they want to crash it. They need to clear all the buy orders, then they can crash it. But sometimes you get some stupid things like this, right? But it's still the same thing, a tail. So the tail is a trick people to go on long. Right? Crash. Of course, this is like a hammer doji method for pump. Can also exist like this. We study all the tails. And see that every time before a big move, there's always a small. We call this pattern engulfing. It's a basic method. It's called engulfing bar. It's called engulfing. I told you guys, day one, please study this method, right? I mentioned already, day one strategy. Here, engulfing, bearish engulfing, bullish engulfing, whatever you want to call it. For me, I don't care red or green. I don't care. All I know is that it's a reversal point. It's over here. Please go and study this. Can you see here? Same shit. Engulfing. Engulf the whole thing and crash. Engulf the whole thing and boom. Doesn't matter red or green. Which day? We are on US 500. Which day? Why did you pick 9:30? Okay, 9:30. News. There's a news. But 9:30 say what? 9:30 to what? 9:30 to 10 o'clock? 9:30 to 10:30? I mean 9:30 is what? 3 minutes? 50 minutes? Half an hour? Which one? You're not being clear. 3 minutes. This one, news. This is news bar. It's news. It could also be the big watch system are adapting to the daylight saving earlier than expected. After all, daylight saving is only officially next week. But they can be adapting the system earlier. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not in that big boy system yet. They could be already adapting 1 week earlier already. They're adjusting on the system to go 1 week earlier. Could be a case. All right. So we are coming to the end of day 6. Any questions? We covered all I need to cover. Why is apology? Is because the big boy systems are being tricked to go on long or whichever direction. Because not only we enter or the retailers enter, but because they decide to change the direction, because too many orders come in, sometimes big boys will say, oh my God, all the orders are going to buy. Let's change the direction now. You see that in synthetic shares tomorrow. I'll talk about synthetic shares tomorrow. Even though tomorrow's a revision, I'll talk about synthetic shares. Let's say we go along here, right? Let's say BMM long. Okay, wait. Okay, let's give an example. Let's say it was triggered long, right? Then suddenly a lot of people, all the retailers say, because the big ones playing go long, right? They want to go, they say, oh, let's go on long now. Then suddenly the whole world, 80% of people start buying. They say, oh my God, 80% people buying. They say too many orders on long. Let's kill them all. The big boy style pattern is based on the king bar. That's complication pattern. It's a king bar. They use king bar to talk. The king bar is the one ruling it. That's why I pick up king bar. That is a classic. I already say already, they only talk about closing price. So if you see a lot of little fillers like this, right? On the line like this, it's not counted as short, right? All the fillers. not counter short. It can be scary to hold, but it's not counter short. No way. Get it? Any more questions? I don't have the non-BMM written yet. I don't have it. I have to do this with time to do it. Anything else to ask? Anything else? You guys are mastering the system now, apology trades and all? When the line breaks below, and goes back on top, that's what those are like a hair. It's plotted by the dimension and the sub king and king dimension to justify. Because sometimes the briefers want to trick you into short. They tempt you to short. Then after they reverse the whole market. Because the algo says no. The other people says no, don't short it. Then that's why they have a lot of hair. The hair coming down is just another people say, hey, shall we short them or not? The guy say no. Short, no, short, no. I already mentioned we don't look at the 15 minutes. Time cycle, I only look at 3 minutes. 15 minutes is noise to me. It's noise. It's pure noise to me. I don't care. Why would I fight noise for what? Rocky, it's up to you. Do your own back testing. It's up to you. If you think UK works for you, use UK. I got no hard rule on that. Yes, Stephen, that's correct. We don't play until we are sure. Unless you can see like a hook pattern in between the two bars and you want to take a small mini stop loss trade, then yes, you can go do that. You can ask question now. You can ask question right now. I'm just saying ask questions. You have a committee there to support you. The king bar and sub kings will form the natural S and R of the night based on algorithm talking. I've been through that so many times to show you guys already. I repeat it after repeat after repeat. If you cannot understand me, something's wrong. I mentioned the ruler, king, and the sub kings. How you play it, it's up to you. Right? Any more questions? It's 8:43. I'm sure you guys are hungry. I'm hungry too. Any more questions? Okay. Yes, we're writing the year right now for that. The boss just replied me yesterday, actually. They said they said it was flawless for like 4 or 5 months. Then I said it's a bit choppy for 6 7 months. Tomorrow is revision, plus I'm going to give you, I forgot to cover the synthetic off. King is 10:30 to 10:33. Sub king is 10:45 to 10:48. Sub king 2 is 11 o'clock to 11:03. That's based on the current daylight saving. Next week, the new daylight saving will kick in. It will be based on 9:30 to 9:33, 9:45 to 9:48, and 10 o'clock to 10:03. That's if you're talking about next week daylight savings. Understand? Let me KB enhance KC. Oh yeah. The advanced KC is a momentum trigger strategy that we developed for this intake. It has shown quite promising results. But it's only very good when the market is very choppy. I can explain that tomorrow. Sure. It's part of revision anyway. It's a little bit my KCDC method already. Back in the old days already. But just that the KC can turn back to its own guiding tools. I didn't even teach ATRT stocks on this batch. I think that's a little bit of a not so useful technical strategy. I might throw that in, I don't know, day 8, maybe. I see how. Right. Anything else you want to ask? That's eye opener for a whole day. Do you guys still want to work for money? you guys still want to work for money now? I hope you'll never feel bad about earning money from stock market anymore. You can use KC, but I don't recommend that for complement. I don't. I mean, you can try. You can try using KC. I think it's up to you. You can combine KC and KB together. That's up to you. You can use KC to zero in a trade. So if KB is okay, here's a very good question, Jiawei. If your KB is short and you see a retracement to KC, you use your KC as an entry to short on the upper band. That's where you can combine KC and KB. The only downfall is that your charts might be a lot of signals and you will go mad. So sometimes I recommend 2 screens. Technical 1, technical 2. Your phone to execute. That's why you need more than 2 screens. It's not for you to look cool. That's why if you 2 is too messy, 1 pure KC, 1 pure KB. Enough. You don't need more than that. That's what I do sometimes. My screen looks like this, straight to you. My full screen looks like this. That's what I'm seeing right now. It's just that you affect the video quality, the zoom in and out, and you guys will say too small. Then I have a third backup screen. Another one there. Backup screen there. You can see right now, right here. So I'm using this setup. But usually I only use 2. I don't need more than that. That one is just for entertainment. Show some YouTube stuff there while trading. Entertainment. Sometimes market very boring. Understand? Anything else? No more, then I'll see you all. Just wondering, do you still do trainings after you work closely with CMC in future? Yes, definitely. In fact, they're looking at promoting my program. So there's a high chance I'll probably go, my program go more international. That's what they have jokingly said already. I don't know how serious they are with it. There's this other boss called Chris. He's like saying, hey, we put this Max to go and speak on our platforms. I said, yeah. I don't know yet about live trading. I was supposed to do on Friday, but I was so busy. Yes, the current king bar is it's not 35, 33. 10:30, 10:33, not 10:35. 3 minutes. How did the 5 minutes appear? 3 minutes. Time cycle 3 minutes. How can 5 appear? Oh my God. Okay, I better correct this now. Please don't scare me. And why is it 10 p.m.? Wait, why is it 10 p.m.? It's supposed to be 11. Yeah, if Monday is 9:30, then the same thing happens. So Monday is 9:30, 9:33 p.m., 9:45 to 9:48. 10 o'clock to 10:03. Please don't scare me. It's always 3 minutes candles. Law of 3. Laws of 3, 3 minutes. Please respect the law of 3s. If not, Nikola Tesla will be so pleased with you. Right? You know, this old man will come and find you. I don't know how to spell this guy. He will be so pleased with you. His 369 will be so pleased with you. Right? Okay? Nothing more? That's all, correct. So I'll see you tomorrow for revision. Tomorrow we go through it one more time. Then after those in 3 days, those in the 7 days program, you can spread your wings. Okay, before we go, guys, one more thing. I'll show you guys the LV signal tomorrow. There's a video that I can let you guys watch. Some of you might have had the fortunate chance to watch that. Then you start questioning markets even further. I'll show that tomorrow. So don't miss the class tomorrow. It is not recorded. It's 1 p.m. tomorrow. It might end at 5. It might end at 4, it might end at 5. Right, but I got it clear. So tomorrow I'll do the LV. I'll do the synthetic, and I'll do a revision. Okay. Before I close, those of you who went through 7 programs, 7 days, if you think that this is something you want to do, and you'd like to extend to 14 days, let me know. If you want to come to full program, let me know. Of course, we are flexible with arrangement. If you need installment or you need any of those things, let me know as well. We can discuss further. For those of you who think that this is worth it, the 7 days is not enough for you, you want to go for 14, that door is open. All right. So you can let me know privately in the Telegram or not. We can discuss that further. But of course, do that after 10 p.m. I'm going to eat too. All right. Those of you who are keen. Day 8 is the next week. So it's just the week after. No, you will move on to the main channel. For those in the 7 days, you move on to the 14 days channel. It's a different group. But sometimes I'll lazy transfer you, so just put into 2 groups. Oh, and I forgot to give you guys shit. I remember I said this today. Okay, don't go there. Good Papa will be so happy. Okay, give you guys something else to jump in as well. So I'm going to give it to you now. There is 2 groups. One's for crypto, and the other one is for research. So this is the research group. There's an international group of researchers. I mean, they're not really researchers on them. Some of them are real. They can join. Then there's also the crypto channel, crypto and NFT. You can also join. So I'm giving you the link right now. Fair warning that Edwin is very cocky. So Edwin is the guy who did the NFT flipping. So these are the 2 groups you can join, right? If anyone asks, it's just me. They know who am I, so don't worry. So there's these 2 groups. You can join both. It's for you guys to join both one. Just go ahead. If it's too noisy, then don't join it. Edwin Kilonut, yes. That one, that guy, that one, that crazy one. It's on your Telegram. Right, so please click on that to join. The groups of people there are okay, and also please note that do not discuss my strategies over those 2 groups. All right, do not discuss my strategies in those 2 groups. It's just a support group for you guys to observe other people, right? Observe the other traders. We have some that are time traders, some that are crypto traders or NFT traders. If any of you who are into NFT or crypto space, the permissionless script will be perfect for you, right? So there are very seasoned people there that even I myself do not know how to trade those things. Very seasoned. Okay, have fun in those groups. But please don't sound like an idiot there because the tolerance of people there are quite low. Right, so don't sound like an idiot unless you're very sure what you're doing. Anything else? All right, join. So yeah, I see you guys coming in. Someone's gonna start asking you, how the hell is there so many people coming in? All good. All right, all good. There is we end right now. See y'all. Bye.